a knocking, rolling joints on the moon so bright. Down Dooku in shade, sipping coconut rum. Riggers popping 4 pipes, man's got lungs. Lightsabers clash, beats clash harder. Dance our rhythms, no fight go farther. Qui-Gon whisper, jobless the force. Even Darth Maul vibing, no remorse. Anakin, me brethren, don't fall down. Rasta Jedi, keep your crown. Obi-Wan with a swift so sound. It's over now, I got the high ground. Anakin, me brethren, don't fall down. Rasta Jedi, keep your crown. Obi-Wan with a swift so sound. It's over now, I got the high ground. On the dead stick, smoke in the sky. Rasta rebels chant Jaja nearby. Jabba selling ganja, call it hot kush. Clone troopers wish they're always too bush. C-3PO's got you like you just learned groove. Hard to beat in Rasta, make you move. Hey, Anakin, me brethren, don't fall down. Rasta Jedi, keep your crown. Obi-Wan with a swift so sound. It's over now, I got the high ground. Let's window puff puff pass to Yoda's hand. Say judge me by size, not overstand. Fist to jamming on a sand dune. Boom vibing on the twin moons. I soak with them clones can't catch me. Then vanish in smoke like mystery.
Job man, there you go. Nice intro for you all to be looking at today. So, how's it going, everyone? Welcome to Huge Circles, where things happen, where we just have fun, where we're talking and and creating and just well, technically Sunday is the beginning of the week, so why not just start it off with a little bit of laughter, right? So, there you go. Thank you, Vincent. Yeah, best Ahsoka to date. It is, isn't it, though? So, yeah, want to say hello to everybody that made it. So, Fabric Folds, you were the first one. So, how's it going, Fabric Folds? Nice to see you. We got our handy dandy the polar bear of legends, Snortabubus Cuber. Hello to you, Snortabubus Cuber. Nice to see you. And Vince Womack, how's it going, my man? So, reminding everyone that, hey, as a graphic designer, I can help you on a budget. So, check out Freelance Graphics or all the links down below to get a hold of me, so you can do that. And yeah, we're also broadcasting here on Rumble. So, hello to everybody that happens to be on Rumble. And the show is being broadcast also live on X. So, hey, all you people on X, hello to you. Nice to see you guys. And yeah, and we're also here on the YouTube. So there you go. So if you want to subscribe wherever you happen to be at, subscribe to the other channels. I don't know if you can really subscribe on X, but you can follow me on X, so you can do that. So hail to you and and Fabric Folds. I'll try to stay for the whole stream. But you might get a call out. So really, oh, you're on call, dude. That's right. Well, if you are, though, just be safe. So, oh, really? So where are you? Are you in Alberta too? So we got some on snow last Thursday. Humidity's going up, and we have some rough-looking clouds to the west. So yeah. Sounds like you might be near the mountains. So yeah, we got a dumping on Friday. So hey, if you happen to be there, then dude, stay safe. So because those roads can get pretty icy and slushy. So that being said, while we're waiting for everybody to come on, let's invite who happens to be on right now, which happens to be...
If you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where fashion sits?
Al Nickerson, how's it going, dude?
It's going well. How are you, Mike? Thank you for having me on again.
Yeah, not a problem. You're always welcome here, dude. So,
well, that's nice.
I
It's
know.
nice when people are nice to me. I appreciate that.
Well, I hope so, because being nice is a virtue.
Oh, it's something.
It's definitely something. So, oh man, and definitely last but not least, inviting here on the show is Mindy Wheeler of Divine Comics. How's it going, Mindy?
Hello, how are you guys doing?
Is that Mindy
We
Wheeler?
are. That is Mindy Wheeler.
I have never met Mindy Wheeler before.
Now you have met Mindy Wheeler.
Well, you've met me now. Hello.
Yes.
No, I've always liked you guys, and you've always been very helpful. So yeah, I'm happy to be on with you.
Is this Al Nickerson? I'm trying to read your.
Yes,
hey,
that's me.
Al. I like Al. Al's chill.
Oh, cool.
Alan's pretty chill.
Yeah,
Yes.
like
he
both
is
you
the-
guys.
he is the wind beneath my wings.
That's weird.
Yeah, I know. So, if you that don't know, Mindy Wheeler and her husband Mike there, they run Divinity Comics. So these guys, they're pumping out their own independent media, as it were, and all having fun doing it. So last week, because I'm just trying to get into the habit of just inviting different independent comic people that are putting out their own independent comics. So I asked Mindy last week, but she was moving, and so I asked her this week, and you're all moved in.
Yeah, we're moved
Nice.
in. If I was going at the office today, I would show you because it's a really cool, big office. We were in the suite on the other floor, and we just keep moving around like a hermit crab whenever we get too big for where we're going. So, I love our new office, but we're staying at home today. It's Sunday. We're chilling, family day kind of thing. So,
Well, yeah, you gotta chill out on Sunday because Monday brings the harsh reality of work.
Well, not when you don't have a real job, Mike.
Oh well, yeah, that too. So, so Mindy, this is basically what goes on this channel on this particular channel on this show. So what we do on this show is basically if I can bring up the screen, so because we're all comic people here, this is kind of what I do. So what's up? And for some odd reason, my capture service has stopped working. It said, "So you son of a motherless goat, man, are you kidding me?" So now I can't even bring up the screen I'm supposed to be sharing. Come
Fail.
on, I know, major fail. Are you kidding me? Wow. Okay, hold on a second here. Okay, well, while I'm supposed to be trying to draw for everybody here, we're just gonna be like talking comics, having fun, and because it's all about just having fun. And for some odd reason, the capture surface has stopped working. Wow, I should have actually checked this out before now I made everything socially awkward.
Right, can I ask Mindy a question?
Yeah.
Of course you can.
Oh, all right. So we were using the same printer, Comics Wellspring. Do you guys still use them?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I love them. Mhm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I had a bit of a bump in the beginning when I was having the second volume of the Sword of Eden printed, but after we got through that, everything was fine.
Oh, good. Yeah, they went through a move. It was the end of 2024.
Right.
And then and that was really bumpy. Yeah, that took a really long time, and they went under new management and everything.
Right.
But since they got settled in, I haven't had any kind of problems like that with them being late or whatever. They're really, really smooth. And I love Pam.
Pam is great.
Yeah, Pam is awesome. So yeah, we use them for all of our books.
Yeah, when I was speaking to the owner at the time, I can't remember his name. I think he's probably still there. He was talking about getting a new digital printer. I don't know if you know about that or if that happened.
When was that?
This was like in May of 2024.
I don't know, but Greco. So Greco was kind of their old stuff. Comics Wellspring was an imprint or something like that of Greco printing.
Right. Yeah.
But now they got bought out by a much bigger printer. So they have all kind. Their warehouse is gigantic. I've been to their previous one and their current one, and it's huge. And so when it comes to like having the most up-to-date printers or something like that, whoever owns them now is a larger, more established, I think, printer than their previous one. Maybe not more established, but I don't know the right words. They're a larger operation, I'll say. So,
wow.
And they have really nice, really quality printers. I don't remember like digital versus what exactly, because I think they're all digital.
Yeah, most printers are. So traditionally you have offset printing, whereas they got the big rollers and the plates on them.
Right.
More traditional. But yeah, so with Comics Wellspring, my second volume was printed digitally. So what I found with Comics Wellspring, so Pam is great. They also had the best prices around, and I don't think there's anybody less expensive than them.
I think they're very competitive. Yeah, I like their price points. I don't even really look at anybody's prices anymore because I just don't use them, and I'm not interested.
Really?
In them. I just have a really good working relationship with Comics Wellspring, and they're really close to us too. So we go pick up our orders, and we place an order about once a month. So it's I'm pretty set in my ways now. I think there is Comic Impressions is another one I've heard down in Florida, but I've never tried them. I've never used them. So it does kind of matter where you live. If you're like really shopping around for prices, that sometimes comes into consideration. If they're like right next to you and you can go pick it up like we do. The other one is Ready Comics, which I won't use because they got all pissy over Brian Polito. I canceled held our order because they said it was going to be hate speech that we put.
Really?
Apparently they did it to other people too, Mike says. I don't know the story about that, but yeah, when we were going through all that, we used to use Ready Comics. Jason Connolly is what he said. So Ready Comics in Arizona is like Brian Polito's partner, basically. Like they bought his old warehouse and stuff. So when Coffin served us with the CND, and then we responded by making Polito the villain.
Oh wow!
which is pure satire. It was pure satire, and so covered under free speech. And he was saying execute order, cease and desist. They got mad. Ready Comics did, and we had like a $3,500 foil print order, and they held it. And then they said it for potential hate speech review. And so, and it was just ridiculous. So I will not work with them ever again.
Really?
And I will not recommend them. No, because they could just halt your order if they, you offend one of their friends.
Oh,
was that
so bad?
Was that before you went to Comics Wellspring?
That was, see, I had always used Ready Comics, I think, since the beginning for their foils because I used to live in Arizona, which is where they all are. So
right.
I had been using Ready Comics since like 2014 for art prints and stuff. So I already knew them. And then we moved up to Chicago, and I forget at what point we found Comics Wellspring, but it was before the move. And I think it was during the move. Yeah, it was that all this happened, the end of 2024. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't even so I was going to place the Star Wars book with Ready Comics, but this was actually the book before G-Busters, and it was simply just an ad at the back of the book for Star Wars. And that was enough. And it was a whole thing.
Well, that's a shame because volume 1 of the Sword of Eden was printed in Quebec, Maquis, and I kind of had a problem with them. And then when I was looking for a printer for volume 2, I couldn't find a printer that was as affordable. But then you recommended Comics Wellspring, and I went with them. And yeah, I mean,
Wow.
I'm certain to go with them again for volume 3. And yeah, I was very happy with the
Good.
so yeah.
Nice.
I love them. I really love them, and I think they think our content's pretty funny.
Oh, all right.
So
Fabric Folds here says Ready Comics has been commie for years.
yeah, man,
Really?
it's so ridiculous. It was annoying too because my whole order got on hold, right? And then the owner, Greg, they were like, "Well, we can't print our order," and they were kind of like lying about it. They were like dishonest. They were telling me one thing on the customer support team, but then I was getting another answer, like, "Oh, it's this. Oh, it's that," and I was starting to get really mad, and it had been days that had been passed. I'm like, "Why is my order on hold? What is going on?" And finally,
Yeah.
they're like, "Oh, we can. Greg will call you. He's on a vacation, and it's international." So
Oh, of course.
I recorded the phone call because you can. And he was like, "Yeah, it's for potential hate speech in Polito," and it was just totally biased in Polito's favor. So screw that. So I said, "Sorry, never mind. Pull my whole order." And yeah, that's the story.
So what were they saying that what in particular was hate speech?
That's a
Because
very
this sounds funny. This sounds good. Yeah, Vince, exactly. Yeah. It sounds like
Yeah.
a lawsuit for breach of contract. It kind of does.
But there's no such thing as hate speech. There's just speech in America.
Yeah, and hate speech is if you're like inciting hate or violence or something against a protected group, like race or sexual orientation. So putting Polito's face, putting makeup on him to make him Emperor Polito time, and to say execute order, cease and desist.
Yeah.
Polito's not a protected class. So that doesn't even make any sense.
It doesn't.
Oh man.
But you
No.
had a problem with him because you were doing a parody of one of his characters. Is that how that all started?
It wasn't even one of his characters. No, it was just, it had nothing to do with him. He thinks he could own white skin and white haired characters. That's what his cease and desist said. That
Really?
yeah, and I mean, we were just parroting Star Wars, which he's done too. He's dressed up his character, Lady Darth, or not Lady Darth, Lady Death. Now I'm getting tongue-tied, as us, Vader, basically. So we were doing a parody of Star Wars, and the female version of Lord Vader would be Lady Darth, right? Or Lord, right? You get it? You know what I'm saying? So it's stupid. And white hair, white skin is what the character would be. That's our character is Lady Darth. But his character, yeah, if you look at the similarities between Lady Death and Tarna, Lady Death is a ripoff of Tarna from Heavy Metal. They even say they're heavy metal inspired. Like all they did was change the head. Yeah, so it was really hypocritical. And he also told us that in this cease and desist that homage covers were illegal without the permission of the
that is
original.
not true.
No,
that's absolutely not true.
It's totally it was so hypocritical because he's done like homage books, like just tell me he didn't have permission for every single one of them. It was so stupid. So yeah, he got a hair up his butt, and I think it was because we have some bad blood there between like Liefeld and the Arizona people. And a couple months beforehand, I said that his Rob Liefeld Lady Death piece looked like her hand was coming out of her butt because Liefeld can't draw.
Oh yeah.
I think they might have. I think that might have contributed. I think I got mad. I think they might have got mad. I don't know, because I was supposed to be like the premier Lady Death variant on their campaigns, but I hate Liefeld, and so yeah, that happened, and that was kind of like a stink, I guess, that I might have caused. I don't know. And then lo and behold, we're trying to launch Star Wars 1. And all we have is like a banner image of Lady Darth, and we get this cease and desist from Coffin. And another thing about parody is that it's judged by its whole works, not just one picture. Yeah. So he jumped the gun on top of it all, off of this one picture, and said that in his C&D, that he owned white skin and white hair basically on his character, so that nobody else could do it. Found out he's actually done this to other creators too. This is not his
Really?
first D&D over white hair, white skin. Yeah, there was
No,
at least 2 or 3 others.
So no old white men.
Which shows an interesting practice in the comics industry of people going around with a lot of money and a lot of intimidation and saying, not necessarily that their character is succeeding through its own merit, but succeeding because they're pushing all the other little guys out. And they're sort of monopolizing white skin and white hair. And that's stupid because Marvel has characters with white skin and white hair.
Sure.
Yeah.
So
it's like,
it was
why should
really
there be a big stink about this? This is ridiculous.
I think he just does it, I guess. And
well, the thing is, because I do remember that conflict you guys were having with Coffin. And for some reason, I thought you guys were just parodying Lady Death, but that doesn't seem to be the case.
No, we weren't. But then we parodied like we did. We kind of towed the line since then just to piss him off because we can, because we can. He would be the first one in comics to sue somebody to say that you can't do a homage or something like that. It's just all dumb. So with Boobs 3, we actually made our character cosplay as Lady Death after that. He can't do anything about it. It was all ridiculous. So we told him to screw off, and we had he paid this lawyer and everything, and we responded, and it was a really funny response. So we were putting all kinds of Star Wars quotes in there, and really twisting the knife, and just blasted him everywhere, which I don't think the other creators had done. One creator actually caved. I talked to he did change his character's skin color after he got a CD from that sort of crowd. It was actually not Brian in that case. It was a close associate of Brian's, and they hit him twice back to back with the C&D, Coffin and the associate. And then another guy didn't do anything. He quote wiped his butt with it, quote unquote. I don't know if I can curse on the show, but those were his words.
No,
and
go
then
ahead.
we blasted him publicly, and we're like, no, sorry, but you shouldn't do this to creators. And then that was that. Nothing ever came of it. And and then we changed Emperor Polito time. We put him right there on the banner of the Kickstarter page with the little speech bubble. And then that was what Ready Comics said could have been hate speech.
Oh.
Well, that bit really, upsets me.
That is so petty. Man.
It was funny. I mean, it was frustrating though, because it actually set our production back 3 months, because we were newer and we were just starting to do this full time, and we were a little bit afraid that Kickstarter as a platform might favor Polito,
right,
and get a hair up their butt, and so we were in the middle of G-Busters and about to launch Star Horse, and we had to sort of finagle our production schedule, because in the case that he took Star Horse down, we'd be out of money, right? We would have no campaign that month that we just invested money in. So we had to, it cost us about 2 to 3 months of production time. But that was about it. But otherwise we stuck to our guns and we won.
It's really weird because I was talking to Mike about this earlier. When I started working in comics in 1994, and I was working for Marvel and DC and stuff, but I was also doing indie work, creator-owned work. It seemed like at that time, a lot of the indie guys, the indie comic book creators, we were more unified. And the idea being that, if Marvel and DC, fell to the wayside, went out of business, whatever, it would be more beneficial to us if that actually happened, and we can actually sell more of our books if Marvel and DC sold less and were in terrible shape. The weird thing now is that sort of has happened. Marvel and DC, their comics are terrible. They don't really sell well. The direct market is a mess. No, exactly. But now, all the indie guys and gals, there's a lot of infighting, and that actually doesn't make me particularly happy.
No. Hold on one sec. I'm going to see if I can figure out the problem. So just keep on chatting. I will be right back.
But okay. It seems like, yeah, you get a lot of people upset, Miss Mia.
I do, and I kind of enjoy it now.
I know. That makes me a little sad.
Well,
because the thing is, because I like you guys, and I like some of the other guys that you have issues with, and I kind of wish like everybody would just get along. But it gets really nasty, and that
It does. It does. I will say that I don't know much, or I don't know many fights that I've actually started. I can't think of one on the top of my head where I just went and like attacked somebody. Like there was always a precursor, and most all of the time that I can think of, I was just like, they either outwardly said something bad about us first, and that's how it's been. So to understand me in this space that I'm in, we started back in 2014, really, and then 15 we had a shop and I was an artist, and then 16 we were supporting Trump, so we got the barrage of the woke mob against us, and that never really died. So a lot of this conflict that you'll see is still left over from that time, but most all of it has been squashed. So from my perspective, I've seen a positive of less fighting, ironically, because it was quite a lot of we weren't welcome. And then 2019 happened, and I had a brief. People think that Ethan Lanskyver, Ethan's fights are much longer with people now. He and I had a very brief interaction, and it went sour. And he blasted me like for no reason. He was just a jerk all over the internet. So then I attracted all of his trolls, and that never died either. So I've had like these people following me, and then the other little creators, they can be really nasty people. I don't understand it. So many people I've been nice to or I've helped, and then I'll just find them talking smack about me online, and they go, she's a horrible person, and they'll repeat the same things that those trolls from the past did, like that they went and started talking smack in the little troll circles. So I've come to like just years and years of it, and every time I've tried to help people, it's like 99% of the time that turns sour, and they just start talking smack for whatever reason. I just don't like anybody. Like there's very few people that I like. I like. You can handle yourself, and it's partly just the politically charged climate we live in. You can disagree peacefully. A lot of people can't do that. You can appreciate things that are there to appreciate. A lot of people can't do that. Like just people, it's not just like me being a singular person of controversy. Like the entire country has gone through so much controversy and divisiveness the past 10 years. So it's been existing in that climate. And see, now I don't like Trump, so then I've been kind of fighting a little bit with people who do like Trump that initially followed me in 2016. So it's just like a never ending divisiveness existence.
Because when I became more aware of you guys, you were doing the conservatives and the arts Facebook page, and those really awesome t-shirts, which I still have one and I still wear it, even though it's all beat up. So I love that stuff. I thought that stuff was so cool.
That was cool. I wanted to start a nonprofit. That's what Conservatives of the Arts was, because of my experience. And looking back, I'm glad that I didn't. And it's crazy looking backwards in time as the truth reveals itself. And back then, that was around 2019, 2020. It was pre-George Floyd. And then all of the history has happened since. And back then it was really like Glenn Beck and Ben Shapiro were pushing also for this conservative stuff. And believe it or not, Glenn Beck was pushing for a comic book division. This was pre-Eric July. Mm-hmm. And I was getting those email blasts where they were making comic books. So I was very careful about it. And I started to see a weird influx of white supremacists, like that I was booting off of that page and those groups because they were coming in and being really weird. And I was like, that's not what I'm about. And now fast forward to 2025, Ben Shapiro, I don't like him at all. I don't like Glenn Beck at all. And I've seen so many things. The problem with politics is that it's co-opted. all the time. And that's what would have happened with the nonprofit had I done it. No doubt people would have tried to come in, as they were already doing. So I'm glad that I just kind of decided to do my own thing and make my own books and put my focus there. Because it's like every single movement, every single hashtag, look at BLM, look at Me Too, every single thing is just, it gets swarmed by Trojan horse type of people who want to change it for their own nefarious purposes. Like Comicsgate, I think that's another example where the original principles of it have changed. So I am very like skeptical now of doing anything of that sort, like a nonprofit or any kind of group based thing. And I just focus on putting out my own books, and I'm happy doing that. So, but yeah, as far as being conservative, I am, but the world's definition of that has changed quite a lot. It's hard to relate to people sometimes on that level.
Well, it is a weird time. I admit that. Yeah, because I'm a conservative and a Christian.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think it would be nice to see people get along a little bit better.
It would.
But I've heard and seen and watched some nasty stuff said about you. And that actually broke my heart, because like I like some of the other guys, and I like you guys, and we're sort of like, we're not crazy Marxist, feminist, liberal, woke people. So we have a lot in common, like our little group in the industry. Like, we're indie guys and gals, we support create our own work. We do create our own work. We tend to be more on the right side of politics. And it would be nice if we all just got along instead of just fighting over, like, squabbling over things. But then some of the things just get way out of hand, you know.
I think people go through evolutions, and so I think our next evolution is to get rid of the praising politicians over your fellow man. Like, I really want to see people get along too. And believe it or not, I've always pushed for more of an understanding. If you look back in time, see if you agree with me. Pre George Floyd, and going back to the time of Trump, like, people have come to certain realizations on a grander level about what's going on with the world. Like Marxism, cancel culture, these weren't words we were even talking about in 2016, right? The word cancel culture didn't even exist. So there's like, I think as time goes on and we go through these conflicts, we also evolve and we have greater understandings. So the point where we're at now is I'm really pushing for people to listen to each other. And I think the left and right is constantly played off of each other in a predatory way by politicians to divide people. And I'm done with it. I'm so sick of the left versus right thing. I don't like, we can all agree. I think even people on the left a lot of times agree that the Marxist stuff is trash. It's trash, and we can all say it's trash. So that's where I'm finding common ground with people, actually, is just denouncing what's really obviously denounced and then trying to come to terms on everything else. And I really, really, really want people to listen to each other, because things like the farmers, like, I've been through that personally. I was a trucker and nobody listens to me. On the right, I'll be like, this happened. And they're like, no, it didn't. I saw it on the news. And I'm like, the news lies. It happened. I was there. And they just don't care to listen. So that's the biggest problem right now, I think, in today's political world. People not listening to each other.
Okay.
Well, I just want to, when I say I wish we would all get along a little bit more, I'm not considering people on the left. I think people like, you know, in our community who are, you know, right leaning, I kind of wish we would get along. I don't think the left, there's any way of getting along with the left. I also think there are people that run things in the West where they're instigating all this crazy stuff, and they have control over the media and the news, and they want the left and the right to fight each other. But I don't think really it's a fight between the left and the right. I think it's more, as far as in the US goes, it's a fight between globalists and constitutionalists. I think that's really the fight.
Exactly, Al. Yep. And there's a lot of people on the left. And when I say left, I don't mean like feminazis. Like there's some portion of the left that's just like you can cut off and it's already gone. And that those are the same people that, you know, we've all been harassed by for 10 years. You know, they're really, really like they're far gone. They're socialists, they're communists, they're gone.
Oh yeah.
And so it's the same thing though, but those are agents of the globalists. So yeah, I totally agree with you. And a lot of people on the left have pushed from that. Like they've pushed off the transgender movement. That's not what they intended. You know, it's all this Overton window stuff on each side of the spectrum. It's been pushed to its extremes, leaving, I think, a majority of people in the middle, whether they're a little bit left or a little bit right. I think we're all now sort of in the center against these extremists who are all just agents of the globalists. So yeah, I completely agree.
I totally agree. And I think these those that are running the show and running the agents of the globalists and then the lemmings below them, yeah, I think they're just a bunch of, you know, Satan worshiping devils.
I think so too.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, because it was really interesting with you, because I know like maybe it was a year ago or 2 years ago you were really looking into Catholicism.
Yeah, I was. That was.
I mean, I'm not Catholic. I'm Protestant, but when you were going through that, I was like, oh, that's kind of neat. I wonder how that's going to go. And then it seemed to just end.
I got really mad at the Catholic Church. That was like 3 years ago. 3 and 4 years ago, I think I studied it, and I'm a huge history nerd. I love history, and I've gone back over the past 10 years to relearn all of world history. So I was doing the Catholicism thing, and it was very interesting. And I got mad at the father. I had to get private lessons, or was it the father? It was the guy below him, because I had a small baby at the time, and so it was really hard, and I couldn't actually attend because of Mike's work schedule, the classes, because you have to take classes. So he offered to give me private lessons, which I did, and he wouldn't stop being handsy with my kids.
Uh-oh.
And I told him,
really?
Yeah, I'm still mad. You're invoking the anger. I said, please stop. Please stop. I teach them to be not friendly with strangers, because I don't trust strangers. I teach stranger danger in my house, so please stop. And he would not. And mom radar, like red lights. I got really pissed. That he would. And I told the father, I was like, listen, I'm trying to be a Catholic. I'm trying to take these lessons, but your dude here is not listening to me, and that's making me mad. And he was basically like, he had the attitude of he did not care. He was like, man, whatever. And it came off really cold. And that just like, that disturbed me. That whole experience felt really wrong, and it really disturbed me. And I know that they have a history with
absolutely
kids. Yep. And I was like, I cannot support an institution if this is the way that they handle things about that. So, and then on top,
there we go.
On top of that, I learned about the Great Schism. And the Great Schism was a split between the Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox, and Roman Catholicism. Which was it the year 100 or was it the year 400? I can never remember that date. But that was super interesting, because I actually side with the Eastern Orthodox on a lot of things. And that's like papal power. Like papal power shouldn't be consolidated into one hand. It should just not. It's too much authority. They have slightly different philosophies on the Trinity and stuff like that. So I started to see things more through the Eastern Orthodox lens. So that's what stopped Catholicism for me. And then since then, I've just kind of like, I've gone completely backwards. Like I am religiously, spiritually, I'm existing in the world like the year 5,000, or no, it would be 3000 BC, like before the Bible. I've gone all the way back. I've traced like the calendar, and it was inverted, by the way, by the Hebrews, like before all of that was written. And I'm just like existing in this happy little space of like pre-religion. And did you know that pagans actually they celebrated, in a way, Jesus Christ, and he's a figure that existed before Jesus too. So there's a lot of interesting stuff beyond that, and I've just totally stepped out of the whole Christian space of organized religion. But
only because you had a problem with Catholicism, but it's not, Christianity isn't just Catholicism though.
Right. Yeah, no, I was just about to say in the next breath, and I'm sorry if I'm talking long, but like I still really like a lot of Christian principles, and I always have. And I've always really enjoyed spending time with Christians too. Like I grew up in a very socialist atheist family. And I would even call them Marxist. And so I went the opposite way and like rebelled against that. And I found a lot of comfort hanging out with Christians, a lot of good family values, which weren't present in my childhood. So I latched on to Christianity early on in my adulthood. And I've been to like every single damn near denomination of it in the church and studied it. So I won't say that I dislike it in any means, like I enjoy it. It's got great family values, and that is the best thing about it. Absolutely. And I don't have any problem with Jesus. I think he was a real dude. I think he did have divine power and all of that. Like that seems very believable to me. So it's not that at all. It's just that I think that institutions are corrupt. And so I'm very, very skeptical. And I just kind of like let go of a lot of dogma too, because I think the Bible was possibly manipulated. I don't know. And I just live a happy existence.
Okay.
Well, I was going to ask if you actually read the Bible, and if not, maybe start with John's Gospel.
Yeah, I haven't read all of it. Admittedly, I haven't. But I do really like the first few books. Like Genesis is my favorite.
The Torah. Yep.
Yeah. But beyond that, I have found it to be somewhat confusing. But I will say, like, I know a lot of the stories. I'm familiar with a lot of it. But that's the other thing too. I would go to these churches and they'd never actually read the Bible.
Oh, well, see, that's a problem.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Because I mean, the last 20 years or so, I was going to one or two different Calvary Chapel churches where that's all they do is read the Bible. Like every Sunday, they go from verse to verse, book to book, and there's no way of getting out of reading anything in the Bible that somebody might not like. And it's wonderful, and I think that's a great way to actually have a church service is to actually read the whole Bible. I mean, I had a problem with my church like 6 months ago, so I left, and then I just started a Bible study with some friends, and we do that every week, and it's wonderful. I don't have anything against church per se. I just think that Christians should be Christians, and they should read the Bible and do what the Bible says, and that's what I like. So
that's the way that I would go about it if I were going to get more serious about it too, because that's what they practiced right after Jesus died, right? For the first 200 years, they just practiced in each other's homes.
Sure.
And that's how, that in my eyes is the real root of it. That's how it should be. So the way you're doing it is how I would do it too, because I think there's nothing wrong with, like, you can't corrupt that. That's very, very to the point, right?
Right. Excellent. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So read John's Gospel. Start from there.
Okay.
All right,
I will.
Okay. Vince.
Oh, Mike's here.
So, yeah, I know, right? Amazing. I got everything working again. So sorry about the delay, folks. Vince Womack, yeah, WTF, CRC, those stick figures look like they're doing something naughty. You're almost close, but not quite. So, yeah, no, it's not that kind of naughty. It's a different type of naughty because it's a wrestling move. So generally how things go is you start up with a couple of stick figures, you kind of do a rough, which is kind of like what I did over the stick figures, and then you get something a little bit more solid, which would end up being something like that. And then we just well, especially digitally, you kind of like ink over it, and yeah, and then just kind of like what we're doing here anyway, we're talking about everything. So as we generally do. Vince also says, yeah, Genesis is the reason why women would not make a decision what they want to eat. So apples are definitely out of the diet then, that being the case, right, Vince? Is that it?
Well, there wasn't an apple.
See, if we're just having fun, just talking. So okay, so Mindy, I gotta ask, okay, how, because you've been putting out content and comics and stuff like that for quite a few years now.
Almost 3
Yeah.
years.
Yeah.
Almost.
So here's the $6 million question. What got you into wanting to draw comics and just put comics out? So how did that all start for you?
Mike was the one. Well, no. So I did pick up comics when I was a teenager. It was around me.
So your origin story.
My origin story.
Yeah.
Well, so I have Mike to thank for the majority of that trajectory. But I've always been a visual artist though. So I've drawn since I was a kid. Because I'm a woman, I was less into the superhero comic thing, that's a dude thing. So
Wait a minute. Whoa, hold on a sec. You're a woman?
I know.
So
I was a woman. I'm a woman from the 90s, right?
Right.
So the best time of our civilization. And
when things made sense.
Yes, when things made sense. I miss the 90s so much. There was an infiltration of anime at the time though. So I've looked at comics since I was like 5 or 6, or no, I must have been 8 when I first picked it up, and then again when I was about 12 and 13, and then there was just this influx of anime. So that was a lot of what I was exposed to. But the first comic I really was like, yeah, I like this, was Spawn.
Oh yeah.
McFarlane. I remember that one very vividly. And then fast forward, I had a very busy life. I did not have time to read or do extracurricular things. But ironically, I was working as a sort of artist. I was in marketing. I was in graphic design. I was hustling. I was hustling my butt off for years, trying to make a living and doing well. And then I met Mike, and we got married, and we didn't even know at this point after we were married. It was a few months after we were married. He goes, I collect comics. I'm like, oh, I didn't know that. I think he had one comic in his closet. It was a Walking Dead sketch cover. He had traded his collection, yes, for this very rare book, and I just didn't even know it existed. And I was like, oh yeah, well, I also draw. And he took me to Phoenix Comic-Con he was going to sell his book or get it signed or something and sell it to help pay for my car repairs because I had a broken car. Yeah, it was sweet. And I got there and my eyes opened, and I talked to someone who was selling all sketches of Pokemon, and I was just I couldn't believe it. He said, yeah, I took an airplane here and this is what I do. You draw just fan art of Pokemon? Yeah. And you took an airplane here? He goes, yeah. I was like, what am I doing with my life? So I immediately went home, started drawing some Deadpool and stuff like that. And then it never stopped from there. So I had my first art table with just some fan art in 2014 in February. And then Mike continued to do his comic book stuff, and he got into the flipping, and we were invited to be graders by a comic shop. So we started getting into the grading for that. And then we opened up our own shop in 2015, and then we closed our shop at like 2017, mid 2017, from the woke mob. And and I had worked for a couple publishers during that time. So my career was starting, but it got cut off pretty short because of all of that. And it was a very weird time. I had got a sort of interview, a portfolio review in San Diego. It was like their booth, like that inside their booth is actually an office, which was cool. So they chose 10 people at a show and they had them in. And I was one of the 10 people, and I thought things were going well. And then after that, Marvel kind of like closed their doors, started outsourcing, stopped hiring. The talent manager got replaced. And I found out myself and another person or two that had also been through this experience, we get put on what's called the never ending Marvel interview. And yeah, and they'll like just keep an eye on you, and they'll expect you to like turn in all these pieces, you know, for free to like be assessed, but they'll never actually hire you. So it's really weird, the never ending Marvel interview. And I'm not one to sit and be strung along. I turned in a few pieces and I was just like, yeah, I don't have time. So sorry, Marvel. And I just moved on. And then we moved on from comics entirely. After that whole thing, we fought with Liefeld. He's to blame.
No.
And it's funny because
Liefeld?
Nobody really realized how much of a jerk he was. And now he's like, what, 13 years late on his book that he stole all this money.
Oh, yeah, the Brigade book.
Yeah. And
my God, yes.
He tried to say that we were scammers, and it was a total lie. I wish I would have sued him then, but I had actually just had a miscarriage. We closed down our shop. It was a very hard time. So we just decided to screw it off. But that's okay. But that was pre-Comicsgate. And then Comicsgate came along, and they did their whole thing. And sometimes I wonder if it wasn't kind of like based off of what we went through in a weird way. Because like the whole industry and us were very conflicting. I guess we were a polarized figure of sorts. So anyways, that was weird. So we had left comics, we got into truck driving, and then I found Comicsgate, and that didn't go well. Then a few years later, we came back. We were still doing the trucking, but I really didn't ever let it go. I never let it go. I wanted to do comics.
Right.
And I'd been hooked. So despite all of the conflict and all of the fights, and then there was then Larry Higgins and his friends came after us again. We tried to do indie crowdfund, you know, and it just would never stop. That like leftist vein that just kept following us and trying to destroy everything we did and not let us back in, the gatekeepers. But we finally just broke the mold. I decided I was going to launch on Kickstarter, Boobs #1 on April Fool's Day 2023. And I drew the whole thing. I marketed the whole thing. Right. And I did it all with a newborn baby. It was very exhausting. And I was staying up late doing it. And I finally did it. So yay. And then it was a success. And then it's just been that ever since. You know, we put out Boobs #2. And then we put out Trip Story and G-Busters and Star Wars and Dead Sexy and Sinister Sports Services, and it's just been, we're on our 20th Kickstarter now, so it's I got the itch, I guess you could say, and I'd never let it go since that first time I saw that guy drawing Pokemon.
Like, that's crazy. Your 20th Kickstarter. That's nuts.
It is.
Yeah. So looking back, I mean, what have you learned?
Oh my.
I know that's a big loaded question, but I mean, you know, like,
and let's put it down.
It's more like what are your do's and don'ts of, like, you know, trying to self-publish yourself out there, and you know, in this whole crazy world of, you know, a lot of people, you know, thinking about wanting to do their own comic. And you know, what have you found? Because like Al has gone through some things, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, trying to find like distributors and people to print, like, obviously as he mentioned before and stuff like that. Like, what have you found out?
Well,
and learned, and let us glean upon, you know, your knowledge here.
Okay. Well, it helped a lot that I had already had a career in marketing.
Right.
So for anyone looking to self-publish, number one, the hardest thing is getting the comic book done in the first place.
Right.
So if you can get past that, the second hardest thing I'd say would be to market your products and to distribute your product. And just taking sort of general marketing courses, I'm sure you could find something online, would help substantially to learn how to put together your product and present it in a marketable fashion. So that experience between graphic design and marketing and packaging design and all this work experience I already had fit like a puzzle piece with self-publishing.
Right.
Yeah, so that's number one. What I'd say, take some marketing courses or brush up on it, see what you can use from that. Because all the time when creators go to self-publish, they just don't know anything about it. And then they'll try to hire people, and there's a lot of marketing firms that just take your money and don't do anything. So there's that.
Exactly. Right.
There's a lot of that. You have to watch that. I don't trust any marketing firms at all. So yeah, that's probably the biggest thing that you need to do to be successful. And then also don't say you're going to put out a book and then take 5 years to do it. That's
Liefeld.
That will destroy you. It will destroy you. So when I launched Boobs 1, I made sure it was all the way done first. And then Boobs 2 was the same way. So I've always been a proponent of, strong delivery and fulfillment. That's very important to maintain a following. And then, I don't know, beyond the way, I've learned how to make comics better. So you're not going to know how to make, a really good comic until you have the experience making one.
Right.
And you're going to learn all kinds of things in the thick of it, of like, oh, this works better. Oh, this works better. And what to do and what not to do. I see people like Eric July learning those things. And I had to too. Like double page spreads and little things like that, and how to work with printers. So to self-publish, you're just your own whole machine. So you should brush yourself up on how everything works. And what gets you through is just the passion for the medium. The story has to be good. The story is probably the most important part of a comic book. Making sure that's good. Yeah. Yeah, art is a bit subjective. You can push around the different styles on that one, but the story, it has to be good. So spend a lot of time making sure your story is good.
So, how should I put it? Because how should I put this? A lot of your stuff is pretty racy.
Yeah, it is, and I love it. And
I know. So no, because I'm wondering why, or probably more accurately, how did it come about that you wanted to go into the vein of more or less like the cheesecake kind of stuff? I don't know how else to word it. I don't know.
No, you're fine. I'm not a person who gets offended easily. So
no. I mean, in case the YouTube overlords, decide, that no, you can't use that word. So,
our stuff is pretty. It's like a lot of our books are like rated R movies, basically. It's again, the story element is important. Yeah. So the cheesecake helps sell the books. I don't think that's in dispute for any publisher, and it's just fun. People enjoy it. I also, I have a personal philosophy that when it comes to making attractive women on covers and in the story, that was part of what everybody was pushing against, that the mainstream publishers was making all the women ugly and unattractive.
Yeah, right.
So that whole bring, sexy women back, I latched onto that and I was like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I think the human race could use some more just like promotion of what is a man and what is a woman. So Mike says, aren't we trying to make less people gay? Right? Like,
yeah, you know, that would kind of help, you know.
Yeah, so to me, and see, I've also never had a problem with it. So it's not just like something I invented either. It's already been a very strong genre inside of indie comics. And when I was in Arizona working for it, I worked for Zenoscope, which has all that cheesecake stuff. And then Coffin was, you know, right around the corner. And I knew all these Coffin artists, and I worked with them too, coloring their stuff. So that was the natural. That was the natural market. That's what they do. Right. And it's gone back that way for decades. There's always been cheesecake in indie comics. In fact, that's kind of a lot of what indie comics are, because they'd rather not be censored by the mainstream. So anything indie, I think, in my opinion, should be punchy, should be maybe even offensive, should be outside of the box, because that's what people come to indie comics for. It's for the things. Yeah, it's well, there is a route, like Al Nickerson does, is Christian, what would you call it, inclined, you know, like that kind of content makes sense to be outside of the mainstream too. So anything that's not mainstream should be indie. So I've embraced that, and all of our titles are somewhat, you know, what you wouldn't find in the mainstream, and I think that's how it should be. And cheesecake is just generally very popular, and it's what I got really good at doing. So I had no reason to not do it. You know, it's what I did for Zenoscope. I colored pretty women and I drew pretty women. And it's what I did for the Coffin Comics artists when I worked with them. I was coloring all of their pretty women. So it was inspiring, because when I went to do my own stuff, I was like, I know what I'm good at. You know, I know what I can do. And I made a bunch of women. And I don't see anything wrong with it. I think that actually a lot of our customers are couples, married couples. And I think it's just stimulating for the whole human race to be less gay. For the men to be less gay, especially, like, and appreciate women. And I think they need that. I think that I'm actually doing a healthy thing. I don't know if you agree with me, that you don't have to. I don't know if Al agrees with me.
No,
but
actually,
the way I see it.
Yeah, no, because you know what? In a way that makes total sense. It's like, as a woman that, you know, is bringing how should I put it? It's bringing the appreciation of the female form back into comics, where now mainstream comics are trying to, how should I put it, for lack of a better word, uglify the female form.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, because yeah, we've seen it in video games, we've seen it in movies. I mean, we've definitely seen it in comics now. I mean, my God, you know, and I suppose you could say, you know, whatever passes for music nowadays, but no, you know, I totally see that point of view. It's like, yeah, let's bring back when, you know, when men were men and women were women, and women didn't have a schlong hanging between their legs, only to find out, like, at 2 a.m. of the horrible mistake that somebody made and wanted to kill themselves. You know, it's like that, and I get it.
It's combating the Marxist agenda.
Exactly.
That's exactly what it's doing. And I think as a woman too, women actually just want to be loved and appreciated. I think there's something really natural about it when it comes to the interactions between the genders, which has been one of their main focuses on this, if you want to call it a culture war. Yeah. That's what it is, of turning the men against the women and the women against the men. Yep. And at our core beings, I think naturally men think women are very beautiful and want to appreciate that. And at a woman's core, naturally, she also wants to be beautiful and appreciated. So it's just encouraging that. And we get female readers too, and they love it. They don't have a problem with it. It's just like, yeah, it's just the natural beauty of a woman has been celebrated in art for thousands of years.
It's nice to know that there are no longer prudes out there. It's like no, it's like this. Let's put it in this kind of, I don't want to say this kind of vein, but let's kind of equate it to this, okay? Let's take like when the great masters, like, and I'm talking painters, would essentially paint nudes. There was nothing wrong with it. It's just the appreciation of the female form. And like this basically equates kind of like what you're doing. It's the appreciation of
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So
Right.
Oh
yeah, I want to jump in
okay,
here.
yeah. No, go ahead.
I think since the 1970s there's been a push to emasculate our society. And
Yes.
once that had happened, they started attacking women. And I think that's been going on the last handful of years. To the point where now they're saying that men can be women and women think they can be men, and they're just getting rid of the gender altogether.
Yeah.
And we've seen that in our society, and it really made me very angry in regards to that creeping up in the comic book industry. And it's not just in the content of the comics that are being published like Marvel or DC, where they put all this gay, woke, gender confusion going on, but they hire people based on their gender or the lack thereof, or their gender confusion. And that also caused problems in the comic book community.
Yep.
So,
Yes.
yeah, I think because the way God created man and woman, man is different from women. And I think there are two genders only. And there's nothing wrong with that. So it's just a part of destroying Western culture. And that really makes me upset. Another thing which is kind of odd is that I remember, especially like in the 1990s with more of the indie comics and like, a lot of the Image stuff, a lot of the feminists were really upset how women were portrayed in comic books. And then it turned into this whole weird thing where women look more like men. And, the She-Hulk looking like a really Buffy kind of dude. And it just went in the other complete direction. So, it's just.
Well, and then you have Eric Larson putting out stuff like, I don't know, stuff like this.
Is this
like,
new?
This is new from Eric Larson.
Well,
then just imagine where the web is coming out. Like, I'm sorry. Really? You're putting this out in Savage Dragon? No,
he's been doing this for years now.
Yeah.
I know, but this is what you're talking about. Like, really? Like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna get this. Yeah.
He's always been a bit controversial with his art. That's true. But it's that whole pushing the Overton window, Al, is exactly what you're talking about. And it's like at every turn, it goes to the extreme. Even feminism in itself has gone to the extreme. And I think that's all part of a very evil spiritual philosophy to invert everything natural.
Sure.
And made from God, if you will. So, women have to be inverted, men have to be inverted, our relationships with each other have to be inverted, our family units have to be inverted, and so on and so forth. And at every single junction where there could be a push to it, more extremism, it's taken that way by design and been even worse of an inversion. And feminism is another interesting one where it's like, these women just hate men, and that shouldn't be the case. And men, as a result, hate women. And it's a chicken and the egg. I don't think it's totally women's fault. I don't think it's totally men's fault. I think it's been pushed along incrementally on each side to then hate each other to the point where, like you said, women don't even exist anymore, and men want to totally replace them. And it's just like, no, let's rewind. Let's rewind back to what we naturally are. Remind everybody what we naturally are. It's just wild to see all that. Feminism has definitely been infiltrated with Marxism and has been for a while. And also the men's movements too. Me Too movement, I think, has been infiltrated. It's no different in a lot of ways than feminism. And I'm talking about the extremes of it. Like a women, extreme feminists, fourth wave feminists will say, oh, well, I don't need a man in my life. I'm independent. Well, what do the extreme Me Too guys say? Or men going their own way? They say the same thing. It's
They
the
do.
same language. I can live
Exactly.
without a woman. I'm independent. No, none of that's right. All of that is an inversion of the truth. And the truth is that men and women are made for each other.
Well, exactly. I mean,
Right, and that's all part of the agenda to destroy Western culture. So
Yeah.
it's not. Yeah, I think that's. But the problem is the lemmings fall for this crazy stuff. And if we start talking about like there are actually two different genders and men are different from women. Sorry, I hit my mute button. And the problem is like once you emasculate society and you get rid of the men, then the women are like, well, where are all the men at? Like, where's my husband? Well, you scared us all away.
Exactly.
That's right.
And that's where we are.
The dating pool on the female side is just as bad as the men's side too. I remember going through it before I met Mike, and I was just thinking how feminine all the men were. It drove me crazy. And what that does to women when men are feminine like that is that it makes women try to take the mantle of being more masculine because there's no one to fill that void. And you have to. Like, women are all about childbearing. There's nothing about women that isn't. And that's another inversion, is trying to take that natural part of being a woman away from women with abortion and all these other things, and promoting the idea as if it's natural and sound. Abortion actually causes breast cancer. It's something like a 200% increase in substance abuse, the risk of suicide, all of this science, this data, which had nothing to do with religion, which was perfectly, completely morally objective on both sides. You could argue it all day long without even getting to the life of the baby, was readily available information. And I've seen it erased from the internet and turned into some, oh, well, if you find that, it's surely just an extremist religious view over the past 15 years. When in 15 years ago, I was able to read it online, it totally out in the open.
I'm glad that you actually mentioned that. Yes, because I heard the exact same thing, and I read the exact same thing, that abortions end up leading up to breast cancer.
They do.
They do.
And killing people.
Yes. Well, yeah. I mean, that's
there's so much bad to it. It's extremely bad on the women's body, and the same problems they say it prevents is it actually causes. A huge corruption in the Western culture is the healthcare industry. And if you don't believe me, who is to blame for all of the transgender kids? If they would have just told them, 5 years ago, this is a phase, we don't need to chop your body parts off. We don't need to leech you for $1 million and you'll just grow out of it. It's the doctors enabled it. And so the healthcare system is very corrupt. The same thing with childbirth. Abortion is basically what transition surgery was. It's the sterilization of women. And women have been lied to about the negative health effects. And it just was a cash cow. Planned Parenthood was a cash cow, using women in the same way that they now have expanded the model over to both genders to now chop off their genitalia and say it's good for you. It's the same process. It's just sterilization.
Yep.
Sadly. Very sadly.
And you know what? And I'm finally glad that I've now met somebody that also knows that too.
Yeah.
About the breast cancer thing. It does.
It makes sense because you have all these growth hormones in your body, right? And then you just prematurely stop it. And what does your body do? Exactly. So it continues to grow. Mm-hmm. Yep. You can find this information. It was like 15 years. I was trying to track down the same sources of where I originally had found all this. But I did find a website about a year ago. It's something like abortionbreastcancer.com or something like that. And it has all these like newspaper clippings back from like the early 1900s and stuff. And into it's wild. It's like it's been covered up for a long time.
Oh, it has.
It was totally widely spread knowledge before.
So that being said, to everybody that just happens to be here listening, if you're on Rumble, come on over to the YouTube side and subscribe there. Or if you're on YouTube, there is the Rumble side. So just in case something happens to this channel, at least on Rumble, you get a little bit more freedom of speech that goes on there. And to everybody that happens to be listening on X, g'day, welcome. And just in case something happens on X, then there's the other two channels on Rumble or YouTube. So go and subscribe there as well as to Al Nickerson. And I'll have the links up there in a minute. I know we got the links up because, you know, Vincent is such a good guy that he always has the links up whatsoever. And there is the Divinity website over at Divinity Comics. And also on the YouTubes there as well for if you want to check Mindy and her husband Mike and what they're doing and what they're creating and all that kind of stuff. So there you go. Yes, and let's see here. What is going on? Okay, yeah. So Vince, yeah, technically anatomically correct for a spider. That's true, as referring back to the Eric Larson thing. So it is technically, yeah, anatomically correct, I guess, but damn, dude, like, damn.
That guy's a pervert.
I know. I don't want that squirting in my face anytime. And Canadian Spider-Man, howdy, dude. Freedom, says Canadian Spider-Man. Nice to see you, my man. Great that you can be here. And welcome to you, my dear friend. So he is my Rick Moranis. So that's right. Yeah, screw YouTube with a cactus. My God,
There's a lot of
I don't
on
want
Rumble.
to.
Rumble is
Yeah,
super cool. I've just started to get into it, and oh my God, was there so much information on there?
oh yeah. You Rumble is now the place. They monetize you immediately over there, and there's Al Nickerson's YouTube channel. And yeah, and also if you want to pick up a sort of reading book, then there is the website to go to. Oh yeah, no, Rumble is becoming the playground to go to. I know it's a lot of political stuff that's going on there because obviously YouTube will, heaven forbid, censor you. So I know it's a lot there over on Rumble. However, you know, there are a lot of gamers and creators and whatnot that are also going over to Rumble because, you know, they can say some things like what we're saying right now. So, and that's why I try to promote the Rumble channel just in case something happens here, because on occasion, yeah, I've been gaining some and then losing some. And I already got one strike because apparently some music that he used was like public domain and they tried to screw me over on that. So you know what? Screw them. So, and yeah, and and hello to you, Canadian Spider-Man. Spiders have large balls. Just saying. Oh no, if need I bring up that Eric Larson picture, you would know exactly what I'm saying. Just go back a couple of minutes, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about then. So anyway, so yeah, so Mindy, this is what we do on Huge Circles, where we're just drawing away and we're just chatting about everything. So
I like it. This is the
it is.
I like to exist in, where people just talk freely, and it should be this way. Like, people should be able to talk about whatever they want to talk about, and that's what I've always thought. And even in disagreement, you have to talk and learn how to disagree. But
that's right, exactly. So yeah, you know what? I also had to chuckle. What was it? I think it was like was it last year? I think you told me about, because we were talking about Rob Liefeld earlier. And you know what? And oh my God, I had to laugh when you directed me to that page on Facebook about people that have been banned by Rob Liefeld.
Yeah.
Oh, that was so hilarious. And I got accepted right away. It was so fast. It's like oh wow, okay, yeah, here's the group that Mindy told me about. And so you answered a few questions and stuff like that. And then I think it was like maybe 2 minutes later, accepted. I'm like, holy crap, that was quick.
There's some
Jeez.
funny stories in there. My favorite one is someone getting banned that won a contest on his Instagram off as a spinner rack contest, I think. Goes to message Rob, and Rob is like, lose my number or something like that, and then bans for asking where his prize was. Okay, so Rob Liefeld does cocaine, right?
Does he still do that? I mean,
I don't know, but I mean, it awfully seems like it if you watch his videos. But he has admitted like a long-term problem with it.
Really?
So that came out during the Deadpool movie in it's like 2023 or something, because they had accidentally said like, oh, this silly writer who can't draw feet and who does a bunch of cocaine or something. And then Rob Liefeld, having been called out, he admits it, and he says, "Oh, haha, yeah, I don't worry, I forgive Ryan Reynolds. It's true." And the hardest part about it all was, coming clean with the kids, because I had been hiding it for so long.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah. So he's a major cokehead. So that explains, and has been apparently for a long time. It's like a long-term thing. And when you do drugs like that long-term, it screws with your brain. You get moody, you get erratic, you don't make sense. So if you look at Liefeld through that lens, he makes more sense as a person. And he also, his running away with $50,000 makes more sense as a person.
Well, yeah, exactly, because it's like almost anything to keep relevant at this point. It's like, just put out, just finally put out your brigade thing.
Yes.
Just finish it up. Like, my God, like what was it? A few months ago, they were going on and on and on, like the whole comic book industry. Liefeld's returning to Image Comics with Youngblood again, and I'm like, okay, fine. It looks like he won the lawsuit and he's got his creation back. Okay, hey, good on him for fighting a long battle, blah, 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 blah. I'll pick up the first issue and, kind of like looking forward to it, because I had Youngblood 1, way back when, in like, what was it, 92 or 91 or whatever it was. Mm-hmm. And I thought maybe I'll check it out and pick it up. Right. And then it comes out, and it's just freaking reprints of the original comics. I'm like, what the hell? Are you serious? Give me a break. Oh, what a shyster. Like,
he is. Do you know the story of our original issue with Liefeld from 2016, and why we got canceled from the industry is because of freaking Liefeld?
No.
There was definitely a bias. There was definitely a push. We were contacted by BLM and trans rights groups. This was before they were even popular. Nobody even knew what BLM was.
Right.
And there's obviously a coordinated effort in all of our culture to eradicate Western culture. So this was just part of it. But it was very confusing back then because nobody knew that. And we didn't know that. So we were like, why? What is going on? It started with Liefeld. We were trying to start our own convention, and there was a show called Amazing Arizona that just pulled out of the territory of Arizona and said that there were no comic book fans in Arizona worth like their time or whatever to hold a show. And that made a lot of people mad, because the only other show really was Phoenix Comic-Con, and that was not comic book focused. And people really liked the Amazing Comic-Con show, which was very comic book focused. Right. So it became this race for everybody to start their own convention, basically. And we had joined that race, I guess. But then out of the blue, and Phoenix Comic-Con, by the way, was in trouble for tax evasion at this time, and was going through really difficult periods where they were trying to look for good PR because they were really hated. And so we announced that we were going to have a show, or we might actually, no, we didn't even announce it yet. We hadn't even announced that we were going to have a show yet, but we had invited our personal friends. And back at that time, we were friends with a lot of people, a lot of talent. Neil Adams, Chad Harden, a Harley Quinn artist, just like a whole swath of people. And we had traveled to California. We were exhibiting at a show. We come back to Arizona, and next thing I know, I wake up one morning and Liefeld's trashing us online. We had been on good terms with Liefeld up until this point. Like, he did a 180 on us. It was completely out of the blue. Just a couple weeks beforehand, we went to California and brought him a bunch of books to sign. It was what was the book that we had him sign? Oh, he can't hear me. It was at the Golden Apple in California. It wasn't the relaunch of Brigade. I don't remember. Anyways, he was like taking pictures with us and posting it on our Instagram. You know, like, we had no problems with Liefeld. Then out of the blue, we wake up one day and all over Facebook we're being trashed. And he is telling everybody that Mike, my husband, pretended that he bought the amazing show, which never happened. And I've shown all the emails to prove our innocence on this.
Yeah.
Like, and admittedly, like, I've even talked now, it was like a few months ago, to Rich Johnson about it at Bleeding Cool, because he's the one that started posting all these articles. And like, and Liefeld just straight up lied. Like, I don't know where this came from. And he said that, yeah, Mike had pretended to buy out Jimmy J's show and was trying to use the clout to like get people to come to the show. That was it.
Oh, really?
And he was painting us as like scammers. Yeah, which is so funny because now that time has passed, who's the scammer?
Yeah, exactly.
We deliver sometimes.
Why would Rob do that? Like, where did that come from?
Right. That's what we said. We were so confused. And I reached out to Rob and I said, this is not right. Like, what is going on? Okay. And also, can you talk to me? And he was like, blocking, and blocked me. So he got somehow Rob involved himself in an email thread with Fabian Nasieza. So this is interesting. Fabian is the co-creator of Deadpool, right? And Rob Liefeld has on multiple occasions taken credit for being the creator of Deadpool, kind of leaving Fabian out. They don't get along.
Yes, exactly.
Right. And Mike, being a nerd, the nerd that he is, he invited Fabian, but not Rob, to represent Deadpool. So I think that was part of it. Right. Because Rob is crazy, man. And he's got this giant ego. He's like he's one of those 90s era creators that has this giant ego.
Yeah.
And we've seen Rob do it time and time again, and he'll trash you. If you don't blow smoke up his butt and praise him, he will block you. He will trash you. He will call you a scammer, whatever. So I think that was definitely part of it. And Fabian, we didn't know Fabian very well. Or no, Mike knew him, but like I didn't know Fabian very well. And I'm the one that wrote the email too, by the way. They're trying to take this out of context, one sentence from this one email that actually I wrote.
Oh, really?
And they tried to paint it as Mike was doing this thing. Yeah, it was totally fucking vicious and a lie. And I've shown all the emails and all the context, and it fits in there. We never ever claimed that. In fact, we were very clear and we said, this is our first show. Amazing Arizona is gone. It is dead. We are Mike and Mindy. This is our show that we are throwing. There was no confusion. And this one sentence I wrote to Fabian, not even Mike, said we were basically taking over. And those 3 words were in the context of pipe and drape. I was actually talking about curtains. And I used the same words that the convention center told me, because we had called the convention center and said, hey, how about this spot of the show? And they said, yeah, it's going to be the same. Like, you have the same security, you have the same pipe and drape company. They're going to come. You're basically taking over the spot. You see? So that's what I relayed to Fabian, because he was asking, he was like, oh, it's a new show. But still, if you scroll up in the email, I said right there, this is our show. And Fabian himself has confirmed. He confirmed this year, because we reached back out to him when we were talking to Rich Johnson to confirm it. And then even then, in the original article that Bleeding Cool posted about Rob talking smack, it shows Fabian commenting on Rob's thread saying they did not do this. Like, they did not represent themselves as Jimmy J.
Wow.
But so it was a lie to begin with. And yet, because people hated Trump and because people wanted us gone, they ran with it, and Bleeding Cool ran with it. And we were just like completely trashed by the woke mob. And then, like I said, BLM randomly started calling us and leaving voicemails, and we got attacked by the woke mob. And it was so darn confusing because we were like, who is BLM? Who are these trans groups? And now looking back in history, I see that it's been many people, many businesses, and their whole goal is to swoop in and attack you and destroy Western civilization. So that was part of that whole political movement. But back then it was very confusing, and Rob was a very useful idiot. And I think also he was getting total. This is my suspicion, but I think it adds up. That he was getting a kickback from Jimmy J himself. Jimmy J, that showrunner. So you can't actually buy the show. It's very complicated, or I don't know. Mike knows it, and other people know it, but I've not educated myself to its full extent. But to sell the show is complicated, in name. So basically, I think Jimmy J told his friend, which was our competitor, one of our competitors who had a comic shop, who we already had bad blood with, who is Jesse James Comics, and was also Brian Polito's business partner. And he wanted to start his own show. And he was best friends with Jimmy J, the showrunner that pulled out, that was talking smack. And Jimmy J started threatening the talent. This is what I heard, saying that they couldn't support us. They had, if they did, they'd be blacklisted from his show. And pulling that bullshit, even though he didn't even have a show in Arizona. So what was I going to say? So I think he told Jesse basically or Polito or something that was going on. Hey, you should have my spot for the show. And it was a non-written verbal agreement that they were already going to have that show spot. And we didn't know. We weren't part of the loop. Jesse ran Jimmy's after parties. Rob Liefeld was the featured guest at their show. And this happened a week or so before, or right in that same time frame of right when Liefeld decided to trash us. So I think they had a conversation, and I think they said, hey, go trash these people for us, please.
Wow.
And so we can have the show. And now Brian Polito's Sworn Fest show are the same dates as our show was going to be. And Jesse and Brian actually did partner up and buy Tucson Comic-Con and start their own thing. And Jesse now recently moved to Florida. He owed the state of Arizona over $1 million. It's crooks at every turn.
So it's kind of like the Whisper Network, basically. It's another Whisper Network.
Yes, it was. And when those news articles started coming out with the Whisper Network and how they had ties to BLM and trans rights groups, I was like, holy shit, this is real. And I've been invited to the Whisper Network. I know it's real. It was at San Diego in 2015. I was an artist there with a booth, and I had a fan come up to me, and she's like, do you want to be part? She was even whispering. Wow. I thought it was really strange. Okay. She said,
well, hold on, just a minute, just to clarify. Okay. To all of those, first of all, Slayer, Lord J, nice to see you, man. Canadian Spider-Man, great to have you here. Vince Womack wanted, because I got to catch up on the chat a little bit. Vince Womack, wonder if Snowflame is based on Liefeld.
Probably. I think so.
I think so. Snorter Poopus, nice to see you, that you're still here. Yes, and just and a reminder, just to share and and spread the channel around, because even though, what was it, last week or even the week before, something like that, I was at 1,300. The YouTube authorities give it and take it away. So I guess again we're 3 away from 1,300 again. So if you guys can share and if you're new here, subscribe. Glad to have you here. Okay. So to those who might not know, if you're watching on Rumble or on X or here on the YouTubes, well, you guys here on the YouTubes pretty much know what the Whisper Network is, but let's clarify what the Whisper Network is. So Mindy, or Al, if you want to clarify what the Whisper Network is all about, then go ahead.
Well, I would say I would say it's like Blue Sky now, but in secret.
Right.
So you got all these, people on the left having, secret chats. But the problem really occurs when they start to put together a plan to cancel somebody and destroy somebody's career. So that's really quite a terrible problem. I do have a question though. Mindy, you mentioned Rich Johnston. Were you saying he was trying to help you in your problems?
No.
Oh, all right. Because I wouldn't think so.
No, I was very mad at him because he latched onto the article. Oh, and get this too, Jesse James was also a reporter for Bleeding Cool. So,
all right.
So where was he getting his news that all this happened? And we tracked it down. Like they were telling things that happened that didn't happen. Like Bleeding Cool was being blatantly dishonest. And that's what I told Richard Johnson recently when I talked to him. I was like, you were blatantly dishonest. And
that's a surprise.
Yeah, right. So I mean, I try to give him the benefit of the doubt, and his response to me was, well, I just genuinely didn't know. I thought I was reporting the news. And I'm like, you failed to do all due diligence. How can you call yourself a reporter? They said they were trying to paint us as scammers. And newbies, but we had an established online eBay store of over 14,000 sales with 100% positive feedback. How can that be if we were sitting there scamming people? On top of it, the narrative that we were even trying to say that we were Jimmy J's show or we bought out a show doesn't even make sense in the first place, because the majority of people we invited were our personal friends. Influence was not needed.
Right.
So that's a bunch of horse shit too. And then on top of that, you had Fabian saying right there in the one email that we didn't do that. He did not believe we came off that way at all. So all of it is like immediately disproven with anyone with any sense of, literacy that can read. And the fact that they just kept pushing it. And then Bleeding Cool kept posting articles about us to where I would call it harassment. Like they kept going. They even they took a meme off of Mike's Facebook that he had posted 6 months previous to repurpose for a new article at some point and said, is this Comic Outlaw's most offensive post yet? And it was all about being offense. And they'd even plugged there that Mike had posted in a Trump group. And none of this, it was all just so biased, right? It was a hit piece. And I called, Rich Johnson showed up on my ex a few months ago and was defending Bleeding Cool of not writing hit pieces. And I was like, you want to try that again, Rich? And I was very mad at him. And then since then, we've had like 2 interactions on my Facebook, which, like, again, I will only attack somebody if they attack me first. I have a rule of how I behave.
Right.
And if you're sitting there being stupid and insulting and disrespectful, then it's fair game. If you're sitting there being respectful, then I am respectful in turn. And logic always takes precedence, right? So with Rich, he apologized to Mike. He didn't apologize to me. I'm still waiting. But he apologized to Mike in that interaction on X and said he was sorry for the hate it caused. And at the bottom of their articles, they were plugging Jesse's show. There's obviously a hit. There was obviously a transference of hate the Wheelers and like Jesse James or like this.
Yeah.
And and I was like spelling out what a hit piece was, the definition of it to Rich, like logic. And he didn't have a good answer.
Well, of course.
And all I can say is, it's been 10 years. I've let it go a bit, but Rich is very socialist. I don't know why he has any influence at all in American politics, but again, it's just like everything has been obviously put into place to destroy our culture anyway. So when 1 + 1 = 2, all the good guys have been pushed to the, into the slums, and all the bad guys have won for the most part.
Well, I've always seen, working at comics, a certain amount of weird need for celebrity, whether you're going to like a retailer, to an editor or a publisher, or somebody actually working in comics. I suppose, like, I don't like Bleeding Cool at all. I think it's a bunch of leftist, Marxist, crazy garbage. But maybe it makes Rich Johnson empowered somehow in an industry that he sort of kind of likes, because that's the only thing he can really do.
Maybe so. He's admitted that he wasn't a journalist or something like that. I remember reading about that or seeing that, and it's true. Like, what those pieces were just TMZ gossip. He runs a gossip rag.
Right.
The only time I saw him, and like, I haven't paid much attention to it since, right? But I did see him do some pretty good coverage of the Diamond bankruptcy. And I was laughing at that because the articles that were coming out one of them was just about Jesse James and how he was moving to Florida and shutting down his business, and that he was like super good friends with Steve, what's his name, Jesby or something, and he was the guy that was running that part of Diamond. And that in the same breath, the Diamond was overextending credit to these retailers that they shouldn't have.
Right.
And I have no doubt in my mind that Jesse was one of them, which explains the $1 million debt that he had, which explains why they would be so greedy about wanting a show, a convention.
Oh.
You see, because millions of dollars are generated at conventions. So if they want millions of dollars, here's another thing people don't know. A lot of people don't know about Polito. Polito ran Chaos Comics, which was the 4th largest publisher in the country. And that was back decades ago. And he ran it into bankruptcy due to his poor financial management. And it went down in, I think, 2013.
Yeah, I always wonder what happened to Chaos.
Yeah,
Comics.
So millions of dollars were apparently a necessity there too. And then you have all this interesting stuff with the IPs of Lady Death and all of Brian's characters getting bought by Diamond. And then Dynamite. And Dynamite's an interesting beast because they are always having their fingers in things. They bought out Jesse James' shopping network. This was more of Rich Johnson's Bleeding Cool articles I read. Jesse, at the time when Mike and I stumbled upon him in 2015, he had and ran up until recently the largest comic book shopping network on Facebook. So when he got a hair up his ass, and that dude's fucking crazy. That dude's like, in my opinion, all right, with my dealings with him, I don't like Jesse. Right. I think whatever. I won't. I'm not trying to slander him. I just have very bad blood with Jesse. I'll say that. So anyways, it's not really a surprise to me now looking back that all of these retailers and at Mike and I, just some random nobodies in Arizona, had this huge impact and caused this mass wave of woke mob and pushback because Jesse owned the largest Facebook shopping network for comic books. Wow. So I just want to say to everybody, if get who Chaos Comics was, they were the guys that put out in the 90s Evil Ernie, if you remember that. I believe it was Evil Ernie and a bunch of other ones. So if just a little bit of a clarification if you guys don't remember whatsoever. So yeah. And Dynamite owns all of those characters now. So after Chaos went to bankruptcy, and he used to operate off of the East Coast here in New Jersey and stuff, and he was involved in like film and stuff like that. And then he kind of went away and hid for a few years because he owed a lot of people money. People were mad at him. People don't like him.
Because wasn't there talk about what was it, like an Evil Ernie movie or something like that, like years ago? I kind of remember that a little bit. Yeah. So,
that doesn't surprise me because Brian's always been involved in like the horror scene in the movies and the indie movies, and he wants to do stuff like that. He always has been involved. And but a lot of people don't like Polito. They don't realize Polito's not very widely liked in this industry by other creatives and publishers and stuff. And he owed a lot of people money. So he disappeared for several years. And then he moved all the way over to the West Coast in Arizona, where all the crooks are. Arizona's very Wild West still. Okay. It was like the last state to become a state. So like I found through living there that there's just like it's a cesspool of corruption, and coming straight from California too. All of California has migrated into Arizona, so it's even worse now. But yeah, that's Arizona for you. And so he moved over there, and then he launched.
Impossible. California like that? No.
Oh God, don't even get us started.
Yeah.
He launched Lady Death on Kickstarter in 2014, and Mike and I were there at his first Kickstarter party. We were helping out. Jesse was at Jesse James' shop, and Jesse was helping Brian. And yeah, so that was our first introduction into like the comic book world of the indie scene and all of that, and getting involved was right there with Coffin and Lady Death and Brian and all that. And Lady Death is the only property that Brian was able to get back. All the other ones are lost. And Dynamite is an interesting beast to follow because, like I said, they have their fingers and everything. They have Brian's IPs. They bought out Jesse's Shopping Network. They're those kind of consolidating forces that I see. They're dynamic forces. That's Dynamite too. I think they bought that out, or they've always been that. And then you find that Dynamite was funding Ethan Van Sciver's Comicsgate.
Wait, all right.
What?
Well, you don't know that connection?
I don't know that, but I want to ask you something about Dynamite. Didn't you do a cover for them or something, and wasn't that a problem? Because I think that's the first time I ever heard about you, Mindy.
Oh, was it? I did a Vampirella cover, yeah. And I will never work with them again. They disappointed me. Yeah, that was during 2020. And so I didn't know the Dynamite Comicsgate connection at that point in 2020. That was when I was starting to draw boobs and my book Karma, and really put things onto paper after coming out of trucking. And I wanted to get back into comics. And that was right after Indie Crowdfund too. And I had seen, so I had already beefed, I believe at that point, with Ethan. And Comicsgate was kind of like an enemy to me. They would troll me all the time. They still do.
Right.
It's so much less now though. They're so little. Like they're nothing. Like they lost all their steam. They could have been something way bigger than what they were, and now they're really small in comparison. And that's because they didn't deliver their books. It's because they didn't deliver their books.
Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh no, sorry. I got these long-winded stories. If I'm ever just talking too much, just tell me.
No, it makes for good content. Let's put it that way. So
okay, good.
I just want to hear the story about the connection between Comicsgate and Dynamite. I didn't know anything about that.
Yeah.
Right,
so I didn't know anything about that either, and I saw that they were doing Vampirella covers, and this was 2020 when they were closed down for COVID, basically. And I had reached out, and I got tossed around because it was COVID. And long story short, I don't like Nick. What's his name? Nick Barucci. No, he and I don't get along. And they told me at the end of it, after I had felt that they were kind of scammy, that he told me that they were disappointed in my Vampirella sales, that I didn't bring in enough money. Basically, they were looking for a cash cow, I think. And I brought in almost $8,000 on that cover, and they took a long time to pay me my portion. And I just was not happy with that experience. Okay. I thought they were very unprofessional. And I'm sure they think the same about me because we butted heads. And during that time, during my campaign, it came out in the news that they were funding Comicsgate or a part of Comicsgate. And I was pissed.
How does that work?
Ethan, when he got fired from DC or let go or he quit or whatever. Okay, there's a whole rabbit hole there too. Like, did you know that he was involved in litigation with Jeff Johns?
Did I know that? I don't think I did.
Yeah, Jeff Johns named the villain of the Flash after Ethan's kids.
Because I remember that. Yeah.
Ethan was not also very popular. Okay, so, and he was trashing Trump voters like right before he claims he was canceled for voting for Trump. That whole story. Okay, basically take my story of what I've told you. We got actually canceled. I call what happened to Ethan funded, sponsored. So after his parting, if you will, with DC, Although I'm sure
Right.
there was cancel culture involved to some degree, but still, I think Ethan's a piece of shit. And I think that's a main reason why. And like I said, there was litigation and all of that too, which adds an interesting dynamic to his parting with DC. So then he leaves DC or whatever. And then all of a sudden he makes $1 million, capitalizing off of this whole Marxist cancel culture thing. Meanwhile, I'm sitting in like a truck, totally like everybody's shitting on me. I am not welcome. But he makes $1 million, and apparently we find this out during the Vampirella stuff that, like, I guess Nick Barucci and him had coffee or something. Like, they lived close and they were friends, and they would go over to his house, Ethan's house, Nick would, and Nick offered to help Ethan, and they were responsible for the fulfillment of Cyberfrog. And Cyberfrog, if you look into it, is questionably maybe even a Dynamite property. I forget the rabbit hole there. You'll have to look at that. But
yeah, because it was odd how that just exploded all of a sudden with like everybody conveniently loving Cyberfrog, and that it made #1 among the indie publications. It's like I never even heard of Cyberfrog.
Nobody gave a shit about Cyberfrog or Ethan either. The only reason Ethan is popular is because of Jeff Johns, and Jeff Johns does not like Ethan. And Ethan was notoriously slow with his deadlines. And catch this, if you go back, because I was so tuned into things with like Conservative of the Arts and Glenn Beck and all that, I was watching. Oh, hang on one second. My kids are calling.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Later, my husband says that he sent you on Facebook, I think, a BLM clip or something to check your messages. But I don't.
Okay.
Train of thought, Mike. Hang on, Mike. So I don't want to lose my train of thought. Guess part of what pushed Ethan to popularity? A Ben Shapiro interview.
Really?
Yes. Ethan went on Ben Shapiro's show as being this, I'm so canceled. And then there's his numbers. It's also been revealed since then, especially with Indiegogo's new terms of service that they've changed recently, like over the past month, that people can have multiple backers, like backer numbers. So Indiegogo in itself is a pay to play. And people don't realize that. They'll even like say, hey, if you pay us this much money, we'll push your stuff. Kickstarter's not like that. Indiegogo is a pay to play model, and they have been able to, up until this point, give people multiple backer numbers, which means the backer counts and the money is like completely questionable. So you wonder who, I think personally, I think Comicsgate was a totally funded Marxist, divisive movement, just like BLM, just like Me Too. It's a hashtag movement. It's right out of the socialist playbook, where like there's tons of people who think they're fighting for a good cause, and then the people at the top are doing really crooked things and lying about it and taking money and taking everybody's money and taking conservatives' money. And the people at the bottom are the mob that defends these actions and enable it because they don't realize what they're into. And it's this whole like, oh, well, it's so like you can't define a woman, like what is a woman? It's the same thing. People go, what is Comicsgate? They're like, it's just a group of things, or we don't really know. It's very socialist in its structure. And I've pointed this out for years. Now there are some good people here and there, but generally that's exactly what I believe. And Dynamite was right there in the beginning. Dynamite has that behavior. The whole thing that was interesting with my Vampirella cover that they said, oh, it didn't make enough money. Apparently the Star Wars girl, her large YouTuber, they reached out to her to sponsor her into comics, and her comic cover was absolute dog shit. It was the worst cover I've ever seen in a book, and she made $50,000. And that's what they want. They want the money. They're after the money. They were after influence. It appears to me that they've been after influencers and trying to be a big kind of like money funnel to capitalize off of the divisive movement that happened in 2016 in comics and take money from both sides. But if you look at their content, they're very like LGBTQ stuff. Like if you go on Instagram and look at like their cosplayer comics and Vampirella, like they're much more left than they are right.
Well,
So-
that doesn't surprise me, but are you saying that Dynamite funded Cyberfrog?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I believe it's their property. You'll have to look into that one. They were helping
Okay.
fulfill, and at one point Ethan had to denounce, and that's how this all came out. He had to denounce Nick Barucci and Comicsgate, because Comicsgate or Dynamite had even announced they were going to do a Cecil cover, and people in the mainstream didn't like Comicsgate, and they got pissed and they had to cancel the cover. And and my Vampirella campaign went down. All of their campaigns went down. And Nick Barucci had emailed me at that time and said, can you pull up any Renfamous tweets? He asked me. And I was so confused. Like, why is this the CEO of this company asking me about a Twitter spat, thinking that had something to do with my Vampirella campaign going down? Oh yeah, please play this. Please play this.
Okay. So this is what was sent to me by Mike and Mindy. And okay, so let's see. Let's have a look. So even Evan gets in bed with BLM. Okay, let's listen.
And stuff. Did you back Cyberfrog 2, by the way?
I think I did, but then Dynamite Comics came out with that BLM Humble Bundle, and I just couldn't give you any more money after that. So yeah, I refunded it.
You refunded it? Oh, shit.
Yeah, because you got in bed with BLM.
My bad.
So yeah, I refunded it.
You refunded it? Oh, shit.
Yeah, because you got in bed with BLM.
My bad. Dude, it's a shame because the book's really good.
Dynamite!
Huh. All right, so hold on. I'll just read that out. Okay. So quick peek at the Cyberfrog Vampirella retailer variant that is going up on Indiegogo this week. If you'd like to get in the spirit and support Dynamite Comics, here's the link to the shop. Order Vampirella #1 by Christopher Priest. Okay. So then they put the link in there from 2019. Oh,
These are private DMs between Ethan and the war campaign.
wow.
Dynamite as Comicsgate. See, they were starting to openly associate,
Wow.
and then they had to stop because they were getting pushback. This is their Humble Bundle. It's donated to all these leftists, the Bail Project.
Spearheaded by Gail Simone.
Yes, you
Oh,
see? And
the head of the Whisper Network.
yes, and the Bail Project was bailing people out for the George Floyd, and the Antifa, the funds that went to bail them out. So
Well, imagine my shock.
yes, Dynamite ended up donating the CG Books money to these charities.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, oh my god.
Oh, pause this real quick. Wait.
Okay.
Pause that. So you know how I said I thought the Comicsgate weirdly might have fashioned their whole structure based on what happened to Mike and I? I know
Right.
that's a really weird claim, but I have had a feeling that these comic book people have been watching me for a long time. Be the change, Al, if you remember, was the slogan for my Conservatives in the Arts group.
Right.
Okay. So go ahead and play it.
Okay. So, to either man, Skyber, I'm sorry, Dynamite is donating to the Bail Project. It's already documented that the Bail Project has been bailing Antifa and BLM rioters out of jail, or I
Out
guess
of jail.
that's supposed to be out of jail. I will not let my money go to them. I can no longer back anything Comicsgate that deals with Dynamite. Wow. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Is it Ethan here saying that he realizes what's going on and he's no longer helping Dynamite?
He had to disassociate with Nick. I don't think he's disassociated with them at this point, but he was behind it for a long time. And then what happened when he finally had to pull the plug away from them was
because you got in bed with BLM.
Was the ribbit coin. So when people started finally receiving their Comicsgate books, which remember Dynamite did the fulfillment for, there was a ribbit coin. And the ribbit coin was like advertised as silver or something like that. And it came back and it was like junk from China. And people were pissed. And Ethan needed someone to blame. And that's Ethan's tactic. It's a tactic of a politician. He does something or whatever, and he finds a group to blame and turn into the villain. And then he trashes that group, and then he moves on, and he has to do this, and he does this over and over and over again. So for the ribbit coin, he had to finally come out with it and be like, yeah, that was Dynamite's fault, not mine. And people are going, what do you mean Dynamite? And this was years after like he had launched Cyberfrog. So it's all unraveled, and you see the connection now. So I do not believe Ethan was Comicsgate is an organic movement. I think Comicsgate was a capitalized Marxist movement based off of what was going on with people like Mike and I from 2016. And they saw that and went, I know what we can do. We're going to do a lawsuit. We're going to do, funding, whatever. And it was very coordinated. Yeah.
Well, all right. So the video we just saw, is that from your website?
Is that from, I think that's from Mike's Facebook. That's originally from Twitter. There's a few accounts that have followed Ethan this whole time, and granted, the Twitter world is crazy, but that did happen. I've seen all of it. I've seen all of it myself.
Wow. I was just wondering who created that video.
Who created it was Pan. He's a war campaign guy, and that's another thing where Ethan blamed everything. So when people like me, I was like the second or third or fourth or something to get canceled out of Comicsgate. And when I came into Comicsgate, it was the same Whisper Network shit. And that's why I left. I was only there for like 3-4 weeks or whatever. And I started getting invited into these chats. And Ethan lied about me. He said I was asking to be on these live streams. He said I was asking for all this money and shit from him, and I wasn't. And I never did. And he's even showed our DMs, which I was surprised because it shows that he lied. So it's right there. But he's twisted, and he twists everybody's perceptions, and he probably can't even keep track of all the lies he tells because there's so many. And never mind the defamation lawsuit he lost calling someone a pedo. I don't know if you saw that, and he had to apologize. Like, this dude is a proven liar. So what was I saying? Oh yeah, it was the same Whisper Network. It was the same. So I get invited to these comic chats, and they had like swooped up in 2019 and adopted me, and they were like memeing my face and putting my name in articles to combat all of the heat they were taking as Comicsgate. And I became this like token woman for a couple weeks, and I didn't like it. I wasn't really about it. I had just come from being totally blacklisted openly to now they were like using me as cannon fodder to support their cause. And I was like, I don't know who you guys are. And like, people were starting to involve me in fights with Image, and it was very, very stressful. I was very stressed, and I was not really okay with any of it. I just wanted to make comics, and I got invited to Ethan's stream by, I don't know who, probably Ethan himself, but I was being sent these links, and I was going onto these chats. Keep in mind, I was a traveling mom with a newborn baby. I've had several babies over the years, but yeah, a newborn baby at the time. And it was very inconvenient for me. I didn't really vibe with them. I was like, why am I here shilling for these people's projects that are making $1 million? I don't give a fuck about these guys. And I was like, they were using me as a token woman to shield from criticism publicly. And then privately, they were just ghosting me. And I was trying to ask questions like, what the fuck is going on here? And nobody was talking to me. And then these internal group chats they were sending me links to, they were doing the same stuff as the Whisper Network. They were going, oh, look at this one person. And they were creating coordinated, targeted harassment campaigns against these people they didn't like.
So, because I remember Go ahead.
Oh well, first I want to say hello to Dark Helmet, because he wants to know, what's being discussed. So we're talking about comics. We're talking about, well, let's see, we were talking about Rob Liefeld. We're talking about the whole Comicsgate thing, the Whisper Network thing, how Ethan Van Sciver is a piece of dog crap, and how he's involved with the whole SJW BLM stuff, and like lots of interesting stuff that is going on behind the scenes and while drawing. And this is Mindy from Divine Comics or Divinity Comics, sorry. And with my trusty other comic compatriot Nickerson. So that's what's going on. And if you want, like, subscribe, and hey, if you want, maybe a super chat or two wouldn't hurt as well for providing copious amounts of entertainment. So there we go. Back to you, Chad.
So when Comicsgate started, I remember it was just a nice movement, and it seems like all the guys that were part of that were people that were canceled from the comic book industry. And my understanding is the term name of Comicsgate started with John Della Rose and I can't remember her name, Megan Fox, the writer. That's where they came up with the name Comicsgate.
I
remember a video early on saying like, "Who is Comicsgate?" And it was like, "We're all Comicsgate."
Yeah, that was like a straight up propaganda video that I think Ethan paid people $5 off of Fiverr for. If you go back and watch it, it's really weird. And there's like, it's all diversity too. It's like, who's the leader of Comicsgate? Is that the one you're talking about? I'm the leader of Comicsgate. It's like, seriously, now that we've seen history play out, go back and view Comicsgate as a co-opted movement by Marxists. It started out as a consumer movement between consumers, no creatives, nobody that had been blacklisted. Nobody was there. They came in after. And at that point, everybody will tell you that the movement was destroyed and changed. And that's a huge part to do with Ethan coming in. And he brought all of these mainstream guys. They're all the same mainstream tactics into the movement. But it started with consumers. And I was actually there as a retailer. I had found it and I went, hey, I had been a retailer that had just more so than an artist, and I didn't even have my own books. And I had already seen like the conversations I'd have as a retailer. People would come into our shop and say, women aren't attractive. What is all this diversity hire? And they were sick of it. I stopped collecting comics. I'm putting down Marvel and DC. And I had seen it. And then I had been through it too with all the stuff happened to me. So that's why I was there. I wasn't there to show my own books. I got inspired to. I'd be like, okay, yeah, maybe it'd be time. But again, like I said, it was such a weird place. I withheld, and then I ended up moving on. And the book that I had talked about possibly launching then, I had been planning on launching since like 2014. It's no different. And I'm going to launch it actually next year, which is cool, Karma. But no, I was there in a retailer capacity. That's how I found it. And the creatives hijacked the movement, brought in all this money and attention. Like I said, Ethan had an interview with Ben Shapiro, which is interesting now that we see all that's going on in the world. And then it gets amassed with these people. And another thing I realized was a lot of the following are not actual comic book people. They were just like there because of the culture war, because of all the political stuff going on. But they have fallen off over the years. Ethan's following has dwindled over the years. There's not the oomph it had because it was a capitalistic sort of movement. Not that there's anything wrong with capitalism, but capitalism leeches off of Marxism and Marxism leeches off of capitalism. The people who are so wealthy and so powerful, like the Ben Shapiros of the world and beyond, they often pit people like right versus left against each other, create some phony movement or phony thing, then take your money for it. And then that money goes to, say, funding illegal immigration into the States. Right. So it's like a big wheel that feeds off itself. And Comicsgate to me is no different. It was just a Marxist movement, and people that were actually there that got truly canceled for their values, that were truly representative of a new industry, a healthy industry, were canceled out of Comicsgate. No different than canceled out of the mainstream, myself included. All the Christians, like JDA himself, Tim Lim, Mike S. Miller, they were not allowed. Apparently there was a directive, although I couldn't say this with fact, but it's been talked about, from Dynamite to get rid of all the Christians in early Comicsgate. And I was pretty Christian. I was pretty Christian back then. And that was before I found Catholicism, but I was still pretty Christian. And also, I wanted to be, like, I've always been an entrepreneur. I've always been somebody that creates things, be it businesses, be it technology. So I wanted to do a mobile app at the time because I was tired of the streamers. I thought, after seeing the chats and seeing what they were doing and trying to separate myself from it, I realized they were just a bunch of scammers, and that I didn't want to be around them, and that they were just as evil as the mainstream, and they were the same. And so I was thinking what I could do to help the community of people that were actually there for comics and wanted to actually combat cancel culture. So my husband and I are super technology people, and we built mobile apps before. So I was like, I know I could build a mobile app for these comic book creators that are struggling, that need help. And we could do like a royalty-based system that would be far superior to the way they're getting raped by Diamond. And I already knew I'd been personally raped by Diamond. And then that same idea is basically Global Comics now. Like, I had the same idea as Global Comics. And now, and since then, Global Comics has launched. They're very successful. And yeah, like, I thought of that. But, and I had approached Ethan at the very end there because I understood that he had a lot of influence and a lot of power in this movement. And if he was not going to somewhat endorse it, or at least be okay with it, then it would be a wasted investment of my time and money to do, because he would easily cancel it. So I had asked him about it, and I did not ask him for money. I was not going to ask him for money. I was not going to ask him for anything other than just like his simple blessing, because I realized that he had a very powerful voice. And he spun this and said that I was begging him for money, and chat all over me, called me a scammer again, which is not provable. Everybody keeps using this Liefeld word. So this is interesting. The same words and slander that Ethan cast in my direction was the same stuff that the mainstream did. The same.
We see that a lot in liberal media. Yeah.
It's the same. It's the same people. It's like the Whisper Network in Comicsgate. It's like the same network. And what they do is they destroy other capitalist movements from people who would actually make a change, who would actually care about the industry and care about making comics better, because the Comicsgate, Ethan's Comicsgate, was not there to make things better. It was there to divide people, to use the other side, which Dynamite was. Dynamite is like the mainstream indie guys over here on the left, and they're on the right. So they're making money in both pockets. And that was their whole goal, was just to be a cash cow, have all the conservatives who were mad at the left be their cash cow. And they didn't want any competition. So they did the same thing. They slandered people like me and called us evil capitalists. And
see, because that makes perfect sense. Because why, like when Eric July took off with the Rippaverse, right? Yep. I mean, you technically, because he just came out of with the whole Rippaverse thing, like basically kind of like out of nowhere. Like all of a sudden we're going to be doing comics, and then like 2-3 years later, boom, 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 boom. He's turned it into like definitely $1 million industry. And you would think that for somebody that is totally 100% independent, you would think that seeing how Ethan Van Sciver is supposed to be totally for like the independent way of producing comics, telling stories, blah blah blah, because I got fired from DC and therefore you should be following every independent creator. Those things. But then bashing him along the way. No, I know that. No, I totally get that. But you would think even if he sees Eric July as a rival, let's put it this way, that at least he would be celebrating someone. It's like, yeah, I know you're beating me, and maybe I don't like it in a way, but at least you're doing something for independence. But you don't see that. It's a full on bloody attack.
Yeah.
That and you think that being a very independent and influential at this point, black man, that he'd be like totally for it. But no, we can't have that now, can we? Because he's not in. It's kind of like Trump, because he's not in with the, how should I put it, the mainstream politician type of crowd. It's like that vein. Eric July isn't in the in group, right? So therefore he must be attacked. But then again,
it's the divisive. He makes money off of it.
Exactly.
And that's you start.
Vincent, well, hold on here. Vincent says, yeah, Eric worked a while behind the scenes for his comic. He eventually went public with it. No, that's true. And actually put some money into the work. Yeah, right? So
here's my take on this a little bit.
Okay.
All right. I like many of the people in Comicsgate.
Right.
I personally like those guys. I like their work. And I think it's true that these men and some women were actually canceled from the mainstream comic book industry and just bonded together. If there's some nefarious origins of Comicsgate or some sort of control or connection to the left, that's news to me, because, and I'm not saying it's wrong, this is just all new to me, because the left in the comic book industry, the Heidi McDonald's and, Bleeding Cool and those guys, they hate Comicsgate. So how does that make any sense?
Well, if you look at the grand scope of the pattern of how things work now,
right,
the left, right, this versus that tribal dichotomy is very lucrative. So if Dynamite, for example, hated the left, why were they on the right? If they hate, it doesn't make sense unless you realize that there's people at the top of all of it profiting off of all of it. And the more divisive, the better. Also, if you study some marketing and literature, the tactics used, it's not a coincidence. You see every Fox News or CNN or whoever, pick a side, talk show host put out their own books. And they announce it. Oh, she just came out with a book. Yay! Now here's something. So I've worked in marketing. I've been on the talk shows. I've worked in like doing the commercials and stuff, and newspapers, political ones. And I know their tactics. And you can look up the market research on it. The books on the right will sell way better if they have an enemy on the left, and vice versa.
True.
So this has been going back for decades. This is what it does. So if you realize that someone like Ben Shapiro, if you watch the Nick Fuentes thing, and I'm not like, I don't know much about Nick Fuentes, but I watched that interview with Tucker, and he said that he was approached by the Daily Wire like immediately. And you go, wait a second, this was a long time ago. This was like, what, 15 years ago or something? Why would there be so much interest? And then you see immediately the split of the left and the right in 2016 in the comic industry. And guess who shows up? The Daily Wire.
Yeah, it's very odd.
It is very odd. And they're funding both sides of opposition. That's how it works. There's patterns now that are recognizable throughout all of our politics and all of our culture. And that's why I try to promote people to see beyond those patterns and transcend it, because the enemy is not our fellow human being, but they want you to think so.
Right.
And why does Comicsgate have to have an enemy? Why does it have to have an enemy?
Yeah, right. It doesn't.
It doesn't. And one of the things that I promoted when I first got on the scene in 2019 around that circle was that people should not be each other's enemies.
No.
And they even said, because they exaggerated for somebody like Ethan coming from the left, coming from DC, and by the way, he was like, there's pictures of him at a Democratic booth, like if Democrats shilling for Democrats. Like he's not a Trump righty guy. Has not been, at least I'll say in the past. He volunteered at the Democratic convention, and like I said, if you read Gail Simone's articles that when he did that, she was like, what is Ethan smoking? He's lying, and I never said that. And she was posting about it and wrote like an apology, because apparently they were not an apology, I'm sorry, a big article on it, and describing how weird it was, Ethan's actions, how strange they were, what a 180 it was, because they were really close friends, and how he was like making up these enemies. And I noticed that too in Comicsgate when I first got there. I noticed they were exaggerating the enemies and making things up, because I had just worked as a retailer for like 2 years with my own comic book shop. And I see all of Comicsgate on this big trending thing with their hashtags going, the left doesn't buy comics. And then that couldn't be further from the truth, actually. I know that the Marxist, it's Marxist, but there are a lot of people on the left that buy comics. So of course. I like caught on to the stink right away that they were making up their enemies and it wasn't really all real. And they were doing that to profit off of it. Go ahead.
So are you saying that Comicsgate, the origins of Comicsgate, wasn't just a natural reaction to cancel culture in the comic book industry?
At first, it was started by consumers. And I don't know his name, but like just a couple weeks ago, on my Facebook, someone had come up and said, I am one of the original members of Comicsgate before Ethan, and I am so ashamed of what Ethan has done, and I stopped following a long time ago because it's not at all what it originally intended. It got co-opted by Ethan and his whole mainstream tactics. It started by just a few YouTubers who were consumers who bought comic books, who were talking about, pushing back against basically the Marxism and the destruction of Western culture. Whether or not those are the labels they said then, but they were talking about, the general topics. And then they were not creatives. They were not making money. They were not selling books. And then right on the scene comes Dynamite supported Ethan Van Sciver with a Ben Shapiro interview. Like, where's my interview? All the media was trashing me for voting for Trump. Ethan is talking smack about Trump voters like days before he claims he got canceled for voting for Trump. And then all of a sudden he's escalated through the chain up the Daily Wire to a Ben Shapiro interview to get everybody to come support him and give him $1 million.
Yeah. Okay. So let's show off some of your stuff here. Not I'm just trying to segue a little bit here, right? Because you're here and you're a guest, and so like with everybody else, I gotta promote some of your stuff here.
Sure.
Okay, because you were talking about earlier, about about everything, because so far we're covering everything. Okay, so tell me about this campaign.
So this is G-Busters. This is the second issue. We did the first issue it was the same book that Polito with the ad back in 2023. It would have been June, July, August, September, like around there. And it was super fun. I drew the entire first issue and colored it and did not all the covers. I did some covers. At that point, we were finally starting to hire people to do covers, which was cool. So like Boobs 1, Boobs 2 was pretty much 100% me on the interiors and covers. For sure, number 1 was. And then at this point, G-Busters, I had drawn and colored and all that, and it was an awesome book. I loved it. And so this is the second issue of it. That we've been it's been like a year since we did it, and that's kind of typical. Like as we ramp up productions, we are starting to come out with more faster crowdfunding, the business model. We believe in investing all of our money back into projects. So a book should fund another book, and so on and so forth. And it's kind of a snowball effect to get the wheels turning on a larger, more production company where we put out monthly books and they come out fast. They're maybe already done before they even hit the crowdfunding site. And that's what we've been working towards. And we're finally really getting there. G Busters is already practically done. All the pencils have been done for a couple weeks. The colors are almost done now. I think we're on page like 18 or 20 from a 28-page book or something. So it'll be done in like 2 weeks or so.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And at that same time, we'll get paid from Kickstarter. It'll close and then we go to print. And that's how a couple of our books have been now this year. That was our whole goal of 2025, was to get to the point where we had books done. So it would be a fast delivery. And that's where we're at right now. So we actually just cracked, not annually, but if you go back to the start of our company, April 2023 till now, it was like 2 days ago, we cracked $500,000 in sales.
Wow. God, you're offering a lot of merch.
Yeah, we love the merch. The glow in the dark stuff is fun. We go all out with it, and that's something I really enjoy doing. We do the hobbyist statues, we do the challenge coins, I do the sketch cards, we do the box. That's a lot of just my marketing experience coming out, and I love marketing. I loved marketing when I was doing it. I loved products, I love packaging, and so you see all that creativity basically coming out in the campaigns we do, and I really, really love it. I wish I had more time to post more updates. I've always been really good at that. The past week or two, I need to come out with stretch goals and updates. I've been busy moving the office, but I'm craving that. I'm craving a really nice, good, juicy update with a juicy stretch goal for this. And then
and so you're offering like PDF and printed, obviously, copy.
And absolutely.
And the covers galore. And man, I want to ask what the story is about, but I don't want to spoil it.
It's fine. The tagline of issue 1 was Country Girl Katie inherits the Playboy mansion and discovers it haunted with deceased inhabitants. And historically, this is cool because there actually was a centerfold curse. And a lot of the actresses like Betty Page, Marilyn Monroe, and others, died mysterious deaths.
Wow.
So it's, our stories generally have a lot of depth to them. People who have read G Busters, they say the 2 things I hear from them is they love the colors, the color palette, and how colorful and fun it is. And then the second one is they're surprised how much depth the story has. So yeah, that's the second issue where we're back at it. And then Bat Pool.
Okay.
This is intentionally a dig at life.
This one surprised me. Yeah, this surprised me. So explain this one.
Well, it's
who drew those images? Because I actually like those images.
Oh yeah. We've got awesome artists on the team now. Now we work with like 30 different artists, and I think we're going to hit our 10,000th sale soon. So if you say an average of like maybe 3 or 4 books per person, that's like 30 to 40,000 copies of books out there with 20 different titles. So that's why Comicsgate is wrong, because they put out 1 book every 5 years and we put out a book a month. So we're on our 20th book. This is our Kickstarter right here. Bat Pool is our 20th. And you should honestly play the video because it's really cool. Like you'll get the vibe. You really should.
All right. Let's play the video here.
And yes, it's like a Gotham City, spin. Absolutely.
Bat Pool. Hopefully everybody can hear it.
That was pretty cool.
There we go.
I do like the design of Batpool. I think she actually looks really great. But I'm wondering when you're going to get a letter from DC or Marvel.
You know, do you know how many other people have done a Harley spin? It's not going to happen. People might not be might not realize, but the Harley spin has been done time and time again by numerous creators. So they're just not interested in it. And if they want to, they can see how that turned out for Bolito. I'm not going to be shy about it. My goal is to undermine all of the media and the entire comic book industry. And sometimes that means by way of parody or not. And the higher earning campaigns fund our lower earning campaigns, which are usually totally different. So it's all a well-oiled machine and it's all really intentional. And I completely intend to do basically what Comicsgate wanted to do, of like having good Western comics back and giving the readers what they wanted instead of turning it into Marxist trash. So that is basically what we do. We do Western comics and we give readers what they want to see instead of the trash they've been given, and we enjoy it. So yeah, this is definitely like go ahead.
So what's Batpool about? Or can you give a little teaser of what it's about?
So Harley Black, I know she's got cool metal hands. She is basically experimenting with genetic manipulation. And there is a serum, I believe. Mike's the writer on it. So he could probably give you a better elevator pitch, but it's dealing the first issue with a warping reality serum. That's okay. And it affects the mathematics of reality a bit. So that's a weapon of Harley Black's, if I have that right. And Batpool is, of course, a sort of Batman archetype, vigilante in the spooky city of crap, I don't even remember it. I've been busy working on Sweeney Todd. Sweeney Todd is my first project here, which is written all by me, because usually I co-write things or I edit things of our titles, but I've been stepping off. So Batpool is a 100% Mike project that I help with, but my head has been on Sweeney Todd lately. And Sweeney Todd they are basically the original Harley and Joker. I don't know if people realize that either. If you go back to look at Sweeney Todd, the original Sweeney Todd is from the year 1800s or 18 something. It was published based on the year 1785. And it was called The String of Pearls. And it's really different than you would think Sweeney Todd is. But then it was adapted into a Sondheim musical in the 80s or 90s. This was pre-Tim Burton, okay? Yeah. And Angela Lansbury played Miss Lava, and she's got the two buns. They're just like Harley. They are very much like the original Harley Joker. And what's cool is that Sweeney Todd started out as a penny dreadful. In the Victorian era, penny because it was worth a penny, and dreadful was because it was dreadful. It's sort of like a comic book. It was like a pamphlet, but they're pre-comic books, and they're part of what inspired comic books to be started in the first place, were these penny dreadfuls. And so I thought that was really cool. And now I have Karma coming out, my very original, very alternate history story that I've been talking about for a decade. That's launching in around end of February. But I wanted to squeeze in Sweeney Todd before that time. So that's what I'm doing now. And it's good practice for me to get the wheels greasing. So now we're at the part where Mike is splitting off. He's doing his projects, which like we help each other, but still he's kind of manning these projects, and I'm starting to man my own projects. So now we'll have 2 pipelines instead of just the one. It's been just us on every project together, start to finish, for the past 2.5 years. But now it's going to basically double our production. And Sweeney, I really wanted to do because it's my version is very dark. I think it's darker than Tim Burton's. I've been writing comedy for so long with our books. I wanted to do something dark. But the Sondheim play is the same as Tim Burton's. All Tim Burton did was put his aesthetics over it. So it's the same thing. But my story is not any of that. Sweeney Todd is a public domain story. You know, the basics that I borrowed are Sweeney Todd, Fleet Street, Miss Lovett, Barber, people die. That's basically all that I borrowed. And then, but see, beyond that, it's this totally original story, which I think is going to hit people really hard with what's going on in the world today. It's funny how it mimics it. Sweeney Todd is a very bitter barber, and this happens in the year 1785 when London was being crushed by the Golden Riots, and everybody hated the bankers. And I
can't imagine why.
I can't imagine why. Right. The more I write it and the more I research history, because I love history. I'm a huge history nerd. And all day long, I'll pump out historical fiction. I absolutely love it. It's actually very similar to some of the things going on today. And there was a practice that the wealthy continued. It used to be more among the common people, but then it just kind of stopped and stayed among the wealthy only in the early 1700s, called Mamiya, where they practiced medical cannibalism.
Yes,
and they ate people.
Right.
Yeah, they would have these unwrapping parties.
So creepy.
Yeah,
because I think it would just promote. It's like the Chinese. They believed it would promote longevity. It was very. Like at least my understanding of it, it's like Vlad the Impaler, right? And drinking the blood kind of stuff. That yes, I will live on forever, blah blah blah. And it was the same thing with these group of people in London that essentially they would whisk people away. Like sometimes the unwantables. Or or in the middle of the night and stuff like that, and disappear them, and they had these really weird essentially satanic kind of rituals going on where they thought they could live forever by feasting on them. Okay, sorry. Anyway,
you know your history. That's awesome, isn't that?
I know my history. I get it. I love history too. And this is the reason why I'm doing my comic too, as well.
There you go.
Anyway, go ahead.
History is so awesome. I love it. And there's so much like repetitive truth and repetitive patterns that happen. It is. And I like karma is about that. Karma. Oh my God, I've been working on that story for so long, and it's about. So a girl basically dies, and she meets death, and death shows her around, and it takes place in the afterlife, and it's all about the world of limbo, and she meets the 7 sins, and it's a total alternate world history where I've gone back for a decade now and studied all of world history, wrote it in a story, which was not easy at all. It's been very difficult to write, and how each culture has had their memory erased by the snake in the garden that never actually left. The snake has been around in the background, manipulating everybody and removing every culture to serve its own deeds and eventually, enslave all of humanity. So she is very much representative of Mother Earth and everybody's natural memories. And it's got a very like Celtic pagan aesthetic to it. And that's intentional because, and when I say I've gone back and learned world history, it's like every single culture all over geographical is very strategic. Ancient Mexico, Asia, Africa, Europe, all this. And I had to piece all those cultures together and weave this story that made sense and study all their origin stories, all of their religions and all of that. And so she Karma, I guess a bit of a self-insert because I used my personal like ancestry to like help that story along, but very Celtic, very pagan, and there's like themes of the Ragnarok there and stuff. So she's kind of representative in this overarching story through her lens of Ragnarok in a way. You know, the world, the apocalypse, and she has to like be basically reincarnated through all these versions and combat this villainous snake dude who goes through history and destroys it. And it's like I said, it's told through the afterlife. So you see like demigods. It's told through the realm outside of the human life. Once you die, your soul passes and you're a god or a demigod. So you see all of the watchers of human history that exist a bit beyond time, which has been extremely hard to write. But I think I finally pulled it off. And you've got Death as a character. You've got Gaia, Mother Earth as a character. The three witches, the muses from Greek mythology. Remember that cut the string?
Oh,
that's Earth. And all of these really cool, very cool characters. And I've used all of world history to help me like relate to people and also make a cool story. And what's been fascinating is that there's so many characters that are in multiple religions and multiple mythologies that are the same character. So to me, the way I've written that is that is part of humanity's memory, and it manifests in each place a certain way. But it really is when you start to like learn about ancient symbolism and stuff, it's less confusing than you think. It's the same motifs. It's the same, you know, death, birth, resurrection, and the same objective truths and patterns found throughout all of human culture, showing us that we're all really the same and believe in the same things.
You say that. Yeah, it's very interesting that you say that because I was a few weeks ago, I was finishing up an anime and Attack on Titan, and because I can't leave a story unfinished. I really can't. And if you know anything about anime, which I'm assuming being as geeky as you are, like, you know, the rest of us that have been on this channel and whatnot, you probably might have heard of it or seen it or something like that. So,
I don't know. I'm not super big into anime.
No?
No.
Okay.
Really.
Well, you know, you will be. No, I'm just anyway.
You're in the minority here, Mike.
Yeah, I know. I'm definitely the minority in this case. So anyway, yeah, it is about Titans, you know, attacking, you know, people, especially on this island, and but the thing that I'm trying to get at, it's like totally weird that there are civilizations on this earth that for some odd reason, I feel like every bit of civilization or culture on this planet has some sort of remnant memory, or it's just stayed in some of their stories of a time before recorded history, or before the Bible as we know it, you know, recorded, like, you know, human history or something like that. You know, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And because I mean, you look at everything worldwide. I mean, every culture basically, for example, has a story of, you know, this global flood that has happened. And stuff like that. You know, we've recorded, or, you know, everything has just been brought down from stories, and these stories fall into legend, and then they fall into myth. But I think one needs to really seriously pay attention to that kind of stuff. And I'm not saying every story, but I find it just very interesting that a lot of cultures around the world just have this thing going on where it just seems too similar to what another civilization is saying about certain events. It's obviously not coincidental. There is essentially a story behind all of it. You know?
Can you pull up Karma on Kickstarter? I should have sent you that link, but
okay.
You can go to Kickstarter and search Karma.
Let me see if I. Okay.
I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah, let me. Karma.
Karma.
So there is. Yeah,
I so love with this
Karma.
story. This has been my magnum
There's
opus in
244 projects. There we are.
look
Okay.
for comic book.
Find it.
Okay, cool. So the villain.
Here. Huh?
Oh wait.
And come on, be nice.
Sorry, I should have sent you the link. I didn't even think about it. I was so confused.
No, cool.
Because Karma not until February, but I really should promote it too because it is very important to me. It's
Okay.
It's a very grand, epic story.
It's up. It should be coming up. Why is it coming up? I'm gonna be quoting Khan in a second here. From hell's heart to Divinity. There we go. Okay, fine.
Yay! That's it. And it's got a description down there. Probably more concise than what I could give it. But
okay.
Yeah, scroll down a little bit. There you go. There you go.
Yeah, right here. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, let's read it out. Okay, so Mindy Wheeler's Karma is a mythic saga spanning approximately 36 issues, covering 4 cycles of human history. It begins before the flood in a world where Atlantis thrives and humanity lives in balance. Until the first sin, born of the serpent, corrupts mankind and weaves a giant inversion of worship, bloodlines, and divinity. Very interesting. So across Egypt, Rome, the Crusades, colonial empires, and into the modern age, the 7 sins awaken as demigods, feeding on sacrifice, fear, and erasure of memory. See, and this is kind of what I was talking about, right? Because it seems like every certain kind of civilization has a piece of the puzzle, but not the complete puzzle, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so Karma is a battle of humanity's soul to reclaim what was buried and forgotten, to break the cycle of lies, and to restore balance before the final cycle closes. Karma herself is remembered in fragments across myth and culture as the Valkyrie of the North, the Morrigan of the Celts, the veiled daughters of fate who weave the threads of life. She's the daughter of time, the walking the wheel through every age, embodying the sacred feminine that pride seeks to erase. This saga is not only her war against the serpent's deception, but the story of all peoples reclaiming their spiritual roots, the buried truths of their ancestors, the broken songs of their gods, and the balance that was stolen from them.
There you go.
Yeah.
Interesting. And she's got to be, I say sacred feminine, but I am not personally a feminist, a fourth wave feminist. But what is interesting as I go through history is that one of the first inversions that I caught when studying the calendar, if you guys haven't studied the calendar and how our time has all been adopted, you go beyond the Gregorian calendar into ancient Egypt, and you get the Hebrew calendar, and you study the pagan calendar and go backwards. So the calendar originally celebrated, like the whole philosophy is that humans are of the earth, of a mother earth, and that might sound silly, but it actually makes a lot of sense because then it came and it was inverted to be a worship to a male god, and all of the calendar was flipped when the Hebrews came in and flipped the calendar. So like I'm trying to take it back to the calendar before that time because it's so time related, right? And to show everyone that
right.
Yeah, that is what I mean by the feminine. It's just like a creation aspect. Like the ancient Egyptians, this is super interesting. they have a version of Adam and Eve, and it's their Eve holding the fruit, right? The fruit of knowledge, but it's not the fruit of knowledge. And this was a long time ago. What she's holding is knowledge, but it's her divine knowledge, because women have wombs, women have creation. They have like a spark to creation and the divine. And she's giving it to the man. And then their history of the people who live in that area will tell you that it came and corrupted and inverted. And they turned it into the story of Adam and Eve, where she sinfully took the fruit and gave it to the man, and they both fell. That was a very interesting history. And so basically, like, if you take it back to its roots, and men already really have like this knowledge of women anyways. Men love women. Men think women are beautiful. Men procreate with women. Like, it's not a secret that there is a creation aspect to being a woman. So that's why Karma is so in tune with, like, she's basically the spirit of the earth that comes back and is trying to reclaim the lost memories of the people who live there, because there's a creation aspect to that has been inverted, I think, this whole time. If you go back all the way through history and you look at who has been the most inverted, I think it's this. I think it's that women are somehow sinful and bad. And that they should be shamed and that they're inherently sinful. I don't think that's true at all. I think that we should all exist in harmony and peace, and that's part of the puzzle to unravel, is that women are somehow inherently guilty, shameful, sinful beings. And the ancient cultures, all of the ancient cultures will tell you the same thing I'm telling you now, that there is no like shame in that way. The fruit of knowledge is just simply like representative of the womb and creation. It's a very, very interesting ancient history. So yeah, Karma is a big, grand story that deals with all kinds of very big topics: life, death, inversion, what is natural, good, evil kind of thing. And then we're winding back. I got Sweeney Todd, which is very weird, with all the Mamiya stuff. And that they were actually attributing that to ancient Egypt. They would dress them up like mummies with their Mamiya practice. And then we've got Batpool, and then we've got G-Busters. So that's what's going on with Divinity in a nutshell. Wrapping it all up in a bow.
You got a lot going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we do.
You got a lot.
Yeah, we do. And we're fulfilling Dead Sexy Sweet and Lady Darth right now. We're busy. We're very busy. I don't even live stream anymore, or like I hardly have time to draw, because we are busy. And that's how it should be. That's cool. That's cool. We're trying to provide comic books to people who want to read comic books about the things they want to read about, right? Bringing Western culture back.
Yeah, that's true. So you're gonna have to hire a team. So, man.
We have several people
that's great
now that are like breakers.
Yeah, because I know a couple of times, what was it? Mike had asked me if I wanted to draw something or something like that. And I just, with my job and all that kind of stuff, I just I haven't had the time, or he's been busy and just haven't gotten back to me or anything like that. So it's you guys are just like totally rocking. So now when you're doing I don't know, unless Al has a question or something like that.
No, I'm fine.
Okay, cool. When
somebody
you're coming up with
just claim the M fell over and turned into a W. That's funny.
So when you're coming up with a story, seeing how you're a history buff, so how do you go about doing that? Do you go like directly to, say, like the earliest source material that you can find, or how do you go about doing that?
That's how I started. And see, I also homeschool, so I've been like actively seeing, and I have for like 10 years. So I I've taught all of the history, and this is part of what just sent me down the rabbit hole, because I'm already naturally like a very curious person, and I've always been a big reader. So I started asking questions outside of the box a long time ago. I'd come across things that I was like, that doesn't really make sense. The flood was another one that I came across, where there's a lot of interesting things about the flood. I do definitely believe it happened. There's geographical evidence to support this. And you know who was one of the biggest proponents of a very interesting theory that has been preached by other people that they don't really teach you in textbooks now, is Neil Adams. Neil Adams.
All right.
Yeah, Neil Adams and I got along really well, which was part of what was such a bummer about all the 2016 political bullshit, because he told me, he basically like ran away and said DC was watching him and he couldn't associate. Which made me really mad, because I really liked Neil Adams.
I like Neil. I would see Neil every year at the New York Comic Con, and one of his sons I went to college with, and we used to hang out all the time. So I always liked Neil, and I like Neil because he was always honest, and he was a straight shooter, and he talked a lot and promoted comic book creators' rights. So we owe a lot to Neil Adams.
Yeah, and he was the Wizard World thing he did was interesting too, where he was pointing out like the corruption in the shows and creators' rights. Like, yeah, I really like Neil, and he and I clicked immediately over science. And he had all these videos on expanding Earth, which was super interesting. So sorry, to answer your question. I've gone back to Gilgamesh and the creation stories of every culture, and every culture is pretty much, strangely, like there's a lot of similarities of basically Mother Earth taking people out of clay and making them into out of clay, which is interesting. But anyways, I've even gone into like the occult Kabbalah texts and looked at their creation. And I've had to really stretch my mind across all of these creation stories and come up with what I think is the most subjective truth out of all of it. And when you start to notice the symbolism, there's like a language of symbolism. So all the stuff that I used to think was very confusing, like why are there lions over here? Why are there eagles over here? Now is suddenly making a lot of sense of, oh, this is what they're talking about. Oh, this is what they're talking about. And it's starting to really merge. And I'm not the only one who's been on this rabbit hole. There's been a lot of people that are doing this symbolism rabbit hole. And I started this like a decade ago. So it's cool to see that being so popular now. Yeah, then I've moved forward in time, and then the flood is kind of like the next step after Atlantis, or whatever. Before, after, that's up for debate, I suppose. And the flood was very curious. So the flood could be a couple of different things, like in reality. I'm talking about outside of karma now. What's cool about the expanding Earth theory and Neil Adams and geographical evidence is that it does actually appear the Earth is expanding. And this would explain something like Pangea. This would explain potentially the flood. If you look at the oceans, and if you draw a line in the middle between each continent, so Asia and California or whatever, across the Atlantic, across the Pacific, and you go right in the middle, there's actually a big scar at the bottom over the entire world. Yes, there are scars in the ocean, and magnetically, there's magnetic phenomenons about this too. And so they don't really know, they guess. Like a lot of the things they taught you, like evolution, they say, oh, it's evolution. That's actually a theory. It's never been proven. There's different types of evolution, but aspecies evolution was Evolution was co-opted by the Marxists, by the way. There's a lot of history there. But aspecies evolution has never been proven and never will be proven. And that is the idea that one species can spawn from another. If you Google the evolution of a whale, they believe a whale used to be a furry tiger.
Yes, exactly.
Make any sense. no
And
sense.
we were talking about that last I think it was like last week, because you have to account for the original input of information into the cell to be able to do all this kind of stuff, and it's not possible. It
Yeah.
goes against the laws of thermodynamics and everything.
Yeah.
It just is not. It's not a thing.
It's not a thing.
And even if you subscribed to the notion of panspermia, that life came from like somewhere else, then you have to go even further back. Okay, well then where did that information come from?
Yeah, they have no explanation for it.
Yeah, well then then it must have been another alien race that spawned that planet in order to spawn this one. It's like, well then eventually you're gonna have to go all the way back to like the quote unquote Big Bang, and somewhere along the line that information must have come from somewhere, and they can't account for that. So
yes.
Anyway.
Yeah, the DNA is an intelligent code. It's basically explained like this, and they have no explanation for where it came from. It basically, if you were to open a book and there was a bunch of just random garbage, that's what panspermia would be. Now, DNA is what comes and you open a book and it's an actual story. It's got language, it's got sentences, it's got a structure, it's got a beginning and end. That's DNA. And they have no explanation for it. It is intelligent. And the guy who did the panspermia theory, he actually denounced his own theory, and he believes in intelligent design. But of course, the history books won't teach you that. The history books are all corrupt. And I caught on to that years ago. So I've done my own history and research. There's so much we were not taught, just about our DNA, about our origins, about what's happened to the earth. There's been a lot of weird things they've found in the earth, like an old hammer that could have only been created under certain atmospheric pressures. Atmosphere itself is very interesting. Like there were different pressures at a time. The radioactive carbon dating has a lot of flaws in it.
Oh, that totally has flaws in it. Yes.
Yeah. So, but the flood, the flood definitely happened, and I think that might have been expanding Earth, and something, maybe some gravitational body perhaps came and pulled on it or something. But there are weird scars on the Earth that looks like it had been ripped apart, and everything is flowing outward. So like at that scar, it's being pushed to the left and pushed to the right. It's being pushed outward. So the oldest soil here is on the continents. The newest soil is there right at the scars. And we just keep getting pushed as if it's expanding. So I think Neil Adams was onto something. People gave him crap about it. But there was actually a scientist before in like the 1900s, and he was going around with this model he made of the expanding Earth, which is super cool. It's a super cool looking model. And if you look at expanding Earth, Neil Adams is like the first guy that you'll see with his videos. It's super cool. You should check it out.
It is pretty interesting.
Yeah, I have a couple of I have 2 different interviews with Neil Adams where he sort of explains this. I don't buy it. But I think a lot of the stuff that can be explained is if you read the book of Genesis and Genesis chapter 6, where the flood occurred, the Bible says that the earth opened up and then the waters came out of the earth. So that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of references in these old texts to geographical things. The Exodus is also an interesting one because there was a volcanic eruption at the time from Mount Santorino, I think it was called, in
in Greece or Italy or something like that.
Yeah, around there. And what that would have caused, if you decode it, there's a really good documentary called Decoding the Exodus on YouTube. That's where I picked this one up. And a volcanic explosion could have sort of ripped, like the tectonic plates could have moved, which could have caused the waters to split in the Red Sea. And then also the explanations of the gas, like the plagues, because when a volcano is about to erupt, all of the locusts, they move, they're trying to escape the gas. The waters will turn red like blood.
Yeah, I've seen that.
methane gases will travel along the floor. So the ancient Egyptians used to put their firstborns on the floor to sleep. So anything that would have traveled along the floor, the methane gas would have killed anybody there, but not anybody sleeping above the ground by a couple feet.
Yeah.
So that was super cool. And then the ash from that volcano spread worldwide all the way to California and can be traced back. So there's even like a date line of it's like 1500 BC of when that would have happened. And then the Egyptian king Moses, they think, would have been the father then of Moses. And there's so much interesting history. And you can tie that with geographical events, which has really only been tied because of social media. Like this day and age is so unique. I know that there's a lot of trash, like the Whisper Network and trolls, but there's also so much just gold out there of people sharing knowledge that was not previously available for people to understand. Like I remember looking at these one guys who studied tree rings. And speaking of ash and floods in Europe, and there was a great 7-year period where there was barely any sunlight and everybody was dying because because of ash. And they can see that in the tree rings. And there was this one guy in this library that was recording by hand on paper all these tree rings from all over the world. And he was so happy because 10, 15 years ago, somebody developed a software and it allowed people like him in other areas of the world who also studied tree rings, this random obscure nerd thing, and compile all of their libraries worth of handwritten information to then see on a computer screen. And so there are just a lot of cool things about the age of information we live in. You take take it with a grain of salt for all the bad stuff that happens online, but there really is, it's a revolutionary time we live in. And I suggest everybody look at history and see what else is out there. There's so much cool stuff.
It is. There is a lot of cool stuff. It's really weird that all of a sudden, all this kind of additional knowledge is kind of coming out, and people seem to just be learning a little bit more and more about, just stuff that's been coming out, stuff that's been, I don't know, I had to use the word hidden, but it's totally been hidden.
Yeah, no, it really
is.
Intentionally to paint a certain picture. Like the guy who came out with the theory of evolution on top of Darwin, Darwin probably would not have even agreed with what they teach about its evolution now. It's been changed. But Hegel, is it Ernest Hegel? I forget his name. Hegel, I think. He came out with a bunch of illustrations that made evolution popular, and then the school system attached to it. But his illustrations are fake. Yeah. And he even said it, he got caught and he was like, yeah, I made them all up. And it was the illustration of a human fetus going through the different stages of animal before it became human. And that's all fake. But of course, the public school system, they attached to a lot of these Marxist ideologies. Another one is that guy who wrote the History of America. What was his name? It's one of the most popular American history books. And it teaches the whole white colonization villainizing thing. And that was picked up. And there's been a few of them. And it's been intentionally cherry picked of our history, of all these Marxist people pushing these very specific agendas to arrive to the point where we are today. And it's not what's all out there. It's just been cherry picked.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you on that. It's to dumb down the population, and again, it's all about division. And because if you don't believe my thing, then oh my god, you must be some sort of Yahtzee, bigot, homophobe, blah 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 blah, and therefore you need to be squashed. So,
I think it started with, from tracing back all of human history, to me, the overall picture looks like inversions, to invert what God made, basically what's natural to this earth, happened several thousand years ago. and then has been going down this path. At first, like I said, I think there was really a gender inversion in the very beginning to displace people's natural state of being and to cast a bad light on one or the other. And now I've seen it over the course of history as we get into the colonization of America, whatever, the age of exploration, I'll call it. And then even Africa's history has been very interestingly and strategically displaced. It's like it went from gender to then it's graduated into race, it's graduated into culture, and it's graduated into nation, and it just keeps getting bigger.
Yeah. 1 sec here. DJ Play Nice, gotta roll out. Have an awesome evening. Dude, thanks for dropping on by. I really appreciate you, man. And just catch the rest of the show whenever you can. So thanks a lot for being here. And also Slayer Lord J. Gotta go prepare for work. See you. And you too, Slayer, man. You have an awesome day yourself. And I appreciate you for you two guys coming by. So FKHC, because I'm sorry, I've been ignoring the chat. I've been drawing. We're having a good conversation here. So was it George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel? I think it was.
It's talking about the History of America book. I don't think so. I have it on my over there, but I forget.
I think he's talking about I think he was talking about the fetus development.
Oh, the fetus development. Probably. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. Wilhelm is a name. Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. So you're probably right. Wilhelm is a name that is very common among the Marxists of the 1800s, and they were inspired by Karl Marx, who was very satanic, by the way. If you look into him, even his family was like, "Hey, you're possessed by a devil." It's very weird. And he was funded by his father. Anyways, they had a psychology institute. It's where psychology was born. And that's Wilhelm Wundt. So Wilhelm, probably, because all of his students of Wilhelm Wundt at this one institute, which I can't remember the name of, branched off, eventually came to America and established our psychology, the magazines, the practice, the ink spot tests. They developed our education system with the Rockefellers. They developed like Hollywood, like basically everything that is wrong about our culture. And they based it off of this philosophy at the time of the Marxist 1800s, that humans were a blank slate animal that could be conditioned to believe and do anything. And that was their whole practice at that institute. You know, Pavlov's dog, he was a student of this institute of Wilhelm Wundt's. All of the people you're familiar with, there's a baby Albert experiment where they used to take this baby, infant, and his name was Albert, and they would they taught him how to be fearful of bunny rabbits. They would hold a bunny rabbit up, and every time they did, they would slam a hammer right next to Albert's head to scare him. And their whole experiment was to show how they could condition anybody to fear and react to even the cutest of animals.
That's right.
Sigmund Freud.
Crazy stuff.
A lot of really weird scientists and their experimentations, and that's the society we live in now.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing in astronomy as well, too, because you had, because the name escapes me, but you have a couple of really wackadoo, so-called astronomers from even a couple of 100 years ago that would input their theories, and some of them were like really deeply into satanic stuff, which was like absolutely bizarre. That they still hold to some of these teachings even today in current astronomy, which is like really absolutely nutsoing, which is really nuts. Here's another little bit of interesting tidbit of information. Okay, because Jonathan Swift, wrote Gulliver's Travels. Lord, I'm trying to remember when Gulliver's Travels that was written, because it was supposed to be a more like a parody of the government in England and stuff like that. And you know what? Forgive me, I'm gonna have to use Siri. Hey Siri, when was Gulliver's Travels written? And okay, 1726. Okay, thank you. There we go. Let it never be said I won't use technology for my own benefit. So 1726, and and of course, when he was talking to like the Lilliputians, when he was in the land of the Lilliputians, they would talk about like various things like astronomical things and stuff like that, and they were also talking about Mars, right? And how the two moons of Mars, Phobos and crap, the other one, they were talking about, like its orbits and its
Europa,
its luminosity and stuff like that. And he wrote that, yes, in 1726.
Yeah.
And here's the weird thing. Here's the absolute weird thing. The moons of Mars, they weren't discovered until much later. In actual astronomy. That's the weird. I think it was like
there's been a lot of cases of those. Yeah.
Yes.
We've lost a lot of planetary knowledge and scientific knowledge, and then gained it. And
the Phobos and Deimos, they were discovered in August 1977. So this is like 150 years after Gulliver's Travels were written. So you gotta wonder. It's like, okay, how did Jonathan Swift know us? How did he know about the moons of Mars? Because he was exactly how he written it. One actually goes, in the opposite direction normally than, other moons technically should. And their reflectivity is like, near zero, like near zero reflectivity, which is bizarre. And all of this is written in Gulliver's Travels. Right? So how did he know this 150 years before the actual moons of Mars were like written in 1877? It's nuts. So he must have gleaned upon some sort of ancient knowledge of some sort that was lost along the way. That was, like in the Royal Library in England or something like that. It's really weird. It's so really, really weird. And Jason Fox, how's it going, dude?
Even the Americas had been visited before by the Phoenicians and the Vikings. In fact, Christopher Columbus, he wasn't funded by the royalty to come here. They gave him ships, but they didn't finance him. He was financed by private banks of people that had been kicked out of Spain. And so they were looking to establish new territory. And they funded Christopher Columbus, and they gave him the maps of their ancestors, the Phoenicians, who had been here before. And
because on top of that, like same thing with Antarctica.
Yeah.
Oh God, I'm trying to remember who made the map, but you know what I'm talking about, because it was like
it was like map or something like that of Antarctica. It's like that is very interesting. And dinosaurs is a term they invented in the 1800s. It was dragons before that, which I think is super cool because I love dinosaurs and I love dragons. They like even think
who doesn't love dinosaurs?
I thought that was cool. I know people say like that about Candace Owens, but like I already knew that a long time ago. You find things, exactly, you start asking questions about history when more you look into it. Another thing that Mike always said too, and I agreed with him. We've thought about this for years. Is like humans are strange to this planet. Why is it that our food doesn't just grow? Like we have to cultivate our food. We have to cultivate the carrots and the tomatoes. Why? But animals, they go outside, they eat grass, they eat what's there. Why do we have to go outside and there's not cabbages and celery, that we have to mow off of our driveway? It's like it's not native to here. And then when you look at all the origin stories, they teach about, star gods and things like that came and taught man to cultivate their own food, which is a curious connection. Even in the Bible, You know, you have to slave and you have to sweat for your food. That's a cool one. Yeah, but astronomy is very interesting. That has definitely been co-opted by the weird satanic new agey stuff. And I've always been an astronomy nerd. I wanted to actually be an astrophysicist.
Me too.
Really?
Me too.
No way.
Yes, I actually wanted to get into astronomy and become an astronomer. And ages ago, like back in the early 90s, I took a course in astronomy and astrophysics.
That's cool.
Yeah. So, you know,
common. I was going when I was going to college. I was taking astronomy courses and stuff in preparation to be an astrophysicist.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. Then I had to drop out of college. I didn't have the money and went my own way and started doing art.
Yeah, it was the same thing with me, right? It's like didn't have the time. And on top of that, my dad wanted me to get into industrial instrumentation technology. Yeah, so essentially be I don't want to say a glorified mechanic, but you know, getting basically into the trades and stuff like that. And I didn't want to do that. Like I did because you know, I wanted I wanted to make obviously a good living, but you know, to me, and especially when you're young, you're like, you know, I don't want to do that. I want to do, you know, I want to do my own thing, you know, you know. And but I tried. I really tried, and I just couldn't. I couldn't grasp the. Couldn't get the hang of it. I just, you know, studying electrical and all that kind of stuff, and it just didn't work out for me that way. But no. I was always into astronomy. You know, full on into it. So yeah, that was my jam, man. So
your same story, but with me and art. Like my parents were trying to push me into art. It's funny that that's what I do now.
Oh yeah.
But I really resisted it because I didn't want to be the starving artist.
Right.
I was always very independent, but because my family was so left wing, and I'm talking about like Canadian left wing, not just you're from Canada.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, like the left wing of Canadian left wing, which is like straight up communism. Like America doesn't even have an equivalent, and I grew up in it. And so they also never taught me about the American military or exposed me to that because I would have joined. I would have joined, and I would have joined the Air Force, and I would have tried to be a scientist and, you know, exploration space force, all that stuff.
I just love how you put it, Canadian left.
It's its own breed. Yeah, it's all about the BLM, Planned Parenthood, LGBTQA. Like that's always how it's always been. Yeah.
Well, here's the weird thing because it was announced a couple of days ago up here in Canada, in Canada, and that's why I'm really hoping that because like. I don't know if you know, but I'm here in Alberta, and we got a thing going on about the whole separatist thing, right? About, you know, us wanting the separate thing, yeah, which is great, and because right now the Liberals just literally passed a thing in Parliament where it can now be illegal to quote certain types of Bible scriptures because those in the LGBTQ community and such, you know, will find it as hate speech, and therefore you could end up basically jailed.
Yeah,
you know, for speech, for simple speech. Now, technically, our you know, our Bill of Rights, such as they are, you know, is supposed to, you know, protect against religious discrimination because, you know, that full on would be 100%. But it's not like the Liberals give a damn, and you know, well, you'd be prosecuted. Doesn't matter anyway. So
it's also destruction of Western culture, you know, like the Charter of Freedoms, is that what it's called there in Canada? And
yeah,
and
sure.
And our our laws of freedom of speech. Same thing with India, because Britain colonized India. They had a presence there, right? I hate using the word colonize because it sounds like a Marxist term. I just don't know what else to call it.
It does.
Even like all over the world, but the idea of freedom of slavery did come from the Western thought process, and I forget where I was going with that. Oh, but
I don't know. I mean, it's been around forever. Slavery's been around forever.
Oh yeah, it has. Oh, oh, the Magna Carta. It was original. That's where they inspiration from is from the. It was a FU to King John and all of his taxes, and that's where you get the rights before God. I've been doing a bit of a rabbit hole on the Constitution. Not my first rabbit hole on the Constitution. I started looking at the Constitution years ago, but you could call me probably a constitutionalist is where I'm at right now with American politics. And I've been pointing out lately, not that I have anything wrong with Christianity or it being a Christian nation, but that there is it seems to be subtle inferences to other things within our Constitution, like the Constitution, the I don't know how much you know about the American Constitution because you're in Canada. But the concept of natural rights and stuff like this, the terms they use, nature's God and supreme being, are actually Freemason terms. So that's interesting because some of the founding fathers were Freemason, and the whole liberty, the idea of liberty and all that is also Freemason. So you could say, really, even though the people were Christian, I understand there was a huge Christian influence in America at the time, but the Constitution, to me, knowing about all that, reads like a Freemason document. It's not a Christian one. So, and then you have George Washington's grave, and he's got the Freemason symbol right there above, as in more important than the whole president. It's very weird. There's been references. Of course, America has all these Roman references, right? You can trace that back. They call it the New Rome, and all this symbolism of the that actually I came across that in Sweeney Todd. Our Wall Street buildings are the same as the Royal Exchange building from London in the year 1785. Looks the exact same. So all of these influences, like freedom of speech, I get it, and all that, from the Magna Carta, from Britain, and all that. Yeah. But at the same time, it's been totally undermined, and by the Marxists who are coming in and changing everything and limiting free speech. So that's kind of sad.
It is. Okay. Well, I'm going to say hello to Jason Fox. Nice to see you, bro. Here in the chat. So hello to you. And I also want to say hello to Deeple. Nice to see you. Ahoy to you, man. And there was degeneracy on the screen. Which
I'll be right back, okay?
So
I'll be right back. Give me
totally. Yeah, not a problem. Let's see. And John, nice to see you, my man, who says, yeah, you kind of uncultivated food. Over time, humans developed wild foods into domesticated foods for a myriad of reasons. Well, no, that's true. I do agree with you on that. So let's see. One being taste, eat a wild onion and you'll know why. Yeah, that's true. Well, it's the same thing with apples, for example. Because doing the whole arborist kind of thing. Crab apples, for example, they're pretty damn tart. But if you do a little bit of pruning and over the years, taking care of, for example, of an apple tree, the taste also develops. You got to train the tree, and it's the same thing with a lot of plants out there. So which is pretty cool. To which he also says, nothing strange about the Freemasons. Nearly all of the original signers of the Dole and more than 90% of the constitutional framers were Freemasons. Yeah, I've also heard that over time that it's kind of changed. I don't know much about the Freemasons, so that's not exactly my wheelhouse. And Jason Fox, that's right. I just remembered. Yes, you got some more sales, dude. That is awesome. You know what? Hold on a second here, because Jason just released his book on Amazon, and you know what? If anything, more than likely, going faster than I am. So hold on a second here, because Jason, yeah, I want to share the link with everyone. Yeah. And oh, I guess Mike sent me a message and he's yeah, no problem. So Ethan the boob. Yeah, I like that one. Okay, hold on. Because a lot of stuff is going on here. Hold on. Let's see, Jason, because I'm looking on Facebook right now. Because I want to share your links. So because Jason has a book out, and am going to, damn it, share the link. You know what? Okay, hold on, Jason, because I'm assuming I'm going to share the YouTube link, and damn it, your link. Now I got the link, and yeah. So anyway, Jason has a called The Forsaken. So book 1 is out right now. It is on Amazon, and there is a link, and I have it, and I am putting it in as it lags my computer as we speak right now. And that finally. So if you want to go ahead and check it out, there is the link right there, and go check out his book. And again, follow and help out indie creators, because that's what we're all trying to do. We're trying to make our way through the whole universe, kind of thing. So congrats, Jace. Way to go, dude. I am totally 100% proud of you. And let's see. Yeah. So, okay. So, ow. I feel like I'm here, and I feel bad about that.
No, not at all.
You.
No, I'm just busy.
Yeah. Is there anything you want to say? Be quiet.
Oh no, I was just busy doing some work.
Okay. Cool.
Look how your piece was coming.
Yeah, okay. So what was I going to say here? Yeah. Right. Well, I'm just having fun. So yeah, let's take a look, just practicing away. So how everything is going, because yeah, usually it's just started with an idea, and then the whole shtick figure thing, and then just kind of sketching it out, kind of thing, roughly, and then hold on here, and then flesh it out a little bit more. And then, just essentially ink it right over. And then, because this is all done on Clip Studio Pro, right now I'm just kind of fiddling around with shading. And I do the whole Studio Pro. I'm just trying out different brushes. Kind of looks better with this and that and everything. And just trying to have fun with it. And so this way I get my practice in while we're just talking about fun stuff, the way it should be. So, and again, it's the whole preparation of, doing my comic eventually, and training myself up, and having a bunch of you guys to chat with. So
Interiors are hard. Interiors are a beast. Comic book interiors are, I think, one of the hardest jobs in like all of art.
Why is that?
Oh yeah.
So when you're, say, a cover artist, all you have to focus on is one image, right? One pose,
right?
One composition, and you can even go hyper realistic with it, and it can look beautiful. but then you challenge that same artist. Hyperrealism, by the way, is easy. It's not hard. It looks like it would be hard, but it's actually like, I think, one of the easiest things to do. Basically paint by numbers. It's not a stretch of the imagination. You just look at something and you copy it. That's pretty much it, which is a skill in of itself. And it is a skill that interior artists use, but they go beyond that. They take that one skill and they add a three-dimensional aspect. And that's why it's so hard. As a cover artist, you can perfect your one thing. But like I said, these same artists that are experts at the one image are not always, and usually not, capable of interiors. Because interiors, you have to have a library in your head. You have to have a whole catalog of every muscle in the body, perspective. Basically everything in the world is in your head. You're like a little video game designer in your head. And then you have to transfer that in onto a page. So there's a lot of rotation. There's a lot of like this muscle activates this muscle. And that's not something that a cover artist does. It's not in their skill set to apply all of this three-dimensional knowledge and as much. Like they'll pull from, this much of it, but interior artists has to pull from an entire, it's a whole world in their head. So that's why interiors are so hard. Plus they're time consuming. You won't find that many cover artists also do interiors and vice versa as like a, common trade. A lot of people are just cover artists. And then other people are just interior artists. And there's just the different skill sets. But interiors are by far way harder than covers.
I think the key to drawing interior pages for a comic book or a graphic novel is not just that. It's telling a story clearly and composing a page. I mean, you need that kind of skill to be a successful comic book artist. So
agreed.
It's a totally different form than drawing pinups or illustrating covers. But that's what I like about sequential art. I mean, telling a story by putting an illustration next to another illustration to move through space and time, and composing a page and adding all the text, because in comics and in graphic novels, you don't have the luxury of sound, so we have to create text to imply in the reader's head what that sound is.
Right.
So it's really storytelling. So yeah, you can draw well. You can be the best illustrator on the planet, but that doesn't mean you can actually draw comics.
That's true.
But you don't find that fun though?
It's super fun. It's super fun. Yeah, no, the way that I've always approached it, because I grew up around film and entertainment and theater. So I was a kid actor in theater.
Really?
Not like full Disney, commercials, although my parents did push for that. And we were around Hollywood.
Wow.
And we were I was going on film sets and being an extra and stuff. My family was super into the Hollywood entertainment thing. So I wanted to be a filmmaker. I wanted a lot of things. Okay. I wanted to be a scientist and an astrophysicist very strongly. But then I also had this natural gravitation towards art, being a visual artist, always drawing, always painting, and film. So what I think is cool about comic books is that it's like a film in my head, and so that's the storytelling aspect. When I draw comics or lay them out or write them now, what I'm doing is visually, playing out a film in my head and then just putting that on paper. So having that, whatever it is, just perspective, I guess, I don't know what the right word is, of having the film play out like a story. That's, like you said, it makes the pictures come to life. So you need the ability to draw the pictures and put them through space and time, like you said, stretch them, move them, rotate them, have good composition, have consistency in your characters. That's another hard part. Consistency in their faces. And then you also have to have the flow and the storytelling flow. So that for me is fun, because it's I hated Hollywood though. I hated it My parents brought me onto the set. I was on the set, and there was something I just smelled that was wrong with all of it. When I was a kid, I like just had this sort of spidey sense tingling that something was really wrong with Hollywood and the child actors, and something was. I did not want to be a part of it, and I did not want to be a starving artist, so I completely rejected it. But now it's like I'm living that dream anyways through comic books.
Right.
And I want to eventually turn my comic book stories into little films. In fact, Sweeney Todd is going to be the first one I attempt to do that with. I'm going to utilize AI wherever I can and completely try to undermine Hollywood. Because screw Hollywood. And do whatever I can do with it. I think I'm going to end up having to film myself dancing around and acting, and then converting those films through AI filters to be the characters. I think that's how it's going to go down. But I'm going to try. I'm going to try my damnedest to turn Sweeney Todd into an animation or a film. And I've been making films since I was a kid, so it won't be the first film by any means I've made. But in this way, like, yeah, that's what I aim to do. I aim to be a complete undermining Hollywood machine.
Nice. Okay, hold on one sec, because what I'm going to do for Jason is, yeah, because now that I got that up, is Fuchs. That is his book.
Nice.
That is up right now on Amazon. So there you go. If you want to go ahead and check that out. See, he's even made it very affordable on paperback. So $16.81. And yeah, and you know what? It's a good short story. 51 pages. Go through it. It's pretty good. And you know, from what I read, I got to finish it. So go ahead and check him out. And okay, and FKHC, otherwise known as Tim, has sent me a meme, a history meme. Oh boy. Something that you got to know about FKHC 2005 is he'll send these funny memes. So I'm gonna have to look that up, because usually he sends me the funnies, the funny stuff here. And as I get that loading, oh, and Chuck Dixon just posted something an hour ago. Funny meme. America has no culture. Yeah, that's funny. With Han Solo. And I can't show it because it's so small screen, Tim. It's like super tiny. I can't read it. I can't see it. Okay, hold on. Maybe there's another way.
Memes are a gift
Here.
to the humans.
Exactly. All of you out there, enjoy the meme gods and what they have brought upon us. Okay, hold on. There we go, Tim. I got it on the Instagram link. Okay, hold on here.
That's super cool to see. That's human creativity right there, in my perspective. All the memes that they've come out with, everybody comes out with. Wow.
History would have looked very different if the Ottomans had excellent support at the Battle of Lepanto. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Jeez, that's hilarious, man. Oh my god.
Hey, you know something the Ottomans
yeah,
when they were taking over Constantinople,
yes.
in that whole fall of Eastern Rome,
Yep.
I thought this was so funny, because that's basically the same war tactic that the left uses today, maybe even the right as well, to divide people. They sent all of the like mentally retarded people first, and the crazy people. And I hate to be like that,
my
but
god, you know what? You're right.
Yeah, and they called them like the bushy bushkas or something. It was like everybody that had like a mental defect and or was just like a psycho crazy person. They went, you go first. And so imagine being in Constantinople, right? And then you're seeing the first people of the front lines come at you, and there's like a circus midget and like or dwarf person. Sorry, I guess midget's offensive, whatever. A small person, like some crazy guy, like ripping people's heads out, like the most crazy, psychotic people, plus anybody with mental defects. They intentionally went first to
It's okay, little babushka. You go out there and take on 7-foot guy. No, you got the advantage of size. All you have to do is run under his legs, and he has no chance. All you have to do is slit his Achilles tendon, and there, he's yours for taking.
Yeah, there's like somebody peeing on the wall. Yeah, this is what they do. It's just, it would have been the most confusing, like frightening sight to see all these people, you know, and that was intentional. And I think back and I kind of think, you know what? Look at all these like these real crazy Marxists with the crazy colored hair, wearing no tops, shouting in the streets of New York. Like it's kind of the same thing.
They are now the circus midgets.
They are. They're the bushy bushkas or whatever they're called. It's a scare tactic, and the biggest divisive tactic is like when they capitalize off of the 1%. If you notice, that's a pattern too. They use it with abortion. They use it with the transgender movement, and I think that that's because people who make up like 1% of the population don't have a big enough voice to combat the media. So the media comes and co-ops the movement and uses them to further their agenda. And there's like nobody that can say anything, you know, else. So I think they continuously use the small percentages to drive their points across. So always be wary of something that's like 1% of this or 1% of that. And abortion is like the abortion that people can justify with rape and all is the 1%, like 90 whatever percent of abortion is elective, right? So that's another one. It's the bushy bush good. We're all being bushy bush good.
That's right, Vince. And as always, re-stomp the groin is the only way to make sure they don't repopulate themselves. Oh my God. Yeah, that's right, John. From the waist down, he's all yours. Yeah, exactly. Oh my God. Let's see. And people, it's almost as good as the World War II memes with ass in the background. Yeah, or with ats. Ats or ass?
What do you mean?
I'm guessing he's meaning ass.
I don't know.
Yes, exactly, John. It's the useful idiot tactic.
Yeah,
that's right. Because you'll end up finding out that once their purpose has been, you know, used up and done, then sometimes generally they're always the first on the firing squad. It's like, but I helped you in the revolution. It's like, yeah, but we don't need you anymore because we're in power. And then, you know, pew, pew. And that's about it.
Yes.
And useful idiots. That's the
way. I like to call
it. You meant AT-ATs. You like to call it what?
Lemmings.
Yes, lemmings. That's the perfect way of doing it. Okay, so yeah, let's see. Sort of kind of done that. So I think that turned out rather well. And then I'm kind of dabbling with working on my page 2, and definitely I had to redo a page 3 on the comic that I'm kind of working on. So, and which is kind of fun because it's kind of like some of the stuff that we've been talking about today. So about stuff going on in human history and whatnot, and all these myths and legends again that we've been talking about. So, however, if that, that's right, Tim. Yeah, the first against the wall. Exactly. That's the way it is.
If someone's saying hi to me on your chat shows up weird on my end. I see some Canadian Spider-Man saying hello there, Mindy and Tom, but like your chat doesn't, I think, show it accurately. It's just like the chats appear and then they go away, and I don't think it's accurate. So hello, if anybody said hi.
Oh, okay. So I don't know. Maybe you might have to scroll down or something like that.
I do, but then it's like the chats actually move around too. It's weird. I've been watching it this whole time, and so.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think
Maybe
it's the
if I
platform.
do this, it could be. Maybe if I do this and this.
I have a. You want to hear another?
It's gonna hurt.
About marketing and aliens and radio.
Yes,
Speaking of
yes, I do.
human history, this is another one of those like Hegel theory of evolution co-ops, right? So
Right.
this was the guy. This is the author. What's his name? Is it H.R. Wells? It's the guy that wrote War of the Worlds.
Yes.
H.G. Wells.
Thank you. He's the one that I think wrote that history book I mentioned, the American history. He was also a science fiction writer, and they used his history books as history. But no, he wrote the War of the World, and they played this over the radio. I forget what year, but it was probably early 1900s, I think.
1930s. Orson Welles.
Yes, and they played it on the radio, and people thought it was real.
Yep.
And they thought that the aliens had really come, and they started freaking out, right? Yep. And they were going in the streets. Yep. And then what happened after that event was that the elites of the world took this into account, studied it, and found out that people are most easily manipulated when they have no hope. So when people thought aliens were coming down, they saw like multiple different reactions. One of them was like, obviously. And then some of them were relieved, strangely. And what they found out was that people could be told like to do anything in that moment, and they'd pretty much do it. So that's been the marketing MO for basically every, wealthy corporation or interest ever since, is to make sure that people have zero hope for change, and then they can easily manipulate them into anything. You can see this in like the BLM movement and things like that, where they tell people they have no hope. Everything is systematically racist. The white man is evil. It's going to keep them down. And so what that does is it implants the idea, going back to the, Marxist psychologists that implant ideas in people and believe they can control them because they think people are a blank slate, that they then need to be politically active. And that's where we get like the BLM riots and stuff, is because those people believe that there's no hope. So whenever you have lack of hope, you have like political intrusion. That's why something like Christianity is probably so threatening to some of the powers that be, is because it's all about hope. It's all about hope. Positivity.
That's one of the reasons. But like using propaganda to control people through their emotions, that's key. The War of the Worlds radio program, that was Orson Welles, and that was like in the 1930s. And
1938.
So if you ever listen to it, it sounds like just like a regular old radio program that's going on, and then they have these news interruptions about like all this weird stuff going on, and then it's like aliens landing in New Jersey. So it totally freaked people out. Yeah,
that's a fascinating story.
And then the really interesting thing is that shortly after that, the FCC was instigated into that, and rules made about not being able to. It's really weird because it caused such a panic among the populace that the FCC was brought in, and to control all this kind of stuff, and to make sure that none of this happened again. But as you can kind of see, it's more or less about control of the population, making sure what can be said and what can't be said. And now it's so skewed that it's like, well, you know what, we're gonna say and do whatever it is that we're gonna say and do, and it doesn't matter because we're the ones that are in control, essentially.
I don't know if that was. I understand what you guys are saying. I don't know if that was Orson Welles' motive.
No, I'm not saying Orson Welles' motive, but whoever was in power at the time.
You're saying the reaction by the FCC? I mean, that clearly is something that was used from what you're saying and implying that as a form, a tactic to control people.
I think so.
Oh.
I think so, possibly.
But Orson Welles, like then he went on to create Citizen Kane, which totally changed film. So he seemed to be a very clever guy in those days.
Did.
He was
later on, it was different.
Yeah, very clever. Someone answered it. The chat is upside down. So the new tab,
I know.
I see that. And I see this comment. It's Istanbul, not Constantinople. I wondered if I was wrong on that, but I thought it was Constantinople because of Constantine, and then they turned it into Istanbul.
They did.
Yeah. Istanbul was Constantinople.
It was Constantinople, and then it became Istanbul once they conquered it.
Yeah, because the eastern leg outlasted the western leg of the Roman Empire by 1,000 years.
Right.
Yes. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Fascinating.
See, we're not dumb peoples on the YouTubes.
Yep. History gives me a broader picture of
we is knowing stuff.
We is knowings. We is the knowings. I've always liked your channel for that reason. You always got into fun topics and had a really chill YouTube channel. Some of these YouTube channels are straight up evil. But I think that kind of has died off quite a lot, but they'll monetize, the hate off of someone else. I've been through that for years. Oh my God. 5 years, for example, Larry Higgins would go on YouTube and say the most slanderous trash about us for 5 years. And there's nothing I can really do because he's in Canada and he knows that. But that's how YouTube works. Right? It monetizes this rage. And I always like that about your channel because I've never seen you sit there and monetize hate against your fellow creator.
No, except for maybe one, but that's it. No, I'm kidding. And Diesel, how's it going, dude? Didn't you ever hear the They Might Be Giants song on Tiny Toons? Yes, I did, and that's where I drew that from. So give me 1 second. I'm going to help take a couch outside and I will be right back. So have fun amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
That is strange that the chat is upside down.
I'm not even paying attention, so I don't know what's going on.
I kept seeing it move around, so it seemed really weird, but I get it now. It's up at the top.
Yeah.
So how's your stuff with Sword of Eden going there, Al?
Oh, great. So I'm working on volume 3, which makes me happy. So, but the problem is ever since Diamond folded, it's weird because you have to do everything. So you have to sell directly to your readers. You have to sell directly to stores. And if you feel inclined to find some sort of distributor, and I've worked with Diamond before, and it usually starts out really great with Diamond, but then not so great afterwards after a while. And then they, went bankrupt, like what you were saying. So then all these little tiny distributors showed up. And I think the direct market is a huge mess anyway.
Yeah.
The problem I had, even though I was selling to readers and stores and Christian bookstores, it seems like most Christian bookstores want to go through just a distributor. They don't want to work directly with authors or self-publishers. So I talked to several different distributors that distribute Christian books to Christian bookstores. And the problem I found is that the two largest distributors don't want to deal with self-publishers either. So it put me in this really weird spot trying to get the Sword of Eden graphic novels into Christian bookstores. But over the past 6 weeks, I was talking to another distributor, and I had a couple conference calls with them, and then everything sort of seemed good. And then I heard back from them on Friday from the buyer, and it was just a weird message. It's like they were iffy about, because the Sword of Eden is kind of unique within the Christian book market because it's not Bible stories. It's a graphic novel, and there's very few of those. But the ones that do exist, they're based on Bible stories or history. So that the Sword of Eden is more of a work of fiction with strong Christian themes in it. So they didn't know how to market that or had any sales figure to see whether that would sell very well within the Christian book market. So
Yeah.
I got this distributor. We worked out a deal. I was waiting for them to send me a contract, and I waited like 2 weeks. And I'm like, what is going on with this? So they got back to me and they were like, well, we're not too sure about, the book because it's so different. But if a Christian bookstore wants to buy the book through us, we'll do it. And I'm like, well, that's nice. But the thing is with this distributor is that they have salespeople, which is really a really clever idea. So they have people working for them that call retailers to push their products. And I think that's actually a very brilliant idea because Diamond never did anything like that.
Yeah.
But the thing is, they don't want to do that with the Sword of Eden. So it sounds like, and I don't have a contract with them. They told me what the contract would be, but they didn't send me one. So right now with this particular distributor, if they hear from a Christian bookstore to pick up the book, then they will let me know, and then I would fill those orders. But I also don't have a contract with them. So it puts me in this weird position where it's like they're not really going to push or promote the book, but if they have a store interested, they'll fill those orders. It's very odd.
That is weird.
It's very weird.
It's hard. When I was ousted from Comicsgate and I thought, oh great, the left hates me, the right hates me. Like everybody hates me and I'm never gonna be able to make a comic book again. I looked at making Karma into a written novel. Because I really, really loved the story. And I did a lot of research into the literary market, and it's just everything is so ripe with gatekeeping and intentionally weeding out Christian authors and anything wholesome. Like, in fact, one of the biggest markets I found affected was the children's books, and there were authors complaining, before it was popular to bring this to light, about having worked for years, decades with the libraries, and now the libraries seem to be choosing everything not wholesome and everything that intentionally dumbed down the children. So when I hear you say stuff like this, it's like, absolutely, there is a difficult market for Christian themes, and I think that's been super intentional. And it's really hard right now with the retail stores and the direct market, and even the biggest, most profitable Christian outlets. I think some of them are really shady. You got to watch out. Like that one, Angel Studios. Did you know that they were in litigation over? They're the ones that made the Chosen series and The Sound of Freedom. Well,
Yes.
The Sound of Freedom, the people, like, they set up a sting for the movie. They set up a child trafficking sting. It was staged. And they were implicating one lady in particular who got super defamed, and she was suing them for defamation because she said none of that was true, and they planned it all. And it was really weird. It was very weird. You should go look up the articles. It's basically seemed like a scam.
Well, yeah, I am not a big fan of Angel Studios. I did not see The Sound of Freedom. I did not watch The Chosen. I have a lot of concerns about, Angel Studios and The Chosen TV series. People within my church were very much fans of watching The Chosen.
Oop, you cut out there with your mic.
Okay, and I'm back. So, hello, Diesel. Nice to see you. And I missed the entire conversation, but that's okay. Whatever.
We're talking about Angel Studios, and Al was just telling me about. Well, I was telling him about how they were being sued for defamation and apparently set up a whole fake child trafficking sting for their movie. And Al was agreeing that that has a problem with Angel Studios. So I was listening to his side of it, but then I think his mic cut out.
Oh, okay. They silenced him.
Where did you go? I wanted to hear that. JDA, JDA says the same thing too about his churches. They're like, they're preaching the wrong things. They're being flipped upside down. Oh, he went out, so he must be having mic problems.
Yeah.
But that's part of the reason I don't go to church, is because especially after like over a decade of going from church to church trying to find like what was the most true, I just kept running into that too. Is this infiltration of, even in the Catholic private schools, anything to do with the Jesuits especially, is like they push the transgenderism.
It's and oh boy, that's a scary thing, because we're even seeing that here in Canada as well, where you're seeing all of it being pushed by churches, and it's like, well, I'm never going to go to you ever again, and it's scary. It's like even churches kind of going along, towing the line, so to speak, of what the government wants to say. And like, damn, it's totally like communist China. That's what it is. It's communist China, because in China, you can have churches. They don't mind you having a church so long as the message is government approved first.
Well, China's buying up territory in Canada for over a decade now. Like, they're the equivalent of BlackRock down here in the States that bought up all the real estate. I was over on the west coast of Canada, and right when I moved up there was a housing crisis.
Yep.
And it was because they bought up all the real estate leading up to the Olympics.
Oh, they did. Yes. And they're buying up a lot of oil fields up here, especially in Alberta, or they did, like, at least around starting about 10 years ago. And Al, you're back, so we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's my internet. They knocked me off. The last thing I remember, I was talking to Mindy about the children's book market and Scholastic.
Oh, I don't
okay.
know anything about
and people,
but I do want to.
And people, you got to get going. So not a problem, dude. And thanks for being here, my man. So just hit the like button on the way out, and share, and get everybody out here. That's where I want you. Yes, here.
Tell me about Scholastic. Anyway, you cut out right when you were saying it was like pretty early on.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
So Scholastic does very well with the children's book market and libraries, but I find that a lot of their content, a lot of their books, is just really very woke and gay grooming material.
Yeah. Agreed.
But they sell well,
Mm-hmm.
So that's quite terrible. Manga sells very well. But yeah, it's just comic books and the direct market is just really quite terrible.
Yeah, it's hard. That's why Kickstarter is so cool. It's at least an alternative. Back when Mike and I started and we got the boot from the mainstream folks, Kickstarter was not a thing. So if you were unfavorable, there was nowhere to go. And you just went bye-bye. And I've talked to other people like that too. I've talked to like cosplayers and stuff that went through a very similar experience as we did. And they're like, oh yeah, we were super involved, and then we were supporting the right, and then we got booted, and there was nowhere to go. So at least now we have that platform, crowdfunding, which is super important to be able
Have you ever thought about going to Fund My Comic?
Yeah, I've used it before. When we were going through that coffin stuff, we had set up in a second campaign there, and we fulfilled it and everything. It was for Star Wars, but I haven't used it since. It's hard enough to manage everything that we have, and it is hard to go from platform to platform. So we did have some of our backers go to Fund My Comic, but the majority of them, it's just a convenience thing, stayed on Kickstarter. Nice. So I mean, at this point, we have a routine of exactly what we do for each campaign, like a schedule, if you will, of like how we put it out, when we put it out, and how we fulfill. And to deviate from that would be difficult. But what we are thinking of doing, actually, is going back to the original roots of indie crowdfund and setting up our own crowdfunding platform, because there have been issues on Kickstarter lately, right, with pledge manager and unexpected taxes and weird things. And a lot of that has to do, I think, with the tariffs. But also, like, there's been a lot of complaints from people using the platform. Like, we tried to use the pledge manager, and it was a mistake. It was atrocious. They surprised everyone, us included, with tons of extra fees. And yeah, and it pissed off a lot of people. And like, we were right in the thick of it with them, pissed off. And so the past 2 campaigns, Dead Sexy and Puppet, we have thank God we are tech people. And it's so funny, everybody in the comic book industry gave us so much shit over it, because like that's one of our most useful skills, Mike especially, now that we have the volume that we do, is because Mike builds all these like personalized systems. We have our own shipping system, we have our own like import system, we have all these new systems now that are very specific to us. They're custom built. And the next direction we think we're going to go is doing crowdfunding again, to just be sure that everything runs smoothly. Because what happens one day when there are taxes? What happens when something goes down? We're starting to think about that and have a plan B in place. And it would just be easier to do it ourselves. And we've already done it once. Like, we can already code a crowdfunding website, and we could do it better now. So yeah, I think we might do that. We've talked about that. We've already talked about it with our fan base too. So that might be on the horizon. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, the last 2 campaigns, we had to invoice the shipping separately after the fact through our own systems, because we did not want to use the pledge manager. But we got trapped in it. Like, once you click pledge manager, it erases all of your shipping information that you spent hours building, and it traps you in it. Like, you can't get out of it. And then, even though because we had done it for like two or 3 campaigns to try it, because it was advertised as like this really cool all-in-one solution, and we thought, okay, we'll give it a try. No, it was totally opposite, I think, of what it was advertised. And then you get in there, and even though you can opt to not use it, which I did, I used it once. We all found out what it was like. We all hated it. Everybody hated it. So then the next campaign that I was already locked into it, I just didn't use it. You can do that, but it still locks you in and charges you the fee anyways.
Oh, damn.
So we got charged an extra fee, even though we didn't even use it. And then, I mean, we saved our backers from getting charged that fee. So that's nice. And I think they appreciated that. And then we went out of our way and we did all this shipping invoice for the last 2 campaigns outside of the pledge manager. But yeah, we've been very busy.
Jeez.
So as far as fund my comic, like, I've already got so much on my plate. You know what I mean? I would be too many hours, I think, spent, when I could rather just at this point focus on our own systems, which is what we're kind of already doing.
So where do you want to take it all? I mean, that's a pretty damn good question. Like, you've been doing this for quite a few years. So where do you want to take all of this ultimately?
Oh, well, I definitely want to undermine Hollywood. I want to take all of our creations and create an alternative, entertainment source. And the parody stuff is super fun. I think that that's been very successful. And then also, as we rise with those, our more original creations are coming to life.
Right.
So that's been super cool. We've got Sinister Support Services, we've got Dead Sexy, we've got Surrender the Booty, like 50-50. We do about 50-50, 50% parody, 50% just completely original stories. And I want to continue that. I want to bring new universes to fruition and continue more original thought processes into bigger things. And this is where I deviated from Comicsgate a long time ago. The whole business model was to like come on the scene, make a huge splash following Ethan's business model, and make $1 million on your first original property, right? That's what everybody thought was possible. And I never agreed with that, actually. And in fact, I didn't even want to crowdfund. I thought that I had to pay my dues in the industry. And so I was really sad that they all booted me out. I wanted to publish through Image, creator own. And I thought that I didn't think it made much sense to make your first comic book your $1 million property because you're inexperienced.
Right, exactly.
So I thought, okay, I'm going to have to make a few comic books. I'm going to have to build up a following. And then the stuff that I like really am personally attached to, then I'll have a following. And maybe that could turn into $1 million property one day. It doesn't really matter. The money doesn't really matter to me. It's more about the wheels being greased. And I think that's a stupid pipe dream to be like, oh, I'm going to make $1 million. Like, it's not reality. And I never really agreed with it. So that's exactly what I've continued to do. In my eyes, it used to be publishers getting published, but then that switched and I realized I could self-publish. So then I've been paying my dues. This whole time I've been paying my dues, getting a fan base out there, building up that, making sure the wheels are greased, making sure I don't have to depend on Dynamite for a fake Ribbit coin or anything like that, being totally self-reliant. And then as we grow, more of these like really personal original creations will flourish because it is hard. It is hard to sell your own comic book. It's super hard. And it's no different than like selling fan art at a show as an artist when I used to do that a long time ago. I used to have my original characters next to my fan art, and my original characters, it was just a harder sell. Everybody knows it's a harder sell to sell your original stuff. So that's what I aimed for since the beginning, was to build it all up, pay my dues, get experienced, and then Karma launched that, among other things that I really have wanted to do for decades of my life, these stories in my head. But now I can do it in a real viable way, which is totally opposite to the business model of what Comicsgate was. So that's what it is for me. And then if I can circle that back around and start to make films and make the IPs come to life outside of that, then I would be even more happy, because I grew up thinking Hollywood was a steaming pile of corrupt trash, and that I don't think these organic movements are organic at all, like Comicsgate. I think they've been funded. So it really is up to everyone's individual merit to go out there, pay their dues, put in the time, get really good, and put out really good content. And that's what I want to do.
That's true. Vincent said, yeah, work for Eric July and Rippaverse. I mean, and yeah, but he's more the exception than the rule. Well, that's true. But the thing was, you know, allegedly, from my understanding at least, you know, he was already doing music, as far as I know, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he was
yeah, and he already had a following anyway, you know, because of all that kind of stuff. And you know, therefore when he said, hey, I'm going to be doing comics, and you know, because we kind of already knew that he was, you know, a nerd and all that kind of stuff anyway, you know, a lot of people followed. And because he also did tote the line that it's not going to be full of this woke bullshit. And it wasn't, and it worked for him, you know. And again, you know, that's why, you know, you get a lot of the others, you know, like Etherman, Skyver, and all that kind of crap. That's like, you know, that's like shitting on him. And like what I was saying before, you know, you would think that, you know, he'd be all for the independence kind of thing, but you know, as we kind of went through earlier, and that's why, just rewind and you'll find out all about that, you know, why that is what it is. So it was, yeah. And the really weird thing is, because I was I was almost say Mindy Wheeler, but it's not Mindy Wheeler, because that's you. The other Mindy. That's
Mindy?
That's associated with Etherman, Skyver, and the whole Comic-Gate thing.
Are you talking about Mandy? Mandy Summers?
Mandy Summers. Yes, thank you. Not Mindy, Mandy. Yeah.
Mindy rhymes with indie. Mandy rhymes with Mandy. There you go.
There we go. That makes more sense. I'm gonna have to remember that now. Oh my god.
That never delivered her books, or was like website or something. Yeah, yeah.
Because the whole Gem Shock thing, the book
Right.
that she wanted to put out, you know what? She totally ripped that off of another comic from 2014 called Jailbait, which is the exact same thing.
I know. I saw that.
Like and I found this by accident. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, she totally ripped off another character, called it her own. Like, oh my God.
Yeah, I saw that.
More of a rip-off artist. But Bug, Sugar Bug, or like, give me a break, you freaking rip-off artist. Like, oh my God. And then for some odd reason, I just kind of found out that I don't know why. And at this point, I don't even care why. But apparently she blocked me on X. I haven't the faintest idea why. But you know what? I'm going to take it with a grain of salt, and kind of equated to being blocked by Rob Liefeld. That's the vein I'm going down.
It's funny because all these YouTubers and stuff, like, they don't like me or Mike, and a lot of them I've never even talked to, and they'll spout the same things that the mainstream does. Even Ethan, I caught him. He said, this is why everybody in the mainstream hates the Wheelers. And I saw him make that comment, and I went, wait a second. How does he know everybody in the mainstream? What do you mean? Does he talk to the mainstream?
Yeah, weird, huh?
Weird, huh? Yeah, weird.
It's funny how they just blurt these things. First of all, without any backup, without any proof or anything. Just let's throw it out there into the ether and see what sticks. And it's like, but in their own self-inflated hubris, it's like they make a slip up. It's like, oh, well then who is saying this? Who are these people? And what exactly is being shared?
Yep.
So
you got to see that video. I wonder if I can get Mike to send it to you, of Ethan being interviewed by a journalist at a show about the litigation between him and Jeff Johns. And funny enough, right before he asks that question, they go, "What's your favorite book you're reading right now?" And he goes, "Oh, the Communist Manifesto."
I saw that video.
Did you?
Yeah, a while ago. I didn't know, honestly. Well, I'm not as critical about Comicsgate as you guys are.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff that Mindy has said today. Yeah, I didn't know a lot of that. So that's really, it's blown my mind a little bit.
No, Vincent, I actually totally by accident found a book called Jailbait. I was just looking through independent comics and just looking online, and then I just came up. I swear to God, I came across it by total accident. I honestly,
I didn't even know it was called.
No word of a lie.
I saw that. I thought it was like amethyst or something, but then it wasn't amethyst. But that's pretty common.
Wait a minute here.
The problem with Comicsgate and like a lot of the anywhere, like just pick a movement.
Yeah.
The pendulum swing, the reaction to the action that's happened since 2016 is that, like, they play both sides. The Marxists do, and their whole goal is to pit everyone against each other. And what you'll see is a lot of infiltration of people who. Okay, he sent you the video, by the way, of the communist remark in your DMs, so you can look it up.
All right.
But you'll see people like in comics that are top echelon, and they're not very functional. And like they'll say that they got booted from the mainstream, but in reality, they were not functional people that couldn't make it. So they go to Comicsgate to try to get the money and the sympathy. But if you really look into who they are, they were like crazy.
Yeah.
And you'll get that. Oh, go ahead.
So there you go, Vince. Yes. Right there, released in 2014. the independent comic called Jailbait, and then Mandy Summers
Yes,
released her Gem Shock back in 2024 last year. Like, I don't know about you, but something looks awfully similar about these two comics.
Yep.
Like, I could not believe it when I saw it. It's like, you got to be kidding me. You totally ripped off an entire character's look. That is so shameful. And the sad thing about it is that Dale Keown is kind of like involved all in this.
Yeah,
And
it's an
because
example.
I like him as an artist.
Yes, he's
I
a
do.
fantastic artist, but he's a very dysfunctional. Like, is he a drunk or drugs or something like that? Like he can't. He has a hard time because he has substance abuse
He
issues.
likes a lot of drinking, unfortunately.
Right. So you'll see some of that in Comicsgate and other similar sort of spheres of people who claim that they were blacklisted. And maybe that was partly the case, but a lot of the problem is also that they had other issues. So that's why you see a lot of infighting. I remember that was one of the first questions Al asked me. And it's like, it's because they're not actually here to band together. A lot of people are simply here to grift, and they were already liars or dysfunctional or had some issue or had some litigation or did something that now their only fallback is where the rest of the people are that were blacklisted. So it becomes a hostile territory. And by the way, Mike sent you the video just now of the interview with Ethan with the litigation and the Communist Manifesto remark. If you wanna pull it up.
I am pulling that up now because if you gotta pick a side, I don't know.
I mean,
honestly, no, I shouldn't say it like that. I just no. Go ahead, Al. Go ahead.
No, I just feel very conflicted now because I do like some of the guys in Comicsgate, you know.
So. And that's fine. Yeah. You don't have. Oh, sorry, Mike. I'm not saying everybody in Comicsgate is bad. I just want to say that for the record.
Okay.
No, of course
intentionally derailed by private interests that are the very same people that destroyed the mainstream comics. But there's a lot of people that get caught up in it. That's the problem. And a lot of people become the enemy of someone like Ethan Van Sciver for no reason, like I was for a time, and then, or like Eric July, and then become, and then it's sort of a cultish following that follows Ethan, that will troll you then to death as another creator. And it's monetarily profitable for Ethan to make these enemies and then to trap them. And that's the business model of it. It's not about making comic books. If it was about making comic books, it's been 8 years? Like we have more books out than Ethan. And he's had since 2017. What has he been doing this whole time?
Well, yeah. Oh, and Vince, you got to get going. Hey, not a problem, dude.
Thanks, Vince.
Yeah, you are a trooper, my dude. So you go. You are relieved of duty. So thanks, man. I get you. Your ass is hurting. So there we go. Okay, let's see here. Let's bring up the video.
And you've never seen this before, Mike?
Because no, I've never seen this before.
Okay.
Never. So this is going to be
kind of old, too, isn't it, Mindy?
Yeah, it was when he was still working with DC, and you'll see that because he talks about working with DC on a Batman-related title. So it's around that time period. But as far as people getting caught up in it, good people get caught up in it all the time. But Al, you can go back and look at the whole who is the leader of Comicsgate video, and you'll see the diversity that they sprinkled in there. It's very interesting.
All right, I'll check that out again.
Yeah. Okay, right.
We can hear it. Can you guys hear it?
I cannot.
No, I think it's just quiet.
Yeah. Oh, you can't? Yeah. Oh, you can't?
And there's an echo.
Yeah, okay. It was probably because yeah, there is an echo. Weird. Because through Facebook.
I think he sent you. He told me he sent you multiple videos.
Well, that way. Yes. Okay, wait a minute here. Because now it says the content is not available right now.
All right. So, I mean, I did see that Communist Manifesto video with Ethan. I thought he was just joking when he said that.
I don't know. That's the question, right. Isn't it? That's the question. Is like, are you though? He's also joked about Satan on numerous occasions, and Mike said he sent you that video too. He's a very interesting character, okay. But what I've noticed over him over the years is that he will play the nice Christian boy whenever he gets caught, and that's what he did to War Campaign. So he was telling the War Campaign guys back in 2019 to troll people like me, and eventually War Campaign got in a fight with him or tired of him or something, and they had a falling out. And then what Ethan did to save face was he blamed War Campaign for everything that he told me. And he said, oh, it was their fault. I was never involved, which has been proven to be false. So that's what he does. And that's what politicians do. You know, that's what everybody does, is that they change their face. They save face. They change their attitude to then swindle a whole new crowd of people who think they're good. And what Ethan likes to do is he puts on the good Christian boy attitude. I thought that was so hilarious because he used to be super like gay. And there's actually stipulation whether or not he is a flaming gay person. He sung this song about a Wolverine is gay. If you've seen that one, it's about a sexual act between two gay dudes at a convention. He dresses up very flamboyantly. With the War Campaign, his private chat was called Caesar and the Gay Boys. And I personally witnessed them. It was a live stream when I was on the truck after I got booted for Comicsgate. I didn't listen to a lot of their stuff, but I happened to put on something, and it was a really late night stream at like 1, 2 in the morning, where they were talking about if they were all werewolves, and if the only way to not be a werewolf was if they had to give each other blowjobs. Like straight men don't, straight men don't have these conversations, right? And there was a lot of like
Oh, that's cringe.
That was when he got so high. He's got a gambling issue. He talks about it all the time. He also had a lisp. He used to have a lisp. If you listen to his really early videos, it was a really effeminate gay lisp. And that changed. He now no longer has this. Sometimes it slips up, but most of the time he doesn't have it anymore. And he also puts on this very I'm a Christian good boy facade. The whole Christian thing didn't start until like recently, like a few years ago.
Anytime you want to explain your brilliant ideas about shipping comic books to somebody, I'm all ears. I'd love to have that conversation with you. Retarded, dude. Absolutely retarded. He deserves to get smacked down every time he says shit like that. People should come in there, smack him as hard. Smack him.
No.
As soon as he says stuff like that, you know, it should happen. Like, somebody needs to just step up, man. He shouldn't be able to get away with that. It should just be, like, instant. What's up, Ryan, Kyan Rennell?
Cringe, huh? Pretty cringe.
And Ryan Kittle is such a piece of crap himself too.
I see you're going through the videos Mike sent.
He's such an instigator.
You haven't gotten to the Litigus one
yeah,
yet.
yeah.
The one with Litigus stuff will be like, I think it starts out with a black screen where Mike is explaining
Let's
something,
see.
and then they go through it.
Divinity. So I'm guessing, obviously, hello, Mike. Oh, he's definitely gay. Just go to your local pizza joint and look at the alley. Oh, my
Yeah, and if you go back, so Ethan, there have been people speaking out against Ethan's harassing, trolling behavior since before
right.
2017, 2018. And there's like one or two guys in particular who tell these very strange stories about Ethan. And one guy has like a huge blog of like how Ethan was harassing him, and it's all very gay. That's something to look into.
Oh, pretty much.
And then there's another one that's a rumor that he did actually have an experience behind a pizza joint. So I don't know. There's a lot of weirdness around Ethan. Yeah. So I would really look at him skeptically, especially with the whole push with Ben Shapiro, and all of a sudden he makes $1 million and then he doesn't deliver. Like, what is his business model? Does Dynamite own part of Cyberfrog? Has he been influenced? And then his tactic nonstop has been divide and conquer, divide and conquer, divide and conquer. It's not been bringing people together.
No.
Think about if Eric July and Ethan were friends. Think about if Ethan would have put out Cyberfrog in a timely fashion, and he would have promoted the same ideals that Comicsgate started with. And then Eric July came along. Everybody would be unstoppable in this space. We'd have so much, oomph and so much positivity. But do we have that? No.
Well, no, and that's the weird thing, because I've been saying this kind of stuff for years. You know what? If every independent would just get together and just talk it out, and produce something of a juggernaut to take on Hollywood.
Right.
Well, at the time I was talking like, just Hollywood, right? To take on like Warner Brothers and Paramount and Disney and all that kind of stuff. But the same thing goes for comics too. If and I suppose in a sense, Eric July kind of did that anyway now with with everything that he's playing, because I mean, they got he has Chuck Dixon, he has a few others. I don't know about those sisters though, that I know they've been into some weird stuff from my understanding, but you know what, I'm right now, I'm not going to even comment about that kind of stuff, because whatever. But at least he's doing something, right? As opposed to these other people that are just bitching and complaining and just having to start
it's
fights.
not productive at all.
It doesn't even have to be fights. Exactly, it's not productive. Just you know what, because somebody had said this years ago, that what, if you got time to bitch and complain on YouTube on a channel, then you got time to make a comic book.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're not making your comic book, then and while you promised people that you were going to be making a comic book, then get off of YouTube.
Yeah, it's impossible to do both. That's why you don't see me on YouTube, is because today I have a sort of day off.
You were saying.
Yeah,
exactly.
I just can't do it. There's not enough hours in the day. So Ethan even called himself a YouTuber. He doesn't even call himself a comic book artist. And the whole excuse he gives himself that he's like some creative genius that needs 5 years, like, that works for a few reasons, but it's totally false. The reason he's able to dupe people with it, and that people buy into that fabrication, is because he has, specifically through the help of Dynamite, no doubt, catered to people who hate Marvel and DC. So they don't pay attention to Marvel and DC.
No.
If you paid attention to Marvel and DC, you'd know right off the bat that Ethan's full of shit, because it doesn't take 5 years to make a comic book. And some of the most detail-oriented people put out books, and he's just incapable. And then you start going down the rabbit hole of how he has this history of being incapable, not meeting deadlines, apparently having weird like harassment battles with people, being involved in litigation. And you're like, you know what? This whole I'm so canceled, I'm such a victim thing sounds a lot like bullshit. He's said before, Comicsgate is a victim movement. I know I have that clip saved somewhere. He says Comicsgate is the state of being perpetually a victim. Who wants to be a victim? Excuse me.
No, exactly.
Why would you want that? Like, get up and do something.
Bull crap happened to me.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I want to say hello to Janet from another planet. Hello, you lovely lady, you. And glad that you're here and joining us. And Jason, sent you a DM on Face if you want to share it on the stream. I will, because whenever I bring up Facebook for some other reason, it's really slow, and I freaking hate it because it drives me bonkers.
If you can get that list,
not that I'm not willing to share.
You should.
Oh yes, I did share that earlier, Jason. So, here's your divine husband. Here's one of my intros. Okay, on Facebook. All right, hold on a second. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's right. I know. Yeah, you gotta make time, Janet, and I totally get that. Sometimes there's just not enough hours in the day, though. Unfortunately, like for example, I mean, I'm just happen to be doing this on YouTube while I'm drawing away and talking, and trying to pay attention to the chat and everything like that, and just trying to have a bit of fun with it. And even then, it's a little hard because you want to concentrate obviously to the chat and also no, you know what, that kind of looks dumb. I'm not.
What about that? One, did you get that one video? The Communist Manifesto video.
Yeah, you should listen to that.
No.
Put that on, Mike. Did you not send that video?
Let's see. Or Al, if you know where it is, just drop it.
Oh, I have no idea. I saw that years ago.
Oh, okay.
Mike said it's the first video he sent you in the stack of videos he sent you. And if you listen to it, you can hear Al the list that he used to have.
All right.
All right. Let us have a look at the video.
Again, this is all new news to me. So
yeah, I know. And
that's cool.
Comicsgate's been trolling me for years because they don't want people to hear what I have to say about it. And like, there's good people, absolutely, all the time. And that's the tactic that I've seen just firsthand with Divisive. They'll be like, oh, well, Mindy's a this, Mindy's a scammer. Mindy tried to ask Ethan for money. Mindy wanted to do a scammy mobile app. And it's just nonstop. And it's just Marxism is what it is. It's the movement, I believe. 100% of my fiber being was funded by the same Marxists on the left. Their whole MO is to squash competition and cancel people like me, and call us evil capitalists. And even though it's been proven for 10 years that I've had nothing but a really good track record with business and have not been screwing people over, but that's what they say. And they do that so that people won't listen to me. And that's the whole tribalism.
Okay,
so go ahead.
Imagining it's
go ahead.
Ethan the boob.
Ethan.
Is it that one?
Is it Ethan the boob?
Because I'm thinking it's that one.
He says no. He says no. He says it.
No, not that one.
He said it looks black.
Because I did the BLM one.
Yeah, he said it looks black because I remember the video starts where he was invited into a live stream and people were talking, why do you dislike Ethan? And he sort of really briefly tells what I just told you about the mobile app, but he goes straight into the litigation, and then it shows the interview of the litigation. And on that same stream, by the way, Ethan showed up after Mike left to try to correct the narrative. It's very interesting. He said he just sent it to you again. He just sent to you the video, the right one, this last time, just now.
Oh, did he?
Or same one. It's the same one, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I've noticed for years that you guys have had a problem with each other. So,
Yeah.
I've been very aware of that. I've never really commented on it. I was kind of hoping like everybody would get along. And again, like, well, what do I make out of some of the guys, the creators in Comicsgate that I do like?
What do you make of them?
Yeah.
Well, I get it depends on who, it's really the whole mindset of being in a group, the collectivism, like that's something you can cross-reference with our politics right now. I just made a post recently. I said communism is the biggest threat to our country. It comes on the both left and the right. It's people monopolizing thing and owning everything. And I had a few comments back that said collectivism. And I went, that's interesting. And that's very true. Communism, socialism, Marxism, so it's collectivism. It's when people gather in a group. And when they do this, it enables people in the shadows to do really shady things. And they have the shield of the good people in the front who take the heat and go to bat for them, who are unaware. Like you just said, this is all new news to you. I've known this, the whole time. And I'm always in a battle with people, with comic skaters, on X who don't know this information, who go to shill for Ethan. And they're like, oh, you're just some person who did this thing. And like 99% of the time, it's like a complete fabrication that has even no basis in truth at all. Like they think I did things that I didn't even do. And it's really crazy.
Okay.
So the group mentality is toxic.
See here.
It really has to be on an individual basis that you judge people and you trust people. And there's like maybe only with an extent in arm's reach of like 3 individuals that you can like trust. Like otherwise it's really, you're into the territory of being co-opted. Like the Moms for Liberty group, I tried to be a part of that years ago with education, and they blocked me because I didn't like Trump. And then I just recently saw them, and they're shilling for Israel and Ben Shapiro, these people from Moms of Liberty. And so what that tells me, that goes back a few years, because I didn't even talk to them. And I found out that one of the admins of Moms of Liberty that I've been taking money from conservatives for years now to try to reform education for the right and for conservatives have been Israel shills this whole time. And I got blocked way early on because I said something about Trump. That's cancel culture. Oh, here you go.
Okay.
I don't think this is it. Oh, it is. It is. Okay.
Gather round, folks, and I'll tell you a tale of a guy and a couple of his friends that had an idea. An idea for a TV show about comics back in the infancy of YouTube and our halcyon days of youth. We called it Last Wednesday, and we talked about comics, news, and reviews. This was long before monetization was a thing. I mean, hell, this was long before there were ads on YouTube. Yeah, YouTube used to be ad-free.
I know.
We did it all for fun. Well, I did anyway. But that's a story for a different time. On occasion, we'd make it to a convention and talk to some of the creatives that made the books we loved. This is how I made friends with and got to interview some of my favorite people in comics. Speaking of which, prepare for incoming time capsule in 3, 2, 1.
All right. We are here with continuing coverage of MegaCon 2007, and my next guest is, well, Mr. Ethan Van Sciver. How you doing today, sir?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great.
What is your name anyway?
My name is Luke.
Hi, Luke. Okay, Luke.
Yeah. See, there it is.
Excellent.
Yes. So what pushed you into the comic book field?
Wow, what a question. No, I always wanted to do comics because I read comics as a little kid, and it just seemed like the right thing to do. Pushed me into it. I guess I had a caricature stand at the mall, and I was drawing caricatures for people all the time, and then eventually it folded, and yeah, just went right into comics.
That's great.
Answer. Worst interview I've ever done.
No, it's okay. Well, you see, we're getting stuff that nobody else knows. That's completely fine.
It's my fault. I'm like sitting here doing an interview, and I sound like. All right. Keep going.
Dead girls don't say no, right?
That's my wife. Sheriff Van Sciver right over here.
Nice to meet you. How are you enjoying the con?
It's great.
Excellent.
It's excellent.
Yeah, ridiculous. Yes, I actually did the interview with him.
Okay, all right, great. So what was your first published work?
Cyberfrog #1 by Hall of Heroes, the most reputable independent comic book publisher in Elkhart, Indiana. I recommend them.
Excellent. And what do you currently read? Like just, either books or comics or whatever.
Do you want to answer this one?
No.
The Communist Manifesto. Next question. Yeah.
No comics at all? No Civil War? No 52?
You know what? I'll give a plug for Justice Society of America. I just read the first 2 issues and they're awesome.
Excellent. Now I heard that you did some Gumby comics. Is that true?
No. I never did Gumby comics. I actually did Gumby neckties.
Gumby neckties. How does that work?
Through a phase where I was designing neckties at the mall. This is my brother. He witnessed it, I think. That's my brother Noah.
What's your name?
Noah.
And how's the con going for you?
Good. It's going good.
Excellent. Everybody's enjoying the con. I'm glad to hear this. So what?
Follow up on that because that's interesting. Yeah, like I used to draw Gumby on the cross, crucified, and it was very popular. You wouldn't think so, but people in Cherry Hill, New Jersey thought that was funny. So they sold very well.
Wow, Gumby on a cross sold very well in New Jersey. That's great, especially at a necktie. That's awesome. So you're currently working on Green Lantern still, correct?
That's correct, yeah, right now.
And what are your plans after Green Lantern? Are you planning to stay on there for a little while?
Well, me and Jeff are going to do something else after Green Lantern, but I can't really say what it is.
That's completely fine.
Related.
It's what?
Bat related.
You heard it here first, folks. It's a bat related project between Ethan Van Sciver and Jeff Johns. Be on the lookout for it. Well, Ethan, one more question. Now, I heard that Jeff also created a villain on the Blade TV series with your last name. Is that correct?
Yeah, it is.
What do you think?
Well, listen, I don't want to say anything because it's between our lawyers at this point, and I sue him and he sues me, and we know we love each other,
Well, good.
Yeah, our friendship goes on, and we speak basically through our lawyers at this point. But, he named Hunter Zolomon, the Reverse Flash, after my son, Hunter Zolomon Van Sciver. So he's got a history of naming horrific, murderous villains after my family, and I want it to stop.
Well, it sounds like a very serious problem. I hope that you can resolve this very soon.
Right now, I'm so angry about it.
I can see that.
Yeah.
And are you going to go sell them?
You want to take me? You want to go?
Yeah, I'll take you. Yeah. Well, hey, we can, we can. All right. Excellent. Yes. All right. We're off to see Ghost Rider over at the Cineplex.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's the video I saw.
Yeah, I guess that was a fuller interview. Mike, yeah, he sent you the full interview and that's good. So, yeah, there's
that is
he didn't want to be taken out of context, he said. That's why he sent you that one. But there was one and it was crazy. It's the viciousness happens with the narrative. Okay, so the corrupt media and all this, they have to control the narrative, and this is this is much more powerful and easier when you're in a group that will forgive anything. So that's why I've always been against Comicsgate, because it's a group mentality. It's just like BLM, just like Me Too, and what you're enabling is that same group chat cancel culture that I saw firsthand in 2019 behind the shadows that the masses are not aware of. So that's the most poisonous part of it. And people like Ethan have to control the narrative so that people follow. There's like a leader, and then there's the followers. It's not a consumer movement like it started, like it intended. That one live stream he didn't send you, although it might be in your history, but Ethan and us, we hadn't talked, right, in like 6 years. And Comicsgate had been turned against us for years and years and years and years. And we were gone. And that's one of the worst parts. And that's why, Al, I agitate things sometimes, is because I've come to learn that when you're not present, the rumors and the lies have breeding room for them to grow against you. So being that we were gone away doing trucking and then, eventually coming back into comics, during that time, these lies became monsters about us that were just like so disconnected from the truth. It was hard to believe anybody believed anything because they were so unrealistic and didn't make any sense. And so now that I have a presence doing comics, I keep my presence around because it combats the slander and it keeps it at a minimum. And when you leave, you know, someone else controls the narrative about you. So it had been like 6 years or something since I talked to Ethan, and there's new people that come into Comicsgate all the time that don't know the history. And then one person that came in that was newer, Cynic, he has a YouTube channel and they do CG Church. They had heard the lies about us, and they were kind of like, they were replaying old videos that have been used to weaponize slander against us. But Cynic, though, he had a little spark of curiosity, and he's become a sort of influential voice in a wing of CG. And Cynic's pretty cool. I actually really like Cynic. Cynic and I are cool. Cynic and Mike are cool. But that was really hard for him to get there because everybody kept messaging Cynic and saying, you know, you can't have the Wheelers on your show. It's cancel culture is what all CG is. It's just a group of cancel culture. It's no different than the left of the mainstream by design. So Cynic had a curiosity about us, saying, why do people hate the Wheelers so much? And he started looking into it, and he actually reached out to us. And that was that clip that Mike probably sent you in your DMs. And they interviewed us, which was crazy because CG would never talk to us. I got booted from live streams like, oh, you're not nice enough to CG. We can't have you on. You're disparaging the Comicsgate. And it's like, it's the same leftist bullshit. And I was like, all right. You know, for years this went on. And then Cynic was finally the first one that broke that wall. And he was like, I'm going to talk to the Wheelers. And he did. And he had us on and he gave us a very unbiased, objective interview and heard our story, which is exactly what Ethan doesn't want. So then guess who shows up? Ethan Van Sciver, who had never been on Cynic's show before. Right. And he...
Wait, was that planned? Were you surprised by that?
We were everyone was surprised by that. He showed up because he lurks. He lurks in the chats of everyone, and it's his job to make sure the narrative goes as planned. So when things and other creators, for example, are threats to him, like Eric July or us, people who actually show that it's possible to put out comic books, and you don't have to take people's millions of dollars and make them wait 5 years, and that's just trash and it's a lie. People who threaten his power and his seat are the people he attacks and goes after, or he makes them into his little lapdogs to continue his grift. So he lurks in the chats, and as soon as you see something that's not in his favor, he'll show up and he'll try to spin the narrative, and he'll come on the show. And most people are spineless. And they'll be like, oh, Ethan Van Sciver's on my show. And then they turn into this little slop of mushy mess. And they go, oh, and they give Ethan everything that he wants. And he's manipulative like that. He knows it. And they'll be like, oh, yeah, Ethan, you're right. I've seen it happen. Oh, yeah, the Wheelers are really bad. Oh, yeah, you're right, Ethan. And then they'll just bow down to him. And then he's successful in changing the narrative. This didn't really happen with Cynic. At first, Ethan, I think, was successful for maybe a second. He came on after, they asked Mike, why do you hate Ethan so much? And Mike told them the story of how Ethan had gone after me. And he was, looking to get Ethan back in a way. And then he showed that clip of the litigation and said this whole DC cancel culture thing is total bullshit. I call bullshit on it. And then they, Mike got off the interview. Ethan shows up, and then Ethan starts rewriting the story. Oh, it was cancel culture. And he starts telling his whole thing. He's trying to win the chat back. So that's how Ethan operates. And it's been so difficult in some wings to permeate those closed off gatekeeping circles where these influential voices who flash all this money, same thing with Polito, in these people's faces, especially the other creators, and they tell you this X, Y, and Z is bad. And they want you to follow them and listen to them. And they don't let you listen to the voice of their opposition, who tells the truth. And I mean, this is a repeatable pattern throughout politics. We see it today. whoever, censors you wants to be in control. So we thankfully, and through years of hard work and a lot of stress and, just hours and hours and hours of putting the labor in and the passion, we're where we're at now. And we've kind of broken down a lot of those biases from people that built up, especially in our absence, on the left and the right in the Coffin Comics circle, because Coffin Comics is the same way as Comicsgate, and Polito is their leader. And it's the same thing. It's repeatable in all the spheres of comics and indie comics. There's these little bubbles, and they all have these little leaders, and those leaders all agreed that Mike and I were bad people. You've got Coffin Comics with Polito. They're shitting on us. You had, at one point, Comics Elite, although we patched things with Sean somewhat recently. But, he condemned us. Ethan condemned us. Liefeld condemned us. So, and they latch onto each other. That's why, to me, it's like very obviously the same train of thought. When we're sitting here, we've delivered like 40,000 books to customers. With very, very little problems. You go to our Kickstarters, there's positive comments, and it was like that in 2015. We had 14,000 positive reviews. Like, there is no history. There is no bad history. It's all fabricated. It's like the majority of experience that we deal with anybody is very overwhelmingly positive for the most part, like 99%. Of course, there's always those experiences here and there. You can't help, someone gets mad at each other, whatever. But really, for the most part, we've had a very positive, 100% pretty much damn near positive feedback transaction for 10 years on like everything that we've done. So,
and Tree Rock Creation says, yeah, at one time I watched Ethan's and noticed his game and unsubscribed. He's just as bad as mainstream media. No, it's true.
Yeah, he was taught by the mainstream media. His tactics are the same. It's the same. So all Comicsgate is, it's just people who think that they're fighting something, but they're not. Unfortunately.
What about some of the guys who actually I do like that were actually part of Comicsgate and left? You get like Doug TenNapel or John Della Rose.
I like the both of them. Both of them have been very nice and treated me fairly this entire time. So
yes, and I like both those guys too. And there are also guys that are still in that Comicsgate Kings circle who I like as well. It's weird for me, hearing those. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm sure it is weird. It is weird. No, Doug and Ethan had a spat years ago, and Doug left, and that was because Doug wouldn't swear his allegiance to Ethan, and was it JDA has always been promoting the original ideas of Comicsgate and very Christian ideas. So that didn't go well eventually. And Ethan will attack JDA all the time. That's what Ethan does. He just attacks people and he gets his followers to attack them. But I think over the past year or two, people like Cynic and other people have kind of, they don't have the allegiance to Ethan that Ethan had, forced on people or people willingly submitted. So as Ethan's numbers are dwindling and he's been not delivering books and being a total jackass as he is, people are starting to divert and do other things outside of him. So the movement is a little bit chaotic now. But ultimately, the people who are doing the hardest work, putting out the most comics, are not even on YouTube because there's not enough time. So if you really want to promote to your audience, it's not really on YouTube at all. No one really comes to YouTube for comics. There are some, but I would say it's much, much smaller than you think. The audience is on platforms like Kickstarter, and they don't know anything about Comicsgate over there for the most part. Comicsgate is a very, very small, detached sphere, and that's how the comic industry works. It's just a bunch of spheres of different people and influence, and they're very, very small.
Weird.
It is very weird.
And you prefer you prefer Kickstarter over Indiegogo?
Oh yeah. Indiegogo, like I said, it's rigged. It's a pay to play. And they also have not been upholding their terms of service in the way that they've let creators like Ethan just not deliver and not deliver and not deliver. Kickstarter won't allow that. So it has a better reputation. They're not going to let you have repeat campaign after repeat campaign of non-delivery, failed delivery. So I think it has more backer trust. It actually is, you can download their data. They show the stats of it. But they have the most activity of any comic book platform that exists. So it is the place to be. And funny, the mainstream has been getting on Kickstarter more and more and more and more because they're competing now as the direct market is failing. They've been showing up a bunch of publishers, DC, Marvel, a bunch of different artists and creators that worked for DC and Marvel are trying to do their independent thing. So it's funny, like one of our friends back in 2016, a Harley Quinn artist who didn't want to be, really associated with us because of all the politics in DC. He came to Kickstarter not long ago, and I love his work. I wish him the best and everything. It's not a dig on him, but we outsell him. So it just goes to show you that the mainstream that everybody thought was going to boost their career, because that's why people give into the mainstream. That's why people like beg and look up to Ethan, is because they think that having a large platform is going to somehow make them successful and then transfer to their independent projects, but it doesn't. That's a flaw. So even the Harley Quinn artist that had, second top selling title or whatever, he comes to Kickstarter, doesn't even do as well as us. So there is no leeching off of somebody else. There's no leeching. It doesn't work that way. You can only succeed in comics on your own individual merit. There's only about, Mike and I have even measured it. Like say you go on John Malin's stream or some King's stream or whatever, you're only going to pull away about 2% of that person's following and convert them to sales. So all of this groveling that all these little creators have done to people like Ethan to put them on some pedestal, and then they get surprised when Ethan attacks them later and they have no following. It's not by coincidence. It's a mathematical measure. And you're not going to peel off of anyone's fan base by more than just about 2%. That's it. Everything else.
That's actually true. Yeah. Because and it's not even comics. It's true. Depending on whoever's YouTube channel you happen to be on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if I go on a particular YouTube channel or something like that, you might get like maybe 1 or 2 additional new subscribers. It's extremely minimal.
Yeah.
Unless you luck out and you totally hit it out of the park, depending on what channel you happen to be on. You might get like way more, but that extremely rarely happens.
Well, and it's only going to happen if your product is really good. It still boils down to how good is your product. Yep. And Mike says, read his comment. Out of 200,000 followers, Ethan is only able to convert 1% of them. His backer count sits at 2,775 backers on his last project. Of that, 30% were repeats. That's embarrassing. So, this whole group mentality that you can somehow trade fan bases and promote each other is flawed at its core. The only thing that will make you successful, just bar none, is how good is your product.
Product.
And the only one that's capable of doing that is you. So all of that time invested in YouTube promotion and get on my channel, get on your channel. Let me talk to Ethan. Ethan might invite me on his channel and I'll get some subscribers. It doesn't work that way. It just doesn't.
No,
you should instead spend on perfecting your product and then taking that product to market, which is Kickstarter. Kickstarter is a free market. And then how well does it do? That's it. So there really is no need for a Comicsgate anyways. The only reason Comicsgate exists is to stick it to the libs. Like that's kind of it, which is it's dead. It's done. That you can't live in 2016 forever.
It had its day in the sun.
It did. It had its day in the sun. And I think there's even a saying about organic movements, like grassroots movements, that there really are none. Like historically, every single movement, feminism, civil rights. There's a whole lot of seeds. You look back, and there have been ties to the Communist Party in like every single one of them. And it's all this agenda to further
and
invert
even
the
before
West.
that.
Like, why should we think that today's day and age is anything different? So,
Oh wow, gap. In 10 months, I went from 200 to 877 subscribers.
cool.
Damn, dude, how'd you manage that?
That's good.
Share your knowledge with me, Gap, and know that I will be eternally grateful for thine secrets. Nah, Gap is a cool cat. Well, hence the avatar. So
Cool.
but you know what? It's the best thing that's where you guys are succeeding, because even though I don't comment a lot on Facebook, primarily because kind of busy with life and work and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I've been watching you guys for a few years now with all the issues that you guys have been putting out, and you guys are just like, I mean, we shared them earlier in the show, well, actually midway through. So and the thing is, you guys are constantly putting stuff out, like all the time, just all the time.
Yeah.
And if people didn't like it, then first of all, people wouldn't be buying it, and then you wouldn't be having the funds to put out new stuff, more new stuff.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. And where you look at Ethan and his stuff, I mean, what, people are still waiting for like certain issues that have been supposedly in the work for years.
Yeah.
And years. And I guess Mike here is saying, hold on, because I clicked on the wrong comment. Yellow Flash launched the Golden Patriot book and bombed. Yeah, I know. That's what I've heard. It didn't look right to me. So followers didn't convert. No, exactly. And just because people watch you doesn't mean that they'll buy shit. They could just be watching because they hate you. Well, no, that's true too. That is true. I'm not gonna say who, because it's not even worth saying who. And you know what? But I've had a couple of hate watchers, and you know what? I don't care. Just as long as you keep your nose clean, so to speak, at least from my perspective. You know what? Let them rant and rave, and they're just going to be found out for the idiots that they are in the end. And then, sure, they might have a few followers left, but it's, how should I put it? By their works they shall be known.
Yes.
And that's biblical. Right? And that's what it boils down to.
Yeah.
Gap, the only thing I can think of is I put out Constant Con, except for the past few weeks where I put on consistent content out, people seem to come. No, exactly. That's what you gotta do, dude.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm trying to work on, especially for Thursday, where I'm going to be doing a comic thing, a fun comic thing, a very fun comic thing. I don't care about subscriber contests. I just put out things I'd like to see. Yeah. And that's all you got to do.
Yeah.
Because like we said on this channel before, it's just about having fun. Just have fun. You know what? And if you're out there and you're going to be starting crap with other people, I don't put up with that crap. And I will point it out, and I will expose you, because I've been hurt by people, and I've had people talk behind my back. And when it comes to friends, I don't stand for that kind of crap. And yeah, that's gotten me in trouble with a few people, because I don't put up with it. Because again, friends are precious, are precious commodity, so to speak. And where people are only looking out for themselves. And you know what? And on this channel, it's just about having fun. And that's all that it is. It's just about having fun and just sharing what we do. And for people, yeah, because like I said before, if if people like Ethan Van Sciver and other people like him have time to bitch and complain about what everybody else is doing, well, then, shouldn't you be using that time to put out the content that you promised to a whole bunch of backers?
Yeah, you should go on their campaigns and look through the comments. There's hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of bad comments on their campaigns, on John Malin's too. It's Rob Liefeld's. It's like, holy crap, this is horrible.
I know,
it's horrible. And
Gap, I know if I ever needed security, Mike would be my top bodyguard. Oh my god, dude, man,
You're in trouble.
No, because I am in trouble. Yeah, I'm in so much trouble now. No, because we were like even a couple of months ago, even a few months ago, like, we were reading stuff about like Rob Liefeld and stuff like that. How he'd be like crying up a storm because I wasn't invited to the Deadpool Wolverine, after party kind of crap. It's like, well, this is Disney. What did you expect?
Yeah.
And he's making a big stink online. It's like, who cares? You've had your co-creation, and I'm gonna say your co-creation because you didn't come up with it totally 100% yourself, and you got to hobnob with a few people out there in Hollywood.
Yeah,
you know what? A lot of people out there would kill for that kind of thing, but you got to do it. So quit your bitching, quit your complaining, and put out your comics like you're supposed to. Like like Al here. I mean, he's had to fight with, getting royalties and stuff like that. But, you don't hear him complaining.
Yes, you do. I made a video.
Well, okay. But I mean, constantly.
Well, no, that's true. That is true. I just did the one video and that actually worked. And actually, DC Comics has been very nice to me the last 6 months. So that makes me happy.
That's good.
Yeah. So there you go. No, but I mean, you're and you're rarely on YouTube, and occasionally you'll release your video, but you're concentrating more about putting out your story and putting out your content because that's the story that you want to tell. That's the fun that you want to draw people into your universe.
Well, I don't think you can do both. I don't think you can be a comic book creator and a YouTube content creator at the same time.
Yeah, it's
successfully
impossible. It's not enough hours in the day because both are very demanding jobs with lots of hours.
Well,
and
exactly.
Also, can I
because
tackle,
if you're going to put out straight content,
go
for it.
I like to tackle that Rob Liefeld Deadpool creation thing. My understanding, if they were working the Marvel method, Rob came up with that character all on his own, and then Fabian just scripted those issues and just added the word balloons and script.
You should talk to Mike, my husband Mike, about it. He knows Fabian, and Fabian he describes as Deadpool. Like Deadpool's personality is Fabian's personality. I don't think it's as clean cut as that. But what Rob did with the Marvel method, which is why nobody likes him at Marvel, and I'm sure why he wasn't invited into the after party, is because he had such an ego about him that he did the Marvel method, right? Because he refused to follow a script. And then all of the writers and editors had to pick up his slop. And it was because they catering to the ego that he just had to have things his way, that the sales on a lot of their issues tanked. And then Marvel started going into bankruptcy. So everybody at Marvel, all these old editors, hate Rob because he was such an egotistical prick. And what's funny is that Ethan, Malin, well, I won't say Ethan. Ethan's kind of come away from it, but he's the same archetype. There's like a 90s comic creator ego personality archetype where they are very egotistical. It was pre-social media, and they think that they're heroes and that they're gods. Polito's one of these. Liefeld's one of these. Malin's a Liefeld guy. Malin comes from that era. It's like Ethan and the Comicsgate guys are like the child of that era of those 90s guys that took on the torch. And what you'll find is just this insane ego trip of these creators. And that's a poison, I think, to the industry. The problems always seem to revolve around creator egos. You'll even see it But if you go back in history and look at McFarlane versus Peter David and what was going on there, that's a really good YouTube video. It's a debate they had.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
yeah.
so that's my explanation of it. And when you look at Comicsgate now, you go, oh, well, this money. Oh, sorry, go ahead. I was just gonna say that these people like Shane.
Mark Farland versus the world.
Yeah. And then Gaiman versus McFarlane is really interesting too.
Yeah.
But these 90s guys like Malin and Shane and Dale Keown, like that's not Comicsgate that's responsible for that. Their own merits, their own years spent putting in the time and building up their own following is what brought those numbers to them, and it's going to stay that way. They're always going to have their own personal fans. That's not because there's a hashtag that exists out there. That's because they put in the work, and they all have talent, and they've built up their own individual following, and Ethan too. So again, it boils down to individual followings. And Ethan, because he's a possibly communist and has possibly taken notes from the Communist Manifesto, has been very clever, and he calls his own personal fan base Comicsgate. He gave it a name outside of himself to make it seem bigger than it is. And Ethan has his own ego issues. And now every time Ethan attacks somebody, he plays the victim card. And he goes, oh, Comicsgate is just this, I'm not doing anything. And then you go to his Twitter and you'll see people commenting and they're going, I am Comicsgate. I've been here since the beginning. We've never changed. And that's very interesting and very key. Because that tells you right there that his following is, he co-opted, he took the Comicsgate hashtag, turned it into his personal following, and those same people have followed him this whole time. How many creator fights has he had? How many hours spent attacking people has he had? And yet they're still following him and have been here since the beginning, they said, when he started that. Why? It's because Comicsgate is the name to which he calls his own personal following. So no matter...
Even though he didn't come up with the name,
right?
And I guess he trademarked the Comicsgate.
Yeah, people will claim he stole it. He did. He took it. He stole it. He trademarked it. That's what people will say, that we're here in the actual beginning. That he co-opted the whole thing, just like every other Marxist out there. And that's what they do. That's the whole strategy. And then divide and conquer. So he's played out the communist playbook this whole time. It's been a perfect textbook example of what you can do and how you can grift money and I mean, not make comic books, but yet he's some comic book movement. It's all a grift with him. And these people will never, ever not be Ethan's fans. And that's why Comicsgate is tainted. Because no matter what you do, if you're a creator, if you come into that circle and you try to be a Comicsgate creator and have this success on the level of these people who have spent 20 years at DC, so you never will, you're never going to peel away or get rid of that core movement of people who are really just Ethan's fans. And if Ethan at the drop of a hat decides to turn on you one day, like he does with every single person, you are subject to being canceled, and you'll only peel off maybe 2% of people that don't buy it. But the majority of it is going to be loyal to Ethan now and forever, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. It's his fan base. So,
and I want to say hi to Awesome One, dude. Nice to see you. And one thing I wanted to add to that, and it is true, and because I know one guy in Australia. Well, first of all, I know two people in Australia. Second of all, first of all, Hungry Boy, if he ever happens to come across this channel, he's a guy that worked ages ago at Marvel and DC, and he's a fantastic teacher, great guy. And when Rob got into Marvel, he was pretty young. I think he said, like around 17, 18, summers around there. He said when Rob first got into Marvel, he was probably around 22 years old, like Hungry Boy was.
Yeah.
And he said, yeah, even then, Rob Liefeld had a big ego on him, because as soon as he got on the big X book, that's when the ego started, right?
He's like a
Because
Disney
X-Men
kid. That's how I think of him.
basically. And that's how he said how he is then, and technically kind of how he still is now, right? He's trying to still ride that X fame, which that'll only take us so far. And second of all, what was the second thing I was going to say? Crap, because now it popped out of my head. I hate that.
You were saying it was true.
Yes, that's something was true. Yeah, that's right. The other guy that I know in Australia, Liam Gray, and I became friends with him on Facebook like ages ago, like years ago, when he was first starting out putting his own comics out. And what was it?
Xenotype?
I forget what the first one was called. Xenotype, yeah. And you know what? And I still never, and I helped him out a little bit with a few things like logos and stuff like that. And he's like, oh yeah, I'll give you some money. And I never did get paid for it ever. Which was a little bit of a bitter pill to swallow, but unfortunately he ended up getting quote unquote noticed by Ethan Van Sciver and started raining praise on them. And I was in one of the group chats that Liam had on X, and then all of a sudden everybody was going to a different group chat. All of a sudden, just everybody emptied out, and it's like we'll send you the link or the invite to the next group chat that's going to be here on X. And I never got one. Never did. Because Liam started toting the line for Ethan Van Sciver, and because Mandy Summers is associated obviously with Ethan Van, and I got blocked by Mandy, and I don't give a crap. I really honestly don't. But I'm just wondering if there was some sort of exchange said to Liam. It's like, oh yeah, we've heard about this Mike guy. You want to get rid of him? And I've tried messaging him on Facebook, messaging him on his YouTube channel, because he still has a YouTube channel. And no response, none whatsoever. And it's like, it's a real shame. It's a real shame, because we would talk, we would exchange ideas, and I can't help but wondering if he's just fallen into the crowd with a whole bunch of promises made and then discarded.
Oh yeah,
like useless trash once he's done. And it's a shame, because I don't know at this point, because Liam had mentioned that that his place has been, I don't know, attacked, or people have come out and verbally attacked him. And see, because now I wonder if this is actual just stories, or if it's actual stuff that's happening to him.
Liam, and that's interesting.
And that's the real sad thing about it, because I want to believe him, because I've known him before before he got accepted into Comicsgate.
Yeah.
But now it's like I'm thinking, because unfortunately money and fame change people, some people, and we know what happens with some people. They end up getting the inflated ego, and they think they're all hot stuff, and
Liam is one of those. Liam is a bushy bush guy, okay?
He is.
He's a bushy bush guy. He has problems with honesty. That's why he gets so attacked. And it's the same Comicsgate attack bullshit, where someone's pointing out what you do, and then you tell everybody that they're guilty of what you're doing. Liam has lied about me. I've caught him. I've caught Liam in other lies too. Because he used to talk to me too in 2019. He was very friendly. He wanted me to draw or color, I think, a book, and I never like got to it, you know. And then he had like a mental meltdown in 2019 where he had a book live. I think it was Xenotype, and he started having a flip out, being really insecure, and then he was trashing his own book while his campaign was live and saying, I don't really know if this is it. I don't really know what I'm doing. And it was weird. It was watching someone go mental, and he's never changed since. And then I heard after that he had told everybody, and I've seen him since lie about me, like somewhat recently. And he says that I do all these things that I've never done. He said I flaked on him, which I never did. We never started a project together. I've never worked with him. And he said, what else did he say? What else did Liam say that I did recently? I don't remember. Like, Liam lies. I don't know. I won't say anything that I can't prove that I can prove.
Right. No, I know.
Yeah, his whole people have attacked me and come to my house, and his constant, oh my God, constant going on YouTube and crying victim. It's just Comicsgate Tactic 101. And it's like
surely there can't be that many people attacking you.
I know.
And your dog, and like, come on.
It's
like,
just the YouTube monetization. They're just getting views.
In Australia that should be taking care of this. Like, you know, and but like I said, it's an awful shame if that's the direction that he's gone.
Oh, he tried to say he tried to say recently. I saw this weird clip, and he said it's a bit inappropriate. He said that I guess this is how that works. I pegged Mike, so I guess
oh, good Lord.
And that Mike had denied it. That was the weirdest thing I've seen on, like, well, no, it's not. The Comicsgate people have some really weird sexual fantasies. But I came back to YouTube after taking like 2 weeks off of caring. And as time goes on, I care less and less and less and less about YouTube because I'm so busy. And then Mike sends me this clip of Liam talking about Mike and I, and how we supposedly had some sexual encounter where I dominated, and then Mike denied it. And Mike and I were like, what? What?
Here's the weird thing. How would he even know?
They lied.
Spying on you.
And
I
know. And Mike never denied it. Mike was like, show me where I've denied this. Because that's not what we would have done. We would have laughed and we would have totally played into it. We would have, because that's our style. We would have had fun. Like,
you would get along with Kitty Flips over at Flip City Magazine so great.
Yeah, I love Kitty. Kitty's nice.
Oh, she's awesome.
Yeah.
True Recreation asks, Divinity Comics. I haven't read Ethan's comments, but if his frog attacks his enemies and his followers like comics about a character being beating the snot out of them, maybe that explains him and his fans. Quite possibly, yes.
See what Mike's doing every Tuesday? I like the big green ones. That's his comments. I'm telling you, we would have played into that.
Good Lord.
The reason
don't need to know what goes on behind closed curtains.
The thing, Ethan has lied, and he likes to try to say that we're sexually deviant, and I've caught it. He will just blatantly lie, like he's got a pathological liar problem. And that's because we put cheesecake in our books, and we also made him a drag queen in our books. We did
Oh, there you go. Perfect.
Yeah, we made a satire because I think he is. Have you seen what he wears? He wears wigs. There's a video of him talking about how he wanted to buy Doris Day's wig, and he missed the auction, and he was really sad because he wanted to purchase and wear Doris Day's wig. There is some weird history there, okay, of Ethan cross-dressing. So we made fun of it. And we made him into a satirical villain of boobs. And he's Gaylord von Schlauber, the internet trash-talking extraordinaire drag queen villain. It's so funny. But because of that, and because he wants to control the narrative, and he doesn't want people to actually read the books to make the connection of his feather boa wearing extravagant werewolf blowjobs live streaming history behind a pizza joint, he smears us and he calls us sexual deviants. And so I see that with Liam. Like I said, I saw that recently, and I was just like, yeah, he's just an Ethan lapdog.
Yeah.
That's what they do. I thought it was funny though.
That's a shame. Oh well.
Yeah, a bushy man.
Well, you know what? I want to say to everybody out there that's watching on Rumble, thank you very much for hanging around this this long. And I feel bad for Vince, but he's gone now, so that's okay. And to all 24 of you people watching on X, that's like, wow, thank you very much, everybody that's on X. If you want, hey, help me out a little bit if you can. And the link is in my bio, the YouTube channel that's right here. If you guys can, I would appreciate it if you can get me over 1,300 again, because YouTube giveth and taketh away, which happens quite frequently on the YouTubes. So I appreciate you guys watching totally 100% on X and on Rumble, and you guys here on YouTube, because you make the conversations happen, you make it fun, and we try to make this whole entire show fun. And yeah, like Mindy said earlier, you know what? It's because we're not like other channels. We don't just go out of our way to bitch and complain and just, moan and groan about everything that's going on in the entertainment industry. We just try to have fun, and that's what it should be, because every channel is just the same old wah, this is happening, that's happening. And at least here we're just trying to have fun. And again, just drawing, and we're just chatting, and we're just making conversation. And sure, most of it's about the event genre. But whatever. So that being said, you know what? This is what we're gonna do. So yeah, drawing finished. And Al.
Yes, sir.
What do you have going on in your neck of the woods? Yeah, that's right. And so how because I gotta remind myself to ask you this every week. How are things going? Any news about the distribution thing that is happening on your end, your neck of the woods?
Well, I was going to mention that. I think
because I'm excited for you.
Well, thank you. That's very, very kind of you. When you were out moving a couch, I actually was talking about this with Mrs. Wheeler. As far as the Christian distributor goes, I guess the bottom line now is that if you want to support your local Christian bookstore, you should talk to them, stop by, give them a phone call, and let them know that if you wanted to order a copy of the Sword of Eden graphic novel, have them contact New Day Distribution, and they have a website. It's newdaychristian.com, and have your retailer order the book through newdaychristian.com. The good thing about that is that if you live in Canada, for an example, and you want a copy of the Sword of Eden graphic novel, that's one good way to go. Yeah, exactly. newdaychristian.com. Where you go to your Christian bookstore and let them know to order the Sword of Eden from them. This helps a little bit because, I mean, Mike and a couple other guys I know in Canada want copies of the Sword of Eden graphic novel. And shipping is just very costly. So have a distributor in Canada, anywhere outside of the US is very good. But yeah, if you want to order the Sword of Eden graphic novels directly from me, you can go to theswordofeden.com, and you can get signed copies of Volume 1 and Volume 2. Also, if you want to support your local comic book shop, you can go to your comic shop and order the Sword of Eden graphic novel from Filbo Distribution, and they have a website as well. So, and it's also on Amazon and eBay, so you can get the books many different ways. But yeah, if you want signed copies, go to theswordofeden.com.
There you go.
There you go.
And And Max Rosone, how's it going? Nice to see you, buddy. It's like, oh, wow, hey everyone, the show still on. Huge hours, totally huge. 100% hours. It's the best hours you're ever gonna get on this kind of show. So I'm almost rivaling Doomcock. How do you like that? It's and he also says, yeah, shipping into Canada is costly. I won the lottery once, $365 million, and it still wasn't enough. Oh my god. I'm calling shenanigans on that claim, Max. So yes, I am. Yes, and you, dear lady Mindy, what's going on? What is going on with you? And why? There we go. That's yeah. You're in bigified.
I'm bigger. I'm huge. Just G Busters and Batpool is live right now, and Sweeney Todd will be launching. Actually, as we were talking, I got a message from Sebastian that he's finished the 2 inked pages that I started him on. So I'm going to finish the script tonight because there's a couple of odds and ends at the end I need to tie up. So that'll be production. Every book we start, it's like 3 months from the time we start to the time we finish. That's what we aim for. So that's, about 2 months from now, it should launch, or maybe in a month from now. Depends on how fast we go. So we have Batpool, G-Busters, Sweeney Todd to look forward to, Karma to look forward to. And then we have a whole lot of titles next year, new titles and some subsequent titles. Our most recent issue 2s was Surrender the Booty and Dead Sexy. The readership grew. So that's really cool. Because in comics, historically, with the direct market, readership usually falls because there's the hype over one and then there's the drop in the 2. So we've been really happy about the growing readership. And now we're doing the 2 books in a month for the first time this month. So busy. Also, it's the holidays. Busy for everybody. Yeah, that's what we're up to. And I would suggest following our profiles on Kickstarter. That would be the easiest way to get notified of when our campaigns go live and stuff. Or go to divinitycomics.com and sign up with the newsletter. And then you'll get our monthly newsletter with all of our projects. So yeah, that's what I'm up to.
There we go.
Shipping. We're shipping out Lady Darth right now and Dead Sexy too. So fulfillment on that will complete shortly.
Nice.
Thanks for having me on, by the way. That was fun.
Oh yeah, hey, not a problem. All good. So yeah, so the links there are hopefully in the chat for all of you to peruse through. And yes, Max, yes I do. Good use of the the crumulent words. I try my very best. Or I just fake it really well. Either way, take it with the way you should. Anyway, so that is it. We went, oh my god, this is probably our longest one yet. 5 hours 43 minutes. Damn. I don't blame Vincent for dipping out the way he has earlier. So sorry, Vince. But anyway, so this, guys, is it for Huge Circles. I just want to say sorry for this past Tuesday. My internet was out, so there was no show, no Titillating Tuesdays. So I apologize for that, and I still love that name even after 4 years. Titillating Tuesdays. There's a comic book issue for you. Yeah. So hopefully my internet doesn't go out again for this Tuesday, where we just talk about some stuff that's going on in the entertainment world. Saturdays, yes, stay tuned for Mike's Movie Matinee, where we show an oldie but a goodie, and when movies were actually good and decent and not full of the DEI crap that is infesting movies today, when things were pure and happy, just like the Laurel and Hardy first 3 movies that we showed this past Saturday. Let's see. I have certain episodes ready that I'm going to extract certain sound effects from for the plan that I have for Thursdays of the comic book reading show that I'm still planning out. So I'm still planning that out whenever I get the time, because yeah, like Gab said, you know, it's hard when you're doing one thing and you want to do another thing on top of that, you know, and just kind of trying to find a balance between life and everything else. So I want to hopefully have that done and started by around the Christmas time, because it'd be a nice fun gift for everyone for a brand new show idea that I want to do, and thus keeping to the fun motif of this channel, which is the way it should be. So to everybody out there, yeah, check out Al's stuff, check out Divinity Comics with Mike and Mindy Wheeler. So they're putting out the fun stuff and even more serious stuff with, like, you know, like the Bat Pool and Karma. It's all about the Karma. And on top of that, the Sweeney Todd book. So because she did the research going way back about the whole Sweeney Todd thing. So check that out. And fund some independent reads, which is the way it should be. And stay away from the arseholes online. So don't give them a second thought. Just point and laugh. That's all you can do. So anyway, this is the Comic Relief Crusader. This is Al Nickerson, and this is Mindy Wheeler. And have a good week, all of you. And that's right. Exactly. And the way I like to sign out,
be excellent to each other. And party on, dude!